Salted with Fire. By George MacDonald. Salted with Fire. Chapter 1. "Whar are ye af till this bonny mornin', Maggie, my doo?" said the suitor, looking up from his work, and addressing his daughter as she stood in the doorway with her shoes in her hand. "Jist out to Staincross, why your leave, father, to spare the mistress for a guppin or twao chaff. Your bed aneth ye has grown unco hungry like." "Hoot, the bed's weel enough, lassie." "Na, it's a naething but weel enough. It's my part to loik after my ain father, and see there be nae cannot ate her in his bed or his parritch. Ye're just your myth o'er again, my lass. Weel, I winna miss ye that sair, for the minister'll be in this mornin' dot." "Who ken ye that, father? We didn't agree vera weel last nicht." "I can't abide the minister, argle barglin' body. Toots, bairn. I dinna like to hear ye spake ye scornful like o' the good man that has the care o' ourselves. It wad be mair to the purpose ye had the care o' his. I hey, hasna ilka body the care o' ilkithers? Aye, but he presumes yup o' tea, and ye dinna, there's the differ. Weel, but ye see, lassie, the man has nae insect, nae to speak o', that is, and it's pleased God to mak him a wee stupid, and some thrawn, twisted. He has nae notion even o' the work I put in till they wee bit sheeny, little shoes, o' his, that I'm this moment labourin' ower. It's sair wasted yup o' him 'at canna see the thoucht in tilt. Is God's work wasted yup o' you and me except we see in tilt, and unerstant, Maggie?" The girl was silent. Her father resumed. "There's three concern I the matter o' the work I may be at. First, my ain duty to the work, that's me. Sign him I'm working for, that's the minister, and sign him 'at sets me to the work, ye ken wha that is. Wilco the three wad ye hae me lia o to the consideration." For another moment the girl continued silent, then she said, "Ye maun be I the richt, father. I believe tea, though I canna just see tea. A body canna like a body, and the minister's just the ae man I canna abide. I could ye load the ain as he ought to be load, and as ye maun learn to loe him. We'll on no come to that why the minister yet. It's a troth, but a sair pity, my daughter, darling. He provokes me the wy that he speaks to ye, father, him 'at's no fit to tie the thong o' your she. The maester would lat him tie his, and say thank ye. It aye seems to me he has sick a scrimpet way o' believin'. It's no like believin', Etta. He winna trust him for naething that he hasna his ain word, or some ither body's for. See ye that lippin' until him?" It was now the father's turn to be silent for a moment. Then he said, "Leah the judge know him to his ain maester, lassie. I hae seen him whiles sair concerned for ither folk. At they wouldna haud wy him, and were condemned in consequence, wasna that it? I canna answer ye that, bairn. Weel, I ken he doesna like you, no a wee bit. He's aye girdin' at ye to ither folk. May be, the mayor's the need I sud loe him. But who can ye, father? There's naething, late, I hae to be sae grateful for to him as that I can. But I confess I had lang to try sair. The mair I was to try, the mair I just couldna. But ye could try, and he could help ye. I dinna ken, I only ken that ye say, and I maun believe ye. None the mair can I see who it's ever to be brouched aboot. No more can I, though I ken it can be. But just think, my ain Maggie, who would onybody ken that ever ain os was his disciple, Jean we wore I argle barglin' aboot the holiest things, at least what the minister kunst the holiest, though may be I think I ken better? It's one twaos strive that what seed a schism begins, and I just winna, please God, and it does please him. He never said ye mauna think the same gate, but he did say, ye mauna loeing on either, and no strive. Ye dinna I gang to his kirk, father? Na, for I'm just feared sometimes lest I should stop loeing him. It matters little about gain to the kirk ilka Sunday, but it matters a heap aboot I loeing on either, and whiles he says things aboot the mind o' God, sick that it's I can dee to sit still. Weel, father, I dinna believe that I can loe him ony the day, why your leave, be out to Staincross afore he comes. Gang your wa's, lassie, and the Lord gang wy ye, as ance he did wy them that gied to Emmaus. With her shoes in her hand, the girl was leaving the house when her father called after her. Who's folk to ken that I provide for mine, wan my bairn gangs unshod? Tak af your shinjin ye like when yeri odio the tune. Are ye sure there's nae hypocrisy aboot sic a false show, father? Asked Maggie, laughing. I maun hide them better. As she spoke, she put the shoes in the empty bag she carried for the chaff. There's a hidin' o' what I hae, no a pretendin' to hae what I hae na. I be hame in guid time for your tay, father. I can gang a heap better wit hoot them, she added, as she threw the bag over her shoulder. I'll put them on when I come to the heather, she concluded. Aye, gang your was, and leave me to the work ye hae na the grace to advertise by wire and OT. Maggie looked in at the window as she passed it on her way, to get a last sight of her father. The sun was shining into the little bare room, and her shadow fell upon him as she passed him, but his form lingered clear in the close chamber of her mind after she had left him far. And it was not her shadow she had seen, but the shadow, rather, of a great peace that rested concentered upon him as he bowed over his last, his mind fixed indeed upon his work, but far more occupied with the affairs of quite another region. Mind and soul were each so absorbed in its accustomed labor that never did either interfere with that of the other. His shoemaking lost nothing when he was deepest sunk in some one or other of the words of his Lord, which he sought eagerly to understand. Nay, I imagine his shoemaking gained thereby. In his leisure hours, not a great, he was yet an intense reader, but it was nothing in any book that now occupied him. It was the live good news, the man Jesus Christ himself. In thought, in love, in imagination, that man dwelt in him, was alive in him, and made him alive. This moment he was with him, had come to visit him, yet was never far from him, was present always with an individuality that never quenched but was continually developing his own. For the suitor absolutely believed in the Lord of life, was always trying to do the things he said, and to keep his words abiding in him. Therefore was he what the parson called a mystic, and was the most practical man in the neighborhood. Therefore did he make the best shoes, because the word of the Lord abode in him. The door opened, and the minister came into the kitchen. The suitor always worked in the kitchen, to be near his daughter, whose presence never interrupted either his work or his thought, or even his prayers, which often seemed as involuntary as a vital automatic impulse. "It's a grand day," said the minister. "It seems to me that just on such a day will the Lord come, nobody expecting him, and the folk all following their various callings, as when the flood came and astonished them." The man was but reflecting, without knowing it, what the suitor had been saying the last time they encountered. Either did he think, at the moment, that the Lord himself had said something like it first. "And I was thinkin' this vera minute," returned the suitor. "Sic a bonny day as it was for the Lord to gang a boot amang his ain folk. I was thinkin' maybe he was come upon Maggie, and was walkin' wi' her up the hill to Staincross, nearer till her, maybe, nor she could hear or see or think." "Ye're a deal ta'en up wi' vain imaginings, MacLair," rejoined the minister, tartly. "What scripture hae ye for sic a wanderin' invention, o' no practical value?" "'Deed, sir, what scripture had I for taking my breakfast this mornin', or ony mornin'? Yet I never loik for a judgment to fa upon me for that. I'm thinkin' we do mair things in faith than we ken, but no enuch. No enuch. I was thankful for it though, I'm in that, and maybe that'll stand for faith. But gin I gang on this gate, we'll be beginning as we left af last nicht, and maybe fa to strife. And we hae to loe in on either, not according to what the ane thinks, or what the ither thinks, but according as each kens the maester loes the ither, for he loes the twao us thegither. But who ken ye that he's pleased wi' ye? I said naething aboot that, I said he loes you and me. For that, he maun be pleased wi' ye. I dinna think nane aboot that, I just tak my life I my han, and awa wi' till him, and he's never turned his face frae me yet. Sir. Think what it would be gin ever he did. But we mauna think o' him ither than he would hae us think. That's who I'm hingin' aboot his door, luikin' for him. Weel, I kenna what to mak o' ye. I maun just leave ye to him. Ye couldna dee a kinder thing. I desire naething better frae man or minister than be left to him. We'll see till yersel. I'll see to him, and try to loe my neebour, That's you, Mr. Pethry. I'll hae your shin ready by Saturday, sir. I trust they'll be worthy o' the feet that God made, and that hae to be shod by me. I trust and believe they'll nowise distress ye, sir, or interfere wi' your comfort in preachin'. I'll fess them hae missile, gene the Lord wull, and that without fail. Na, dinna dee that, lap Maggie come wi' them. You wad only be puttin' me o' humour for the Lord's work wi' your havers. Weel, I'll send Maggie, only ye wad obleege me by no seein' her, for ye micht put her o' humour, sir, and she michtna gie your sermon fair play the morn. The minister closed the door with some sharpness. Chapter 2. In the meantime, Maggie was walking shoeless and bonnetless up the hill to the farm she sought. It was a hot morning in June, tempered by a wind from the northwest. The land was green with the slow-rising tide of the young corn, among which the cool wind made little waves, showing the brown earth between them on the somewhat arid face of the hill. A few fleecy clouds shared the high blue realm with the keen Sunday. As she rose to the top of the road, the gable of the house came suddenly in sight, and near it a sleepy old grey horse, treading his ceaseless round at the end of a long lever, too listless to feel the weariness of a labor that to him must have seemed unprogressive, and to anything young, heartbreaking. Nor did it appear to give him any consolation to be aware of the commotion he was causing on the other side of the wall, where a threshing machine of an antiquated sort responded with multiform movement to the monotony of his round and round. Near by, a peacock, as conscious of his glorious plumage as indifferent to the ugliness of his feet, kept time with undulating neck to the motion of those same feet, as he strode with stagey gait across the cornyard, now and then stooping to pick up a stray grain spitefully, and occasionally erecting his superb neck to give utterance to a hideous cry of satisfaction at his own beauty. A cry as unlike the beauty as ever was discord to harmony. His glory, his legs and his voice, perplexed Maggie with an unanalyzed sense of contradiction and unfitness. Radiant with age and light, the old horse stood still just as the sun touched the meridian. The hour of repose and food was come, and he knew it, and at the same moment the girl, passing one of the green-painted doors of the farmhouse, stopped at the other, the kitchen one. It stood open, and in answer to her modest knock a ruddy maid appeared, with a question in her eyes, and a smile on her lips at sight of the shoemaker's Maggie, whom she knew well. Maggie asked if she might see the mistress. "Here's Suter's Maggie wanting ye, M.E.M.," said the maid, and Mistress Blatherwick, who was close at hand, came, to which Maggie, humbly but confidently making her request, had it as kindly granted, and followed her to the barn to fill her pock with the light plumy covering of the husk of the oats, the mistress of Stonecross helping her the while and talking to her as she did so, for the suitor and his daughter were favorites with her and her husband, and they had not seen either of them for some while. "You used to ken oor Maister James I the Auld Lang Syne, Maggie," for the two had played together as children in the same school, although growth and difference in station had gradually put an end to their intimacy, so that it became the mother to refer to him with circumspection, seeing that, in her eyes at least, Maister James was now far on the way to becoming a great man, being a divinity student, for in the Scotch Church, although it sets small store on apostolic descent, every minister, until he has shown himself eccentric or incapable of interesting a congregation, is regarded with quite as much respect as in England is accorded to the claimant of a phantom priesthood, and therefore, prospectively, James was to his mother a man of no little note. Maggie remembered how, when a boy, he had liked to talk with her father, and how her father would listen to him with a curious look on his rugged face, while the boy set forth the commonplaces of a lifeless theology with an occasional freshness of logical presentation that at least interested himself. But she remembered also that she had never heard the suitor on his side make any attempt to lay open to the boy his stores of what one or two in the place, one or two only, counted wisdom and knowledge. "He's a gey clever laddie," he had said once to Maggie, "and gene he gets his een open i' the course o' the life he's hardly yet ta'en haud o', he'll doubtless see something, but he disna ken yet that there's a nithing rail to be seen, outside or inside o' him." When he heard that he was going to study divinity, he shook his head, and was silent. "I'm just hame frae paying him a short visit," Mrs. Blatherwick went on. "I cam hame but twa nix ago. He's lodged wi' a dacent widow in Arthur Street, in a flat up a lang stane stair that gangs roon and roon till ye come there, and syne gangs past the door and up again. She taks in hon to loik efter his claes, and sees to the washin' o' them, and does her best to haud him tidy. But Jimmy was I that particular aboot his appearance. And that's a good thing, special in a minister, wha has to set an example. I was sair pleased wi' the auld body. There was one in the Edinburgh lodging, however, of whom Mrs. Blatherwick had but a glimpse, and of whom, therefore, she had made no mention to her husband any more than now to Maggie MacLair. Indeed, she had taken so little notice of her that she could hardly be said to have seen her at all, a girl of about 16, who did far more for the comfort of her aunt's 2 lodgers than she who reaped all the advantage. If Mrs. Blatherwick had let her eyes rest upon her but for a moment, she would probably have looked again, and might have discovered that she was both a good-looking and graceful little creature, with blue eyes, and hair as nearly black as that kind of hair, both fine and plentiful, ever is. She might then have discovered as well a certain look of earnestness and service that would at first have attracted her for its own sake, and then repelled her for James's, for she would assuredly have read in it what she would have counted dangerous for him. But seeing her poorly dressed, and looking untidy, which at the moment she could not help, the mother took her for an ordinary maid of all work, and never for a moment doubted that her son must see her just as she did. He was her only son, her heart was full of ambition for him, and she brooded on the honor he was destined to bring her and his father. The latter, however, caring less for his good looks, had neither the same satisfaction in him nor an equal expectation from him. Neither of his parents, indeed, had as yet reaped much pleasure from his existence, however much one of them might hope for in the time to come. There were 2 things indeed against such satisfaction or pleasure: that James had never been open-hearted toward them, never communicative as to his feelings, or even his doings, and which was worse, that he had long made them feel in him a certain unexpressed claim to superiority. Nor would it have lessened their uneasiness at this to have noted that the existence of such an implicit claim was more or less evident in relation to every one with whom he came in contact, manifested mainly by a stiff, incommunicative reluctance, taking the form now of a pretended absorption in his books, now of contempt for any sort of manual labor, even to the saddling of the pony he was about to ride, and now and always by an affectation of proper English, which, while successful as to grammar and accentuation, did not escape the ludicrous in a certain stiltedness of tone and inflection, from which intrusion of the would-be gentleman, his father, a simple, old-fashioned man, shrank with more of dislike than he was willing to be conscious of. Quite content that, having a better education than himself, his son should both be and show himself superior, he could not help feeling that these his ways of asserting himself were signs of mere foolishness, and especially as conjoined with his wish to be a minister, in regard to which Peter but feebly sympathized with the general ambition of Scott's parents. Full of simple paternal affection, whose utterance was quenched by the behavior of his son, he was continuously aware of something that took the shape of an impassable gulf between James and his father and mother. Profoundly religious, and readily appreciative of what was new in the perception of truth, he was, above all, of a great and simple righteousness, full, that is, of a loving sense of fair play, a very different thing indeed from that which most of those who count themselves religious mean when they talk of the righteousness of God. Little, however, was James able to see of this, or of certain other great qualities in his father. I would not have my reader think that he was consciously disrespectful to either of his parents, or knew that his behavior was unloving. He honored their character, indeed, but shrank from the simplicity of their manners. He thought of them with no lively affection, though not without some kindly feeling and much confidence, at the same time regarding himself with still greater confidence. He had never been an idler, or disobedient, and had made such efforts after theological righteousness as served to bolster rather than buttress his conviction that he was a righteous youth, and nourished his ignorance of the fact that he was far from being the person of moral strength and value that he imagined himself. The person he saw in the mirror of his self-consciousness was a very fine and altogether trustworthy personage. The reality so twisted in its reflection was but a decent lad, as lads go, with high but untrue notions of personal honor, and an altogether unwarranted conviction that such as he admiringly imagined himself, such he actually was, he had never discovered his true and unworthy self. There were many things in his life and ways upon which, had he but fixed eyes of question, he would at once have perceived that they were both judged and condemned. But so far, nevertheless, his father and mother might have good hope of his future. It is folly to suppose that such as follow most the fashions of this world are more enslaved by them than multitudes who follow them only afar off. These reverence the judgments of society in things of far greater importance than the color or cut of a gown. Often without knowing it, they judge life, and truth itself, by the falsest of all measures, namely, the judgment of others falser than themselves. They do not ask what is true or right, but what folk think and say about this or that. James, for instance, altogether missed being a gentleman by his habit of asking himself how, in such or such circumstances, a gentleman would behave. As the man of honor he would fain know himself, he would never tell a lie or break a promise. But he had not come to perceive that there are other things as binding as the promise which alone he regarded as obligatory. He did not, for instance, mind raising expectations which he had not the least intention of fulfilling. Being a Scotch lad, it is not to be wondered at that he should turn to theology as a means of livelihood. Either is it surprising that he should do so without any conscious love to God, seeing it is not in Scotland alone that untrue men take refuge in the church, and turn the highest of professions into the meanest, laziest, poorest, and most unworthy, by following it without any genuine call to the same. In any profession, the man must be a poor common creature who follows it without some real interest in it. But he who without a spark of enthusiasm for it turns to the church, is either a blind mouth, as Milton calls him, scornfullest of epithets, or an old wife, ambitious of telling her fables well. And James's ambition was of the same contemptible sort, that, namely, of distinguishing himself in the pulpit. This, if he had the natural gift of eloquence, he might well do by its misuse to his own glory, or if he had it not, he might acquire a spurious facility resembling it, and so be every way a mere windbag. Mr. Petrie, whom it cost the suitor so much care and effort to love, and who, although intellectually small, was yet a good man, and by no means a coward where he judged people's souls in danger, thought to save the world by preaching a God, eminently respectable to those who could believe in such a God, but to those who could not, a God far from lovely because far from righteous. His life, nevertheless, showed him in many ways a believer in him who revealed a very different God indeed from the God he set forth. His faith, therefore, did not prevent him from looking upon the suitor, who believed only in the God he saw in Jesus Christ, as one in a state of rebellion against him whom Jesus claimed as his Father. Young Blatherwick had already begun to turn his back upon several of the special tenets of Calvinism, without, however, being either a better or a worse man because of the change in his opinions. He had cast aside, for instance, the doctrine of an everlasting hell for the unbeliever, but in doing so he became aware that he was thus leaving fallow a great field for the cultivation of eloquence, and not having yet discovered any other equally productive of the precious crop, without which so little was to be gained for the end he desired, namely, the praise of men, he therefore kept on, for the meantime, sowing and preparing to reap that same field. Mr. Petrie, on the other hand, held the doctrine as absolutely fundamental to Christianity, and preached it with power, while the suitor, who had discarded it from his childhood, positively refused, jealous of strife, to enter into any argument upon it with the disputatious little man. As yet, then, James was reading Scotch metaphysics, and reconciling himself to the concealment of his freer opinions, upon which concealment depended the success of his probation and his license. But the close of his studies in divinity was now near at hand. Chapter 3. Upon a certain stormy day in the great northern city, preparing for what he regarded as his career, James sat in the same large, shabbily furnished room where his mother had once visited him, halfway up the hideously long spiral stair of an ancient house, whose entrance was in a narrow close. The great clock of a church in the neighboring street had just begun to strike 5 of a wintry afternoon, dark with snow, falling and yet to fall. How often in after years was he not to hear the ghostly call of that clock, and see that falling snow, when a gentle tap came to his door, and the girl I have already mentioned came in with a tray and the materials for his most welcome meal, coffee with bread and butter. She set it down in a silence which was plainly that of deepest respect, gave him one glance of devotion, and was turning to leave the room, when he looked up from the paper he was writing, and said, "Don't be in such a hurry, ISY. Haven't you time to pour out my coffee for me?" ISY was a small, dark, neat little thing, with finely formed features, and a look of childlike simplicity, not altogether removed from childishness. She answered him first with her very blue eyes full of love and trust, then said, "Plenty o' time, sir. What other have I to do than see that you be at your ease?" He shoved aside his work, and looking up with some concentration in his regard, pushed his chair back a little from the table, and rejoined, "What's the matter with you this last day or two, ISY? You're not altogether like yourself." She hesitated a moment, then answered, "It can be naething, I suppose, sir, but just that I'm growing older and beginning to think aboot things." She stood near him. He put his arm round her little waist, and would have drawn her down upon his knees, but she resisted. "I don't see what difference that can make in you all at once, ISY. We've known each other so long that there can be no misunderstanding of any sort between us. You have always behaved like the good and modest girl you are, and I'm sure you have been most attentive to me all the time I have been in your aunt's house." He spoke in a tone of superior approval. "It was my bare duty, and ye hae aye been kinder to me than I could hae had ony richt to expect. But it's near an hour noo," she concluded with a sigh that indicated approaching tears, as she yielded a little to the increased pressure of his arm. "What makes you say that?" he returned, giving her a warm kiss, plainly either unwelcome nor the first. "Dinna ye think it would be better to drop that kin' o' thing the noo, sir?" she said, and would have stood erect, but he held her fast. "Why now, more than any time, I don't know for how long. Where does the difference come in? What puts the notion in your pretty little head? It maun come some day, and the langer the harder it'll be. But tell me what has set you thinking about it all at once." She burst into tears. He tried to soothe and comfort her, but in struggling not to cry she only sobbed the worse. At last, however, she succeeded in faltering out an explanation. "Auntie's been tellin' me that I maun loik to my hurt, so as no to tine to ye thegither. But it's awa already," she went on, with a fresh outburst, "and it's no manner o' use cryin' till to come back to me. I micht as will cry yupo the wind as it blaws by me. I canna understand tea. I ken will ye'll soon be a great man, and a the tune crucian to hear ye, and I ken just as will that I'll hae to sit still in my seat and look up to ye whar ye stan, no doorin' to say a word, no doorin' even to think a thouch lest somebody sittin' aside me should hear't on me spoken. For what would it be but clean impudence o' me to think 'at there was a time when I was sittin' whar I'm sittin' the noo, and thinkin' tea I the vera kirk? I would be near han deein' for shame. Didn't you ever think, ISY, that maybe I might marry you some day?" said James jokingly, confident in the gulf between them. "Na, no ance. I ken better nor that. I never even wust it, for that would be nae freends wuss. You would never get ony farther gene ye did. I'm not nae fit for a minister's wife, nor worthy o' bein' ane. I micht do know that ill, and pass middlin' weel, in a SMA clockin' while we bit kirkie, but a man grand folk, in a muckle tune, for that's whar ye're sure to be. And me! The last week or twa I hae seen ye driftin' awa frae me, OT and OT to the great sea, whar never a thoucht o' ISY would come nigh ye again, and what for should there? Ye camna into the world to think aboot me or the likes o' me, but to be a great preacher, and leave me ahin ye, like a sheaf o' corn ye had just cut it and left unbun." Here came another burst of bitter weeping, followed by words whose very articulation was a succession of sobs. Me! I hae clean disgraced missel," she cried at last, and ended, wiping her eyes, in vain, for the tears would keep flowing. As to young Blatherwick, I venture to assert that nothing vulgar or low, still less of evil intent, was passing through his mind during this confession, and yet what but evil was his unpitying, selfish exultation in the fact that this simple-hearted and very pretty girl should love him unsought, and had told him so unasked? A true-hearted man would at once have perceived and shrunk from what he was bringing upon her. James's vanity only made him think it very natural, and more than excusable in her, and while his ambition made him imagine himself so much her superior as to exclude the least thought of marrying her, it did not prevent him from yielding to the delight her confession caused him, or from persuading her that there was no harm in loving one to whom she must always be dear, whatever his future might bring with it. ISY left the room not a little consoled, and with a new hope in possession of her innocent imagination, leaving James exultant over his conquest, and indulging a more definite pleasure than hitherto in the person and devotion of the girl. As to any consciousness in him of danger to either of them, it was no more than, on the shore, the uneasy stir of a storm far out at sea. Had the least thought of wronging her invaded his mind, he would have turned from it with abhorrence. Yet was he endangering all her peace without giving it one reasonable thought. He was acting with a selfishness too much ingrained to manifest its own unlovely shape, while in his mind lay all the time a half-conscious care to avoid making the girl any promise. As to her fitness for a minister's wife, he had never asked himself a question concerning it, but in truth she might very soon have grown far fitter for the position than he was for that of a minister. In character she was much beyond him, and in breeding and consciousness far more of a lady than he of a gentleman, fine gentleman as he would fain know himself. Her manners were immeasurably better than his, because they were simple and aimed at nothing. Instinctively she avoided whatever, had she done it, she would at once have recognized as uncomely. She did not know that simplicity was the purest breeding, yet from mere truth of nature practiced it unknowing. If her words were older-fashioned, that is, more provincial than his, at least her tone was less so, and her utterance was prettier than if, like him, she had aped an anglicized mode of speech. James would, I am sure, have admired her more if she had been dressed on Sundays in something more showy than a simple cotton gown, and I fear that her poverty had its influence in the freedoms he allowed himself with her. Her aunt was a weak as well as unsuspicious woman, who had known better days, and pitied herself because they were past and gone. She gave herself no anxiety as to her niece's prudence, but continued well assured of it even while her very goodness was conspiring against her safety. It would have required a man, not merely of greater goodness than James, but of greater insight into the realities of life as well, to perceive the worth and superiority of the girl who waited upon him with a devotion far more angelic than servile, for whatever might have seemed to savor of the latter, had love, hopeless of personal advantage, at the root of it. Thus things went on for a while, with a continuous strengthening of the pleasant yet not altogether easy bonds in which Isabel walked, and a constant increase of the attraction that drew the student to the self-yielding girl, until the appearance of another lodger in the house was the means of opening Blatherwick's eyes to the state of his own feelings, by occasioning the birth and recognition of a not unnatural jealousy, which gave him pause. On Izzy's side there was not the least occasion for this jealousy, and he knew it, but not the less he saw that, if he did not mean to go further, here he must stop, the immediate result of which was that he began to change a little in his behavior toward her, when at any time she had to enter his room in ministration to his wants. Of this change the poor girl was at once aware, but she attributed it to a temporary absorption in his studies. Soon, however, she could not doubt that not merely was his voice or his countenance changed toward her, but that his heart had grown cold, and that he was no longer friends with her. For there was another and viler element than mere jealousy concerned in his alteration. He had become aware of a more real danger into which he was rapidly drifting, that of irrecoverably blasting the very dawn of his prospects by an imprudent marriage. To saddle himself with a wife, as he vulgarly expressed it, before he had gained his license, before even he had had the poorest opportunity of distinguishing himself in that wherein lay his every hope and ambition of proving his excellence, was a thing not for a moment to be contemplated. And now, when Isabel asked him in sorrowful mood some indifferent question, the uneasy knowledge that he was about to increase her sadness made him answer her roughly, a form not unnatural to incipient compunction. White as a ghost she stood a moment silently staring at him, then sank on the floor senseless. Seized with an overmastering repentance that brought back with a rush all his tenderness, James sprang to her, lifted her in his arms, laid her on the sofa, and lavished caresses upon her, until at length she recovered sufficiently to know where she lay, in the false paradise of his arms, with him kneeling over her in a passion of regret, the first passion he had ever felt or manifested toward her, pouring into her ear words of incoherent dismay, which, taking shape as she revived, soon became promises and vows. Thereupon the knowledge that he had committed himself, and the conviction that he was henceforth bound to one course in regard to her, wherein he seemed to himself incapable of falsehood, unhappily freed him from the self-restraint then most imperative upon him, and his trust in his own honor became the last loop of the snare about to entangle his and her very life. At the moment when a genuine love would have hastened to surround the woman with bulwarks of safety, he ceased to regard himself as his sister's keeper. Even thus did Cain cease to be his brother's keeper, and so slew him. But the vengeance on his unpremeditated treachery, for treachery, although unpremeditated, it was none the less, came close upon its heels. The moment that Isy left the room, weeping and pallid, conscious that a miserable shame but waited the entrance of a reflection even now importunate, he threw himself on the floor, writhing as in the claws of 100 demons. The next day but one he was to preach his first sermon before his class, in the presence of his professor of divinity. His immediate impulse was to rush from the house, and home hot-foot to his mother, and it would have been well for him to have done so indeed, confessed all, and turned his back on the church and his paltry ambition together. But he had never been open with his mother, and he feared his father, not knowing the tender righteousness of that father's heart, or the springs of love which would at once have burst open to meet the sorrowful tale of his wretched son, and instead of fleeing at once to his one city of refuge, he fell but to pacing the room in hopeless bewilderment, and before long he was searching every corner of his reviving consciousness. Not indeed as yet for any justification, but for what palliation of his fault might there be found, for it was the first necessity of this self-lover to think well, or at least endurably, of himself. Nor was it long before a multitude of sneaking arguments, imps of Satan, began to assemble at the agonized cry of his self-dissatisfaction, for it was nothing more. For, in that agony of his, there was no detestation of himself because of his humiliation of the trusting Isabel. He did not loathe his abuse of her confidence, or his having wrapped her in the foul fire-damp of his miserable weakness. The hour of a true and good repentance was for him not yet come. Shame only as yet possessed him, because of the failure of his own fancied strength. If it should ever come to be known, what contempt would not clothe him, instead of the garments of praise of which he had dreamed all these years? The pulpit, that goal of his ambition, that field of his imagined triumphs, the very thought of it now for a time made him feel sick. Still, there at least lay yet a possibility of recovery, not indeed by repentance, of which he did not seek to lay hold, but in the chance that no one might hear a word of what had happened. Sure he felt that Isy would never reveal it, and least of all to her aunt. His promise to marry Isy he would of course keep. Neither would that be any great hardship, if only it had no consequences. As an immediate thing, however, it was not to be thought of. There could be at the moment no necessity for such an extreme measure. He would wait and see. He would be guided by events. As to the sin of the thing, how many had not fallen like him, and no one the wiser? Never would he so offend again. And in the meantime he would let it go, and try to forget it, in the hope that Providence now, and at length time, would bury it from all men's sight. He would go on the same as if the untoward thing had not so cruelly happened, had cast no such cloud over the fair future before him. Nor were his selfish regrets unmingled with annoyance that Isy should have yielded so easily. Why had she not aided him to resist the weakness that had wrought his undoing? She was as much to blame as he, and for her unworthiness was he to be left to suffer? Within an hour he had returned to the sermon under his hand, and was revising it for the 20th time, to perfect it before finally committing it to memory. For so should the lie of his life be crowned with success, and seem the thing it was not, an outcome of extemporaneous feeling. During what remained of the 2 days following he spared no labor, and at last delivered it with considerable unction, and the feeling that he had achieved his end. Neither of those days did Isy make her appearance in his room, her aunt excusing her apparent neglect with the information that she was in bed with a bad headache, while herself she supplied her place. The next day ISY went about her work as usual, but never once looked up. James imagined reproach in her silence, and did not venture to address her, having, indeed, no wish to speak to her, for what was there to be said? A cloud was between them, a great gulf seemed to divide them. He wondered at himself, no longer conscious of her attraction, or of his former delight in her proximity. His resolve to marry her was not yet wavering. He fully intended to keep his promise. But he must wait the proper time, the right opportunity for revealing to his parents the fact of his engagement. After a few days, however, during which there had been no return to their former familiarity, it was with a fearful kind of relief that he learned she was gone to pay a visit to a relation in the country. He did not care that she had gone without taking leave of him, only wondered if she could have said anything to incriminate him. The session came to an end while she was still absent. He took a formal leave of her aunt, and went home to Stonecross. His father at once felt a wider division between them than before, and his mother was now compelled, much against her will, to acknowledge to herself its existence. At the same time he carried himself with less arrogance, and seemed humbled rather than uplifted by his success. During the year that followed, he made several visits to Edinburgh, and before long received the presentation to a living in the gift of his father's landlord, a certain duke who had always been friendly to the well-to-do and unassuming tenant of one of his largest farms in the north. But during none of these visits did he inquire or hear anything about ISY, either now, when, without blame, he might have taken steps toward the fulfillment of the promise which he had never ceased to regard as binding, could he persuade himself that the right time had come for revealing it to his parents. He knew it would be a great blow to his mother to learn that he had so handicapped his future. And he feared the silent face of his father at the announcement of it. It is hardly necessary to say that he had made no attempt to establish any correspondence with the poor girl. Indeed, by this time he found himself not unwilling to forget her, and cherished a hope that she had, if not forgotten, at least dismissed from her mind all that had taken place between them. Now and then in the night he would wake to a few tender thoughts of her, but before the morning they would vanish, and during the day he would drown any chance reminiscence of her in a careful polishing and repolishing of his sentences, aping the style of Chalmers or of Robert Hall, and occasionally inserting some fine-sounding quotation, for apparent richness of composition was his principal aim, not truth of meaning, or lucidity of utterance. I can hardly be presumptuous in adding that, although growing in a certain popularity with men, he was not thus growing in favor with God. And as he continued to hear nothing about ISY, the hope at length, bringing with it a keen shoot of pleasure, awoke in him that he was never to hear of her more. For the praise of men, and the love of that praise, having now restored him to his own good graces, he regarded himself with more interest and approbation than ever, and his continued omission of inquiry after ISY, heedless of the predicament in which he might have placed her, was a far worse sin against her, because deliberate, than his primary wrong to her. And it now recoiled upon him in increased hardness of heart and self-satisfaction. Thus in love with himself, and thereby shut out from the salvation of love to another, he was specially in danger of falling in love with the admiration of any woman, and thence now occurred a little episode in his history not insignificant in its results. He had not been more than a month or two in his parish when he was attracted by a certain young woman in his congregation of some inborn refinement and distinction of position, to whom he speedily became anxious to recommend himself. He must have her approval, and if possible, her admiration. Therefore in his preaching, if the word used for the lofty, simple utterance of divine messengers may without offense be misapplied to his paltry memorizations, his main thought was always whether the said lady was justly appreciating the eloquence and wisdom with which he meant to impress her, while in fact he remained incapable of understanding how deep her natural insight penetrated both him and his pretensions. Her probing attention, however, he so entirely misunderstood that it gave him no small encouragement, and thus becoming only the more eager after her good opinion, he came at length to imagine himself heartily in love with her, a thing impossible to him with any woman, and at last, emboldened by the fancied importance of his position, and his own fancied distinction in it, He ventured an offer of his feeble hand and feebler heart, but only to have them, to his surprise, definitely and absolutely refused. He turned from the lady's door a good deal disappointed, but severely mortified, and judging it impossible for any woman to keep silence concerning such a refusal, and unable to endure the thought of the gossip to ensue, he began at once to look about him for a refuge, and frankly told his patron the whole story. It happened to suit his Grace's plans, and he came speedily to his assistance with the offer of his native parish, whence the suitor's argumentative antagonist had just been removed to a place, probably not a very distinguished one, in the kingdom of heaven, and it seemed to all but a natural piety when James Blatherwick exchanged his parish for that where he was born, and where his father and mother continued to occupy the old farm. Chapter 4. The suitor was still meditating on things spiritual, still reading the Gospel of St. John, still making and mending shoes, and still watching the development of his daughter, who had begun to unfold what not a few of the neighbors, with most of whom she was in favor, counted beauty. The farm laborers in the vicinity were nearly all more or less her admirers, and many a pair of shoes was carried to her father for the sake of a possible smile from Maggie, but because of a certain awe that seemed to pervade her presence, no one had as yet dared a word to her beyond that of greeting or farewell. Each that looked upon her became at once aware of a certain inferiority. Her beauty seemed to suggest behind it a beauty it was unable to reveal. She was rather short in stature, but altogether well proportioned, with a face wonderfully calm and clear, and quiet but keen dark eyes. Her complexion owed its white rose tinge to a strong, gentle life, and its few freckles to the pale sun of Scotland, for she courted every breeze bonnetless on the hills, when she accompanied her father in his walks, or carried home the work he had finished. He rejoiced especially that she should delight in feeling the wind about her, for he held it to indicate sympathy with that spirit whose symbol it was, and which he loved to think of as folding her about, closer and more lovingly than his own cherishing soul. Of her own impulse, and almost from the moment of her mother's death, she had given herself to his service, first in doing all the little duties of the house, and then, as her strength and faculty grew, in helping him more and more in his trade. As soon as she had cleared away the few things necessary for a breakfast of porridge and milk, Maggie would hasten to join her father where he stooped over his last, for he was a little short-sighted. When he lifted his head you might see that, notwithstanding the ruggedness of his face, he was a good-looking man, with strong, well-proportioned features, in which, even on Sundays, when he scrubbed his face unmercifully, there would still remain lines suggestive of ingrained rosin and heelball. On weekdays he was not so careful to remove every sign of the labor by which he earned his bread, but when his work was over till the morning, and he was free to sit down to a book, he would never even touch one without first carefully washing his hands and face. In the workshop, Maggie's place was a leather-seated stool like her father's, a yard or so away from his, to leave room for his elbows in drawing out the lingels, rosine threads. There she would at once resume the work she had left unfinished the night before, for it was a curious trait in the father, early inherited by the daughter, that he would never rise from a finished job, however near might be the hour for dropping work, without having begun another to go on with in the morning. It was wonderful how much cleaner Maggie managed to keep her hands, but then to her fell naturally the lighter work for women and children. She declared herself ambitious, however, of one day making with her own hands a perfect pair of top boots. The advantages she gained from this constant intercourse with her father were incalculable. Without the least loss to her freedom of thought, nay, on the contrary, to the far more rapid development of her truest liberty, the suitor seemed to avoid no subject as unsuitable for the girl's consideration, but to insist only on its being regarded from the highest attainable point of view. Matters of indifferent import they seldom, if ever, discussed at all, and nothing she knew her father cared about did Maggie ever allude to with indifference. Full of an honest hilarity ever ready to break out when occasion occurred, she was at the same time incapable of a light word upon a sacred subject. Such jokes as, more than elsewhere, one is in danger of hearing among the clergy of every church, very seldom came out in her father's company, and she very early became aware of the kind of joke he would take or refuse. The like use, especially, of any word of the Lord would sink him in a profound silence. If it were an ordinary man who thus offended, he might rebuke him by asking if he remembered who said those words. Once, when it was a man specially regarded who gave the offense, I heard him say something to this effect: "The maester doesna forget war, and when he spak they words, I hope ye do forget." Indeed, the most powerful force in the education of Maggie was the evident attitude of her father toward that Son of Man who was even now bringing the children of God to the knowledge of that Father of whom the whole family in heaven and earth is named. Mingling with her delights in the inanimate powers of nature, in the sun and the wind, in the rain and the growth, in the running waters and the darkness sown with stars, was such a sense of his presence that she felt like him. He might at any moment appear to her father, or, should it so please him, even to herself. 2 or 3 miles away, in the heart of the hills, on the outskirts of the farm of Stonecross, lived an old cottar and his wife, who paid a few shillings of rent to Mr. Blatherwick for the acre or two their ancestors had redeemed from the heather and bog, and gave, with their one son who remained at home, occasional service on the farm. They were much respected by the farmer and his wife, as well as the small circle to which they were known in the neighboring village, better known, and more respected still in that kingdom called of heaven, for they were such as he to whom the promise was given, that he should yet see the angels of God ascending and descending on the Son of Man. They had long and heartily loved and honored the suitor, whom they had known before the death of his wife, and for his sake and hers, both had always befriended the motherless Maggie. They could not greatly pity her, seeing she had such a father, yet old Ippy had her occasional moments of anxiety as to how the bairn would grow up without a mother's care. No sooner, however, did the little one begin to show character, than Eppy's doubt began to abate, and long before the time to which my narrative has now come, the child and the childlike old woman were fast friends. Maggie was often invited to spend a day at Bogshook, oftener indeed than she felt at liberty to leave her father and their common work, though not oftener than she would have liked to go. One morning, early in summer, when first the hillsides had begun to look attractive, a small agricultural cart, such as is now but seldom seen, with little paint except on its 2 red wheels, and drawn by a thin, long-haired little horse, stopped at the door of the suitor's house, clay-floored and straw-thatched, in a back lane of the village. It was a cart the cottar used in the cultivation of his little holding, and his son who drove it, now nearly middle-aged, was likely to succeed to the hut and acres of Bogshook. Man and equipage, both well known to the suitor, had come with an invitation, more pressing than usual, that Maggie would pay them a visit of a few days. Father and daughter, consulting together in the presence of Andrew Cormack, arrived at the conclusion that, work being rather slacker than usual, and nobody in need of any promised job which the suitor could not finish by himself in good time, Maggie was quite at liberty to go. She sprang up joyfully, not without a little pang at the thought of leaving her father alone, although she knew him quite equal to anything that could be required in the house before her return, and set about preparing their dinner, while Andrew went to execute a few commissions that the mistress at Stonecross and his mother at Bogshook had given him. By the time he returned, Maggie was in her Sunday gown, with her weekday wrapper and winsey petticoat in a bundle, for she reckoned on being of some use to Ippy during her visit. When they had eaten their humble dinner, Andrew brought the cart to the door, and Maggie scrambled into it. "Tak a piece, why ye," said her father, following her to the cart. "Ye hadna muckle to your dinner, and ye may be hungry again, or ye hae the lang road ahint ye." He put several pieces of oatcake in her hand, which she received with a loving smile, and they set out at a walking pace, which Andrew made no attempt to quicken. It was far from a comfortable carriage, neither was her wisp of straw in the bottom of it altogether comfortable to sit upon, but the change from her stool and the close attention her work required, to the open air and the free rush of the thoughts that came crowding to her out of the wilderness, put her at once in a blissful mood. Even the few dull remarks that the slow-thinking Andrew made at intervals from his perch on the front of the cart seemed to come to her from the realm of fairy, the mysterious world that lay in the folds of the huddled hills. Everything Maggie saw or heard that afternoon seemed to wear the glamour of God's imagination, which is at once the birth and the very truth of everything. Selfishness alone can rub away that divine gilding, without which gold itself is poor indeed. Suddenly the little horse stood still. Andrew, waking up from his snooze, jumped to the ground, and began, still half asleep, to search into the cause of the arrest, for Jess, although she could not make haste, never of her own accord stood still while able to keep on walking. Maggie, on her part, had for some time noted that they were making very slow progress. "She's dead cripple," said Andrew at length, straightening his long back from an examination of Jess's 4 feet, and coming to Maggie's side of the cart with a serious face. "I dinna believe the crater's fit to gang a step further. Yet I canna see what's happened her." Maggie was on the road before he had done speaking. Andrew tried once to lead Jess, but immediately desisted. "It would be fell cruelty," he said. "We maun jist lose her, and tak her gene we can to the Howe o' the Mains. They'll gie her a nix quarters there, poor thing. And we'll see gene they can tak you in as weel, Maggie. The maester, I mak nae doot, 'ill lend me a horse to come for ye I the morning." "I winna hear o' tea," answered Maggie. "I can tramp the lave o' the road as weel's you, Andrew. But I hae a they things to carry, and that'll no leave me a hand to help ye ower the burn," objected Andrew. "What o' that?" she returned. "I was sa felt tired o' sittin' that my legs are jist like to rin awa wy me. Lat me jist dook missile I the bonny win," she added, turning herself round and round. "Isna it jist like off a thin water, and rue, here, gie me a haud o' that loaf. I carry that, and my ain bit bundle as weel, syne I fancy ye can manage the lave yoursel." Andrew never had much to say, and this time he had nothing. But her readiness relieved him of some anxiety, for his mother would be very uncomfortable if he went home without her. Maggie's spirits rose to lark pitch as the darkness came on and deepened, and the wind became to her a live gloom, in which, with no eye bound to the space enclosing her, she could go on imagining after the freedom of her own wild will. As the world and everything in it gradually disappeared, it grew easy to imagine Jesus making the darkness light about him, and stepping from it plain before her sight. That could be no trouble to him, she argued, as, being everywhere, he must be there. He could appear in any form, who had created every shape on the face of the whole world. If she were but fit to see him, then surely he would come to her. For thus often had her father spoken to her, talking of the varied appearances of the Lord after his resurrection, and his promise that he would be with his disciples always to the end of the world. Even after he had gone back to his Father, had he not appeared to the Apostle Paul? And might it not be that he had shown himself to many another through the long ages? In any case he was everywhere, and always about them, although now, perhaps from lack of faith in the earth, he had not been seen for a long time. And she remembered her father once saying that nobody could even think a thing if there was no possible truth in it. The Lord went away that they might believe in him when out of the sight of him, and so be in him, and he in them. "I dinna think," said Maggie aloud to herself, as she trudged along beside the delightfully silent Andrew, "that my father would be the least astonished, only filled wi' an awfu' gladness, if at ony moment, walking at his side, the Lord was to call him by his name, and appear till him. He would but think he had just stepped it ot upon him frae some secret door, and would say, 'I thoucht, Lord, I would see you some day. I was I greedy after a sicht o' ye, Lord, and here ye are.'" Chapter 5. The same moment to her ears came the cry of an infant. Her first thought was, "Can that be himsel, come ance again as he cam ance afore?" She stopped in the dusky starlight, and listened with her very soul. "Andrew!" she cried, for she heard the sound of his steps as he plodded on in front of her, and could vaguely see him. "Andrew, what was yon?" "I heard naething," answered Andrew, stopping at her cry and listening. There came a second cry, a feeble, sad wail, and both of them heard it. Maggie darted off in the direction whence it seemed to come, nor had she far to run, for it was not one to reach any distance. They were at the moment climbing a dreary, desolate ridge, where the road was a mere stony hollow, in winter a path for the rain rather than the feet of men. On each side of it lay a wild moor, covered with heather and low berry-bearing shrubs. Under a big bush Maggie saw something glimmer, and flying to it, found a child. It might be a year old, but was so small and poorly nourished that its age was hard to guess. With the instinct of a mother, she caught it up, and clasping it close to her panting bosom, was delighted to find it cease wailing the moment it felt her arm. Andrew, who had dropped the things he carried, and started at once after her, met her halfway, so absorbed in her treasure trove, and so blind to aught else, that he had to catch them both in his arms to break the imminent shock. But she slipped from them, and, to his amazement, went on down the hill, back the way they had come. Clearly she thought of nothing but carrying the infant home to her father. And here even the slow perception of her companion understood her. "Maggie, Maggie," he cried, "ye'll baith be deid afore ye win hame YT. Come on to my mither. There never was woman like her for bairns. She'll ken a hantle better nor ony father what to do YT." Maggie at once recovered her senses, and knew he was right, but not before she had received an instantaneous insight that never after left her. Now she understood the heart of the Son of Man, come to find and carry back the stray children to their father and his. When afterward she told her father what she had then felt, he answered her with just the 4 words and no more. "Lassie, ye hae tea." Happily the moon was now up, so that Andrew was soon able to find the things they had both dropped in their haste, and Maggie had soon wrapped the baby in the winsey petticoat she had been carrying. Andrew took up his loaf and his other packages, and they set out again for Bogshook, Maggie's heart all but overwhelmed with its exultation. Had the precious thing been twice the weight, so exuberant was her feeling of wealth in it that she could have carried it twice the distance with ease, although the road was so rough that she went in constant terror of stumbling. Andrew gave now and then a queer chuckle at the ludicrousness of their homecoming, and every second minute had to stop and pick up one or other of his many parcels. But Maggie strode on in front, full of possession, and with the feeling of having now at last entered upon her heavenly inheritance, so that she was quite startled when suddenly they came in sight of the turf cottage, and the little window in which a small cresset lamp was burning. Before they reached it the door opened, and Ippy appeared with an overflow of question and anxious welcome. "What on earth?" she began. "Nathing but a bonny wee bairnie, why you smither has tint it," at once interrupted and answered Maggie, flying up to her, and laying the child in her arms. Mrs. Cormac stood and stared, now at Maggie, and now at the bundle that lay in her own arms. Tenderly searching in the petticoat, she found at last the little one's face, and uncovered the sleeping child. "The puir mither," she said, and hurriedly covered again the tiny countenance. "It's mine!" cried Maggie. "I found it honest." "Its mither may ha' lost it honest, Maggie," said Ippy. "Weel, its mither can come for Jean she want it." "It's mine till she dis, ony gate," rejoined the girl. "Nae doot o' that," replied the old woman, scarcely questioning that the infant had been left to perish by some worthless tramp. "Ye'll maybe hate langer nor ye'll care to keep it." "That's no vera likely," answered Maggie with a smile, as she stood in the doorway, in the wakeful night of the northern summer. "It's ain o' the Lord's ain lammies that he cam to the hills to seek. He's fund this ain. Weel, my bonny do, it sanna be for me to contradict ye, but ways ye po me for a menseless auld wife. Come in, the mair welcome at yeary lang expect it, but bless me, Unruh, what hae ye doon wi' the cart and the beastie?" In a few words, for brevity was easy to him, Andrew told the story of their disaster. "It maun hae been the Lord's mercy. The puir beastie be to suffer for the sake o' the bairnie." She got them their supper, which was keeping hot by the fire, and then sent Maggie to her bed in the ben end, where she laid the baby beside her, after washing him and wrapping him in a soft, well-worn shift of her own. But Maggie scarcely slept for listening lest the baby's breath should stop, and Ippy sat in the kitchen with Andrew until the light, slowly traveling round the north, deepened in the east, and at last climbed the sky, leading up the sun himself, when Andrew rose, and set his face towards Stonecross, in full but not very anxious expectation of a stormy reception from his mistress before he should have time to explain. When he reached home, however, he found the house not yet astir, and had time to feed and groom his horses before any one was about, so that, to his relief, no rendering of reasons was necessary. All the next day Maggie was ill at ease, in much dread of the appearance of a mother. The baby seemed nothing the worse for his exposure, and although thin and pale, appeared a healthy child, taking heartily the food offered him. He was decently though poorly clad, and very clean. The Cormacs making inquiry at every farmhouse and cottage within range of the moor, the tale of his finding was speedily known throughout the neighborhood, but to the satisfaction of Maggie at least, who fretted to carry home her treasure, without any result, so that by the time the period of her visit arrived, she was feeling tolerably secure in her possession, and returned with it in triumph to her father. The long-haired horse not yet proving equal to the journey, she had to walk home, but Ippy herself accompanied her, bent on taking her share in the burden of the child, which Maggie was with difficulty persuaded to yield. Ippy indeed carried him up to the Suda's door, but Maggie insisted on herself laying him in her father's arms. The Suda rose from his stool, received him like Simeon taking the infant Jesus from the arms of his mother, and held him high like a heave-offering to him that had sent him forth from the hidden holiest of holies. One moment in silence he held him, then restoring him to his daughter, sat down again, and took up his last and shoe. Then suddenly becoming aware of a breach in his manners, he rose again at once, saying, "I crave your pardon, Mistress Cormac. I was clean forgettin' ony breedin' I ever had, Maggie. Tak her freen ben the hoose, and gar her rest her a bit. While ye get something for her after her lang walk, I'll be ben Nissel and a minute or twa to hae a crack wi her. I hae but a few stitches mair to put intil this same soul. The 3os maun tak some serious kunsel thegither and nent the upbringin' o' this God-sent bairn. I dinna but he's come wi a blessin' to this hoose. But it was a merciful fittin' o' things that the puir bairn and Maggie sud that nicht come thegither. Verily, he shall give his angels charge over thee. They maun hae been aboot the muir that day, that nane but Maggie sud get a haud o' him, even as they maun hae been aboot the field and the flock and the shepherds and the instable o' that grand nicht." The same moment entered a neighbor who, having previously heard and misinterpreted the story, had now caught sight of their arrival. Suitor, but ye are a man by Providence sair oppressed," she cried. "What think ye has been the foe here?" The wrath of the suitor sprang up flaming. "Gang o my hoose, ye o thouchtit woman," he shouted. "Gang o this vera meanit, and comina until te again sepit be to beg my pardon and that o this good woman and my bonny lass here. The Lord God bless her frail tongues, gang o I tell ye." The outraged father stood towering, whom all the town knew for a man of gentlest temper and great courtesy. The woman stood one moment dazed and uncertain, then turned and fled. Maggie retired with Mistress Cormac, and when the suitor joined them, he said never a word about the discomfited gossip. Ippy, having taken her tea, rose and bade them good night, nor crossed another threshold in the village. Chapter 6. As soon as the baby was asleep, Maggie went back to the kitchen where her father still sat at work. "Ye're late the night, father," she said. "I am that lassie, but ye see I canna loik for muckle help frae you for some time. Ye'll hae a nudge to dee why that bairn o' yours, and we hae him to fin for no as wills orsels. No 'at I hae the least concern aboot the bonny white raven, only we maun consider him like the lave." "It's little he'll want for a whilie, father," answered Maggie. "But no," she went on, in a tone of seriousness that was almost awe. "Lat me hear what ye're thinkin'. What kin o' a mither could she be that left her bairn the root I the wide eerie nicht? And what for could she hae deemed tea? She maun hae been some puir lassie that hadna learnt to think first o' his wool. She had believed the man when he promised to marry her, no kennin' he was a leer, and no heedin' the vice inside her that said ye mauna, and sae she loot him dee what he likit wi her, and mak him so the father o' a bairnie that wasna meant for him. Sick liberties as he took wi her, and she outna to hae permitted, made a mither o' her afore ever she was married. Sick fools hae an awfu' time o' tea, for folk hardly ever forgies them, and I loikes doon yip o' them. Doubtless the rascal ran awa and left her to fin for hersel. Naebody would help her, and she had to beg the braid for hersel, and the drap milk for the bairnie. Sae that at last she lost hert and left it, just as Hagar left hers aneath the bus I the wilderness afore God shawed her the bonny wall o' water. I kenna whilk o' them was the worst, father or mither," cried Maggie. "Nay, mair do I," said the suitor. "But I do gain that lead to the ither, maun hae to be content the worst." "There canna be mony sick men," said Maggie. "'Deed there's a heap o' them know a hair better," rejoined her father. "But wae's me for the puir lassie that believes them. She kenned what was richt o' the time, father." "That's true, my dowty, but to ken is no eye to understan, and even to understan is no eye to see richt in tilt. No woman's safe that hasna the love o' God, the great love, in her heart o' the time. What's best in her, wan the vera best awa, may turn to be her greatest danger. And the higher ye rise ye come into the war danger, till ence ye're fairly until the ae safe place, the hurt o' the Father. There, and there only, ye're safe frae earth, frae hell, and frae your ain hurt. O' the temptations, even sick as ance made the heavenly hosts themselves frae haven to hell, canna touch ye there. But wan man or woman repents and humbles himsel, there is he to lift them up, and that higher than ever they steed afore. Syne they're no to be despised that none despises them, lassie, but them that haena yet learnt the danger therein o' that same themsels. Mony I'm thinking, is keep it frae in, jist because she's no far enough on to get the guid o' the shame, but would jist sink farther and farther. But Ippy tells me that maist o' them at trips gangs on in, and never wins up again. Oh you, aye, that's true as far as we, short-lived and short-sichted craters, see o' them. But this world's but the beginning, and the glory o' Christ, whilst the vera love o' the Father, spreads a heap further nor that. It's no for naething we're telt who the sinner women cam till him frae a sides. They needed him sair and cam. Never ane o' them was our black to be Latin gang close up till him, and some o' sick women understeed things he said at mony a respectable woman couldna get a glimp o'. There's Irene enuch, as Maester Shakespeare says, I the sweet havens to wash the vera hun o' murder as white as snow. The creatine hurt is fu o' sick rain. Lo him, lassie, and ye'll never glor the bonny goon ye brouch white frae his hurt. The Suda's face was solemn and white, and tears were running down the furrows of his cheeks. Maggie too was weeping. At length she said, "Supposin' the mither o' my bairnie a woman like that, can ye think it fair that her disgrace should stick till him? It sticks till him only in sick minds as never saw the lovely greatness o' God. But sick bairns come na until the whirl as God wad hae them come. But your bairnie is come, and that he couldna withoot the creatine wool o' the Father. Doubtless sick bairnies hae to suffer frae the prejudgment o' their fellow men and women, but they may get muckle guid and little frae that, a guid naebody can reave them o'. It's no a mere visitin' o' the sins o' the fathers yup o' the bairns, but a provision to haud the bairns af o' the like, and to shame the fathers o' them. But sick maun be sair affronted wi' themsels, that disgrace at ance the wife that should hae been and the bairn that shouldna. The puir bairnie that has sick a father. But he has neither as weel, a richt grandfather to rin till, the ae thing," the suitor went on, "that you and me, Maggie, has to do, is never to lat the bairn ken the miss o' father or mother, and sa lead him to the ae father, the only real and truing dot. There he's wailin', the bonny wee man." Maggie ran to quiet her little one, but soon returned, and sitting down again beside her father, asked him for a piece of work. All this time, through his own cowardly indifference, the would-be grand preacher, James Blatherwick, knew nothing of the fact that, somewhere in the world, without father or mother, lived a silent witness against him. Chapter 7. Isy had contrived to postpone her return to her aunt until James was gone, for she dreaded being in the house with him lest anything should lead to the discovery of the relation between them. Soon after his departure, however, she had to encounter the appalling fact that the dread moment was on its way when she would no longer be able to conceal the change in her condition. Her first and last thought was then, how to protect the good name of her lover, and avoid involving him in the approaching ruin of her reputation. With this in view she vowed to God and to her own soul absolute silence with regard to the past. James's name even should never pass her lips. Nor did she find the vow hard to keep, even when her aunt took measures to draw her secret from her. But the dread lest in her pains she should cry out for the comfort which James alone could give her, almost drove her to poison, from which only the thought of his coming child restrained her. Enabled at length only by the pure inexorability of her hour, she passed through her sorrow and found herself still alive, with her lips locked tight on her secret. The poor girl, who was weak enough to imperil her good name for love of a worthless man, was by that love made strong to shield him from the consequences of her weakness. Whether in this she did well for the world, for the truth, or for her own soul, she never wasted a thought. In vain did her aunt ply her with questions. She felt that to answer one of them would be to wrong him, and lose her last righteous hold upon the man who had at least once loved her a little. Without a gleam, without even a shadow of hope for herself, she clung, through shame and blame, to his scathlessness as the only joy left her. He had most likely, she thought, all but forgotten her very existence, for he had never written to her, or made any effort to discover what had become of her. She clung to the conviction that he could never have heard of what had befallen her. By and by she grew able to reflect that to remain where she was would be the ruin of her aunt, for who would lodge in the same house with her? She must go at once. And her longing to go, with the impossibility of even thinking where she could go, brought her to the very verge of despair, and it was only the thought of her child that still gave her strength enough to live on. And to add immeasurably to her misery, she was now suddenly possessed by the idea, which for a long time remained immovably fixed, that, agonizing as had been her effort after silence, she had failed in her resolve, and broken the promise she imagined she had given to James, that she had been false to him, brought him to shame, and forever ruined his prospects, that she had betrayed him into the power of her aunt, and through her to the authorities of the church. That was why she had never heard a word from him, she thought, and she was never to see him any more. The conviction, the seeming consciousness of all this, so grew upon her that, one morning, when her infant was not yet a month old, she crept from the house, and wandered out into the world, with just 1 shilling in a purse forgotten in the pocket of her dress. After that, for a time, her memory lost hold of her consciousness, and what befell her remained a blank, refusing to be recalled. When she began to come to herself, she had no knowledge of where she had been, or for how long her mind had been astray. All was irretrievable confusion, crossed with cloud-like trails of blotted dreams, and vague survivals of gratitude for bread and pieces of money. Everything she became aware of surprised her, except the child in her arms. Her story had been plain to every one she met, and she had received thousands of kindnesses which her memory could not hold. At length, intentionally or not, she found herself in a neighborhood to which she had heard James Blatherwick refer. Here again a dead blank stopped her backward gaze, till suddenly once more she grew aware, and knew that she was aware, of being alone on a wide moor in a dim night, with her hungry child, to whom she had given the last drop of nourishment he could draw from her, wailing in her arms. Then fell upon her a hideous despair, and unable to carry him a step farther, she dropped him from her helpless hands into a bush, and there left him, to find, as she thought, some milk for him. She could sometimes even remember that she went staggering about, looking under the great stones, and into the clumps of heather, in the hope of finding something for him to drink. At last, I presume, she sank on the ground, and lay for a time insensible. Anyhow, when she came to herself, she searched in vain for the child, or even the place where she had left him. The same evening it was that Maggie came along with Andrew, and found the baby as I have already told. All that night, and a great part of the next day, I.S.Y. went searching about in vain, doubtless with intervals of repose compelled by utter exhaustion. Imagining at length that she had discovered the very spot where she left him, and not finding him, she came to the conclusion that some wild beast had come upon the helpless thing and carried him off. Then a gleam of water coming to her eye, she rushed to the peat hag whence it was reflected, and would there have drowned herself. But she was intercepted and turned aside by a man who threw down his flockter spade, and ran between her and the frightful hole. He thought she was out of her mind, and tried to console her with the assurance that no child left on that moor could be in other than Luck's way. He gave her a few halfpence, and directed her to the next town, with a threat of hanging if she made a second attempt of the sort. A long time of wandering followed, with ceaseless inquiry, and alternating disappointment and fresh expectation. But every day something occurred that served just to keep the life in her, and at last she reached the county town, where she was taken to a place of shelter. Chapter 8. James Blatherwick was proving himself not unacceptable to his native parish, where he was thought a very rising man, inasmuch as his fluency was far ahead of his perspicuity. He soon came to note the suitor as a man far in advance of the rest of his parishioners. But he saw, at the same time, that he was regarded by most as a wild fanatic if not as a dangerous heretic, and himself imagined that he saw in him certain indications of a mild lunacy. In Tiltawee he pursued the same course as elsewhere. Anxious to let nothing come between him and the success of his eloquence, he avoided any appearance of differing in doctrine from his congregation, and until he should be more firmly established, would show himself as much as possible of the same mind with them, using the doctrinal phrases he had been accustomed to in his youth, or others so like that they would be taken to indicate unchanged opinions, while for his part he practiced a mental reservation in regard to them. He had noted with some degree of pleasure in the suitor that he used almost none of the set phrases of the good people of the village, who devoutly followed the traditions of the elders. But he knew little as to what the suitor did not believe, and still less of what he did believe with all his heart and soul. For John MacLair could not even utter the name of God without therein making a confession of faith immeasurably beyond anything inhabiting the consciousness of the parson, and on his part soon began to note in James a total absence of enthusiasm in regard to such things of which his very calling implied at least an absolute acceptance. He would allude to any or all of them as merest matters of course. Never did his face light up when he spoke of the Son of God, of his death, or of his resurrection. Never did he make mention of the kingdom of heaven as if it were anything more venerable than the kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland. But the soul of the suitor would venture far into the twilight, searching after the things of God, opening wider its eyes, as the darkness widened around them. On one occasion the parson took upon him to remonstrate with what seemed to him the audacity of his parishioner. "Don't you think you are just going a little too far there, Mr. MacLair?" he said. "Ye mean our far until the dark, Mr. Blatherwick?" "Yes, that is what I mean. You speculate too boldly. But dinna ye think, sir, that direction it's plain the dark grows a wee thinner, though I grant ye there's nothing yet to see a licht? Licht we may I ken by its ain fair shirneen, and by nowt else. But the human soul is just as apt to deceive itself as the human eye. It is always ready to take a flash inside itself for something objective," said Blatherwick. "Nay doot. Nay doot. But when the true licht comes, ye I ken the differ. A man may tak the dark for licht, but he canna take the licht for darkness. And there must always be something for the light to shine upon, else the man sees nothing," said the parson. "There's thoucht, and possible insect until the man," said the suitor to himself. "Maybe, like the Ephesians, ye hae na yet fund o't gene there be ony Holy Ghost, sir?" he said to him aloud. "No man dares deny that," answered the minister. "Still a man mayna kent, though he dorsna deny't. Nay, but them that follows war he leads, can ken that he verily is." "We must beware of private interpretation," suggested James. "Gene a man hearsna a word spoken till his ain sell, he has na the word to lippen till. The Scripture is to him but a sealed bick, he walks i' the dark. The licht is either pertit nor gethered. Gene a man has licht, he has nae the less that there's twa or three o' them thegither present. Gene there be twa or three prayin' thegither, ilk ane o' the three has just what he's able to receive, and he kens in himsel as licht, and the fourth may hae nane. Gene it comena to ilk ane o' them, it comesna to a. Ilk ane maun hae the revelation until his ain sell, as gene there wasna ane mair. And gene it be sae, who are we to win at ony trouth no yet revealed, sep we gang ot until the dark to meet it. Ye maun caw canny, I admit I the mirk, but ye maun caw gene ye wad win at anything. But suppose you know enough to keep going, and do not care to venture into the dark? Gene a man hods on practisin' what he kens, the hunger 'll walk in him after something mair. I'm thinkin' the angels had lang to desire afore they could loik until certain things they sair wanted. But ye may be sure they warna left wit hoot as muckle licht as would lead honest folk safe on. But suppose they couldn't tell whether what they seemed to see was true light or not. Syne they would hae to fa back up o' the wool o' the great licht, we ken will he wants us to see as he himsel sees. Gene we seek that licht, we'll get it. Gene we carina for't, we're just naething and negate, and are in sore need o' some sharp discipline. I'm afraid I can't follow you quite. The fact is, I have been so long occupied with the Bible history, and the new discoveries that bear testimony to it, that I have had but little time for metaphysics. And what's the guido history, or sic metaphysics as is the vera salo history, but to help ye to see Christ? And what's the guido seeing Christ but ye to see God why hurt and unerston in baith as to ken that you're seeing him? Ye min who the Lord said none could ken the Father but the man to whom the Son revealed him? Sir, it's fell time ye had a glimp o' that. Ye ken naething till ye ken God, the only ane a man can truly and rarely ken. Well, you're a long way ahead of me, and for the present I'm afraid there's nothing left but to say good night to you. And therewith the minister departed. Lord, said the suitor, as he sat guiding his all through sole and welt and upper of the shoe on his last, there's surely something at work I the young man. Surely he canna be that far frae walkin' up to see and ken that he sees and kens naething. Lord, pu doon the dyke o' learnin' and self-rictiousness that he canna see ower the tap o, and lat him see the yip o' the ither side o' tea. Lord, send him the grace o' oppen e'en to see war and what he is, that he may cry o tea why the lave os, poor blind bodies, to them that winna see. Walk, though that sleepest, and come o tea o thy grave, and see the licht o the Father I the face o the Son. But the minister went away intent on classifying the suitor by finding out with what sect of the middle-aged mystics to place him. At the same time something strange seemed to hover about the man, refusing to be handled in that way. Something which he called his own religious sense appeared to know something of what the suitor must mean, though he could neither isolate nor define it. Faithlessly as he had behaved to Isy, Blatherwick was not consciously, that is with purpose or intent, a deceitful man. He had, on the contrary, always cherished a strong faith in his own honor. But faith in a thing, in an idea, in a notion, is no proof, or even sign that the thing actually exists. In the present case it had no root except in the man's thought of himself, in his presentation to himself of his own reflected self. The man who thought so much of his honor was in truth a moral unreality, a cowardly fellow, a sneak who, in the hope of escaping consequences, carried himself as beyond reproof. How should such a one ever have the power of spiritual vision developed in him? How should such a one ever see God, ever exist in the same region in which the suitor had long taken up his abode? Still there was this much reality in him, and he had made this much progress that, holding fast by his resolve henceforward no more to slide, he was aware also of a dim suspicion of something he had not seen, but which he might become able to see, and was half resolved to think and read, for the future, with the intent to find out what this strange man seemed to know, or thought he knew. Soon finding himself unable, however, try as hard as he might, to be sure of anything, he became weary of the effort, and sank back into the old, self-satisfied, blind sleep. Chapter 9. Out of this quiescence, however, a pang from the past one morning suddenly waked him, and almost without consciousness of a volition, he found himself at the suitor's door. Maggie opened it with the baby in her arms, with whom she had just been having a game. Her face was in a glow, her hair tossed about, and her dark eyes flashing with excitement. To Blatherwick, without any great natural interest in life, and in the net of a haunting trouble which caused him no immediate apprehension, the young girl, of so little account in the world, and so far below him as he thought, affected him as beautiful, and indeed, she was far more beautiful than he was able to appreciate. It must be remembered, too, that it was not long since he had been refused by another, and at such a time a man is readier to fall in love afresh. Trouble then, lack of interest, and late repulse, had laid James's heart, such as it was, open to assault from a new quarter whence he foresaw no danger. "That's a very fine baby you have," he said. "Whose is he?" "Mine, sir," answered Maggie, with some triumph, for she thought every one must know the story of her treasure. "Oh, indeed, I did not know," answered the parson, bewildered. "At least," Maggie resumed a little hurriedly, "I have the best right to him," and there stopped. "She cannot possibly be his mother," thought the minister, and resolved to question his housekeeper about the child. "Is your father in the house?" he asked, and without waiting for an answer, went in. Such a big boy is too heavy for you to carry, he added, as he laid his hand on the latch of the kitchen door. No a bit, rejoined Maggie, with a little contempt at his disparagement of her strength. And what's to carry him but me? Huddling the boy to her bosom, she went on talking to him in childish guise, as she lifted the latch for the minister. Wad he hae my pet gang travellin' the world yupo they twa bonny wee legs o' his ein, want in the wings he left to hint him? Na. They maun grow a heap stronger first. His ein mammy wad carry him gene he wore twice the size. No, we us gang but the who's and see daddy. She bore him after the minister, and sat down with him on her own stool, beside her father, who looked up, with his hands and knees in skilful consort of labor. Weel, minister, who are ye the day? Is the yerd ony lichter yupo the tap o ye? He said, with a smile that was almost pawky. I do not understand you, Mr. MacClair, answered James with dignity. Na, ye canna. Gene ye could, ye wouldna be sa comfortable as ye seem. I cannot think, Mr. MacClair, why you should be rude to me. Gene ye saw the who's on fire aboot a man deid asleep. Maybe ye micht be in our great a hurry to be polite till him, remarked the suitor. Dare you suggest, sir, that I have been drinking? Cried the parson. Not for a single moment, sir, and I beg your pardon for causing ye so to mistake me. I do not believe, sir, ye wor ever ance our ta'en wide drinkin' o' your life. I fear I'm just our ready to spake in parables, for it's no a body that can or will understand them. But the last time ye left me yupo this same stully, it was why that cry o' the apostle o' the Gentiles I my lug, walk up, though that sleepest, for even the day'd walk when the trumpet bladders I their lug. It seems to me that there the apostle makes allusion to the condition of the Gentile nations, asleep in their sins. But it may apply, doubtless, to the conversion of any unbelieving man from the error of his ways. Weel, said the suitor, turning half round, and looking the minister full in the face. Are ye converted, sir? Or are ye but tinin frae side to side o' your coffin, seekin' a sleepin' assurance that ye're walkin'? You are plain spoken anyway, said the minister, rising. Maybe I am at last, sir. And maybe I hae been hour lang in comin' to that same plainness. Maybe I was hour furt for your coonting me ill-fashioned, what ye see a rude. The parson was halfway to the door, for he was angry, which was not surprising. But with the latch in his hand he turned, and lo, there in the middle of the floor, with the child in her arms, stood the beautiful Maggie, as if in act to follow him. Both were staring after him. Dinna anger him, father, said Maggie. He disna ken better. Will ken I, my dawty, that he disna ken better, but I canna help thinkin' he's maybe no that far frae the walkin'. God grant I be richt aboot that. Gene he would but walk up, what a man he would mak. He kens a heap, only what's that where a man has no licht? I certainly do not see things as you would have me believe you see them, and you are hardly capable of persuading me that you do, I fear, said Blatherwick, with the angry flush again on his face, which had for a moment been dispelled by pallor. But here the baby, seeming to recognize the unsympathetic tone of the conversation, pulled down his lovely little mouth, and sent from it a dread and potent cry. Clasping him to her bosom, Maggie ran from the room with him, jostling James in the doorway as he let her pass. I am afraid I frightened the little man, he said. Deed, sir, it may ha' been you, or it may ha' been me at fricted him, rejoined the suitor. It's a thing I'm sair to blame in, that when I'm in richt earnest, I'm I ready to spake as gene I was angered. Sir, I humbly beg your pardon. As humbly I beg yours, returned the parson. I was in the wrong. The heart of the old man was drawn afresh to the youth. He laid aside his shoe, and turning on his stool, took James's hand in both of his, and said solemnly and lovingly, This moment I wad woolena wide die, sir, that the licht o' that upperson o' which we spak Mick threw upon ye. I believe you, sir, answered James. But, he went on, with an attempt at humor, it wouldn't be so much for you to do after all, seeing you would straightway find yourself in a much better place. Maybe where the penitent thief sat, some 1800 year ago, waitin' to be called up higher, rejoined the suitor with a watery smile. The parson opened the door, and went home, where his knees at once found their way to the carpet. From that night Blatherwick began to go often to the suitors, and soon went almost every other day, for at least a few minutes, and on such occasions had generally a short interview with Maggie and the baby, in both of whom, having heard from the suitor the story of the child, he took a growing interest. "You seem to love him as if he were your own, Maggie," he said one morning to the girl. "And isna he my ain? Didna God himsel gie me the bairn intil my vera arms, or a but?" she rejoined. "Suppose he were to die?" suggested the minister. "Such children often do." "I needna think aboot that," she answered. "I would just hate to say, as Monian has had to say afore me, the Lord gave, ye ken the rest, sir." But day by day Maggie grew more beautiful in the minister's eyes, until at last he was not only ready to say that he loved her, but for her sake to disregard worldly and ambitious considerations. Chapter 10. On the morning of a certain Saturday, therefore, which day of the week he always made a holiday, he resolved to let her know without further delay that he loved her, and the rather that on the next day he was engaged to preach for a brother clergyman at Deemouth, and felt that, his fate with Maggie unknown, his mind would not be cool enough for him to do well in the pulpit. But neither disappointment nor a fresh love had yet served to set him free from his old vanity, or arrogance. He regarded his approaching declaration as about to confer great honor as well as favor upon the damsel of low estate, about to be invited to share in his growing distinction. In his late disappointment he had asked a lady to descend a little from her social pedestal, in the belief that he offered her a greater than proportionate counter-elevation, and now in his suit to Maggie he was almost unable to conceive a possibility of failure. When she would have shown him into the kitchen, he took her by the arm, and leading her to the ben end, at once began his concocted speech. Scarcely had she gathered his meaning, however, when he was checked by her startled look. "And what wad ye hae me do wi' my bairn?" she asked instantly, without sign of perplexity, smiling on the little one as at some absurdity in her arms rather than suggested to her mind. But the minister was sufficiently in love to disregard the unexpected indication. His pride was indeed a little hurt, but he resisted any show of offense, reflecting that her anxiety was not altogether an unnatural one. "Oh, we shall easily find some experienced mother," he answered, "who will understand better than you even how to take care of him." Na," she rejoined. "I hae baith a father and a wean to look efter, and that's aboot as muckle as I'll ever be up till." So saying, she rose and carried the little one up to the room her father now occupied, nor cast a single glance in the direction of her would-be lover. Now at last he was astonished. Could it mean that she had not understood him? It could not be that she did not appreciate his offer. Her devotion to the child was indeed absurdly engrossing, but that would soon come right. He could have no fear of such a rivalry, however unpleasant at the moment. That little vagrant to come between him and the girl he would make his wife. He glanced round him. The room looked very empty. He heard her oft interrupted step through the thin floor. She was lavishing caresses on the senseless little animal. He caught up his hat, and with a flushed face went straight to the suitor where he sat at work. "I have come to ask you, Mr. MacLair, if you will give me your daughter to be my wife," he said. "Oh, essay, that's it," returned the suitor, without raising his eyes. "You have no objection, I hope?" continued the minister, finding him silent. "What says she hersel? Ye commented to me first, I reckon." She said, or implied at least, that she could not leave the child. "But she cannot mean that. And what for no, there's nae need for me to object. But I shall soon persuade her to withdraw that objection. Then I should hae objections, mair nor ane, to put to the fore. You surprise me. Is not a woman to leave father and mother and cleave to her husband? Ow, aye, essay ye be the woman is his wife. Then lat none son of them, but there's Anita sayin', sir, that I did may hae something to do wi' Maggie's answer. And what, pray, may that be? That man or woman must leave father and mother, wife and child, for the sake o' the Son o' Man. You surely are not papist enough to think that means a minister is not to marry? Not at all, sir, but I did that's what it'll come till atween you and Maggie. You mean that she will not marry? I mean that she winna marry you, sir. But just think how much more she could do for Christ as the minister's wife. I'm maist convinced she wad couldn't marryin' you as tantamount to refusin' to Leah for the son o' man. Why should she think that? Because, as far as I see, she canna think that ye hae left afore him. Ah, that is what you have been teaching her. She does not say that of herself. You have not left her free to choose. The question never came up atweens. She's perfectly free to tak her ain gait, and she ken she is. Ye dinna seem to think it possible she sud tak his wool raither nor yours, that the love o' Christ should constrain her ayont the love offered her by James Bletherwick. We hae conversed aboot ye, sir, but neither differed. But allowing us, you and me, to be of different opinions on some points, must that be a reason why she and I should not love one another? No reason whatever, sir. If ye can and do, that point would be already settled. But ye winna get Maggie to marry ye as long as she disna believe ye loe her Lord as well as she loes him hersel. It's no a common love that Maggie bires to her Lord, and gin ye loed her while love worthy o' her, you would see that. Then you will promise me not to interfere? I'll promise ye naething, sir, except to do my duty by her, as far as I understand what that duty is. Gin I thoucht, which the God o' my life forbid, that Maggie didna loe him as weel at least as I loe him, I would gang yupo my all knees till her, to entreat her to loe him wi' her heart and soul and strength and min. And when I had done that, she micht marry wha she wad, hangman or minister, no a word would I say. For trouble she maun hae, and trouble she will get, I thank my God, who giveth to all men liberally and upbraideth not. Then I am free to do my best to win her? Ye are, sir, and mair, afore the morn's mornin', I winna pass a word wi' her yupo the subject. Thank you, sir, returned the minister, and took his leave. A fine lad! A fine lad! Said the suitor aloud to himself, as he resumed the work for a moment interrupted. But no clear, no crystal clear, no clear like the son o' man. He looked up, and saw his daughter in the doorway. No a word, lassie, he cried. I'm no for ye this minute dot, no a word to me aboot a neithing nor onybody the day, but what's absolute necessar. As ye wull. Father, rejoined Maggie Dot. I'm gane ot to seek auld Eppie. She was until the baker's shop a minute ago, but Bairnie's asleep. Vera weel. Gene I hear him, is attend till him, answered the suitor. Thank ye, father, returned Maggie, and left the house. But the minister, having to start that same afternoon for Deemouth, and feeling it impossible, things remaining as they were, to preach at his ease, had been watching the suitor's door. He saw it open and Maggie appear. For a moment he flattered himself she was coming to look for him, in order to tell him how sorry she was for her late behavior to him. But her start when first she became aware of his presence did not fail, notwithstanding his conceit, to satisfy him that such was not her intent. He made haste to explain his presence. I've been waiting all this time on the chance of seeing you, Margaret, he said. I am starting within an hour or so for Deemouth, but could not bear to go without telling you that your father has no objection to my saying to you what I please. He means to have a talk with you tomorrow morning, and as I cannot possibly get back from Deemouth before Monday, I must now express the hope that he will not succeed in persuading you to doubt the reality of my love. I admire your father more than I can tell you, but he seems to hold the affections God has given us of small account compared with his judgment of the strength and reality of them. Did he no tell ye I was free to do or say what I liked? Rejoined Maggie rather sharply. Yes, he did say something to that effect. Then, for missile, and I the name o' my father, I tell ye, Maester Bletherwick, I dinna care to see ye again. Do you mean what you say, Margaret? Rejoined the minister, in a voice that betrayed not a little genuine emotion. I do mean it, she answered. Not if I tell you that I am both ready and willing to take the child and bring him up as my own? He wouldna be your ain. Quite as much as yours. Hardly, she returned, with a curious little laugh. But as I dour say my father telled ye, I canna believe ye loe God why you're hurt. Dare you say that for yourself, Margaret? No, but I do want to love God why my whole hurt. Mr. Bletherwick, are ye a rael Christian? Or are ye sure ye're no a hypocrite? I wad like to ken. But I dinna believe ye ken yoursel. Well, perhaps I do not. But I see there is no occasion to say more. Na, Nani, answered Maggie. He lifted his hat and turned away to the coach office. Chapter 11. It would be difficult to represent the condition of mind in which Blatherwick sat on the box seat of the Defiance coach that evening, behind 4 grey thoroughbreds, carrying him at the rate of 10 miles an hour towards Deemouth. Hurt pride, indignation, and a certain mild revenge in contemplating Maggie's disappointment when at length she should become aware of the distinction he had gained and she had lost, were its main components. He never noted a feature of the rather tame scenery that went hurrying past him, and yet the time did not seem to go slowly, for he was astonished when the coach stopped, and he found his journey at an end. He got down rather cramped and stiff, and, as it was still early, started for a stroll about the streets to stretch his legs, and see what was going on, glad that he had not to preach in the morning, and would have all the afternoon to go over his sermon once more in that dreary memory of his. The streets were brilliant with gas, for Saturday was always a sort of market night, and at that moment they were crowded with girls going merrily home from the paper mill at the close of the week's labor. To Blatherwick, who had very little sympathy with gladness of any sort, the sight only called up by contrast the very different scene on which his eyes would look down the next evening from the vantage coign of the pulpit, in a church filled with an eminently respectable congregation, to which he would be setting forth the results of certain late geographical discoveries and local identifications, not knowing that already even later discoveries had rendered all he was about to say more than doubtful. But while, sunk in a not very profound reverie, he was in the act of turning the corner of a narrow wynd, he was all but knocked down by a girl whom another in the crowd had pushed violently against him. Recoiling from the impact, and unable to recover her equilibrium, she fell helplessly prostrate on the granite pavement, and lay motionless. Annoyed and half angry, he was on the point of walking on, heedless of the accident, when something in the pale face among the coarse and shapeless shoes that had already gathered thick around it, arrested him with a strong suggestion of someone he had once known. But the same moment the crowd hid her from his view, and shocked even to be reminded of ISY in such an assemblage, he turned resolutely away, and cherishing the thought of the many chances against its being she, walked steadily on. When he looked round again ere crossing the street, the crowd had vanished, the pavement was nearly empty, and a policeman who just then came up had seen nothing of the occurrence, remarking only that the girls at the paper mills were a rough lot. A moment more, and his mind was busy with a passage in his sermon which seemed about to escape his memory. It was still as impossible for him to talk freely about the things a minister is supposed to love best, as it had been when he began to preach. It was not, certainly, out of the fullness of the heart that his mouth ever spoke. He sought the house of Mr. Robertson, the friend he had come to assist, had supper with him and his wife, and retired early. In the morning he went to his friend's church, in the afternoon rehearsed his sermon to himself, and when the evening came, climbed the pulpit stair, and soon appeared engrossed in its rites. But as he seemed to be pouring out his soul in the long extempore prayer, he suddenly opened his eyes as if unconsciously compelled, and that moment saw, in the front of the gallery before him, a face he could not doubt to be that of ISY. Her gaze was fixed upon him. He saw her shiver, and knew that she saw and recognized him. He felt himself grow blind. His head swam, and he felt as if some material force was bending down his body sideways from her. Such, nevertheless, was his self-possession, that he reclosed his eyes, and went on with his prayer, if that could in any sense be prayer where he knew neither word he uttered, thing he thought, nor feeling that moved him. With Claudius in Hamlet he might have said, "My words fly up, my thoughts remain below. Words without thoughts never to heaven go." But while yet speaking, and holding his eyes fast that he might not see her again, his consciousness all at once returned, it seemed to him through a mighty effort of the will, and upon that he immediately began to pride himself. Instantly thereupon he was aware of his thoughts and words, and knew himself able to control his actions and speech. All the while, however, that he conducted the rest of the service, he was constantly aware, although he did not again look at her, of the figure of Isy before him, with its gaze fixed motionless upon him, and began at last to wonder vaguely whether she might not be dead, and come back from the grave to his mind a mysterious thought spectre. But at the close of the sermon, when the people stood up to sing, she rose with them, and the half-dazed preacher sat down, exhausted with emotion, conflict, and effort at self-command. When he rose once more for the benediction, she was gone, and yet again he took refuge in the doubt whether she had indeed been present at all. When Mrs. Robertson had retired, and James was sitting with his host over their tumbler of toddy, a knock came to the door. Mr. Robertson went to open it, and James's heart sank within him. But in a moment his host returned, saying it was a policeman to let him know that a woman was lying drunk at the bottom of his doorsteps, and to inquire what he wished done with her. "I told him," said Mr. Robertson, "to take the poor creature to the station, and in the morning I would see her. When she's ill the next day, you see," he added, "I may have a sort of chance with her, but it is seldom of any use." A horrible suspicion that it was Isy herself had seized on Blatherwick, and for a moment he was half inclined to follow the men to the station. But his friend would be sure to go with him, and what might not come of it? Seeing that she had kept silent so long, however, it seemed to him more than probable that she had lost all care about him, and if let alone would say nothing. Thus he reasoned, lost in his selfishness, and shrinking from the thought of looking the disreputable creature in the eyes. Yet the awful consciousness haunted him that, if she had fallen into drunken habits and possibly worse, it was his fault, and the ruin of the once lovely creature lay at his door, and his alone. He made haste to his room, and to bed, where for a long while he lay unable even to think. Then all at once, with gathered force, the frightful reality, the keen, bare truth broke upon him like a huge, cold wave. He had a clear vision of his guilt, and the vision was conscious of itself as his guilt. He saw it rounded in a grey fog of life-chilling dismay. What was he but a troth-breaker, a liar, and that in strong fact, not in feeble tongue? "What am I?" said conscience. "But a cruel, self-seeking, loveless horror, a contemptible sneak, who, in dread of missing the praises of men, crept away unseen, and left the woman to bear alone our common sin." What was he but a whited sepulchre, full of dead men's bones and all uncleanness, a fellow posing in the pulpit as an example to the faithful, but knowing all the time that somewhere in the land lived a woman, once a loving, trusting woman, who could with a word hold him up to the world, a hypocrite and a dastard, a fixed figure for the time of scorn, to point his slow unmoving finger at. He sprang to the floor. The cold hand of an injured ghost seemed clutching feebly at his throat. But in or out of bed, what could he do? Utterly helpless, he thought, but in truth not daring to look the question as to what he could do in the face, he crept back ignominiously into his bed, and growing a little less uncomfortable, began to reason with himself that things were not so bad as they had for that moment seemed, that many another had failed in like fashion with him, but his fault had been forgotten, and had never reappeared against him. No culprit was ever required to bear witness against himself. He must learn to discipline and repress his oversensitiveness, otherwise it would one day seize him at a disadvantage, and betray him into self-exposure. Thus he reasoned, and sank back once more among the all but dead. The loud alarum of his rousing conscience ceased, and he fell asleep in the resolve to get away from Demouth the first thing in the morning, before Mr. Robertson should be awake. How much better it had been for him to hold fast his repentant mood, and awake to tell everything. But he was very far from having even approached any such resolution. Indeed, no practical idea of his, however much brooded over at night, had ever lived to bear fruit in the morning. Not once had he ever embodied an action and impulse toward atonement. He could welcome the thought of a final release from sin and suffering at the dissolution of nature, but he always did his best to forget that at that very moment he was suffering because of wrong he had done for which he was taking no least trouble to make amends. He had lived for himself, to the destruction of one whom he had once loved, and to the denial of his Lord and Master. More than twice on his way home in the early morning, he all but turned to go back to the police station, but it was, as usual, only all but, and he kept walking on. Chapter 12. Already, Ere James's flight was discovered, morning saw Mr. Robertson on his way to do what he might for the redemption of one of whom he knew little or nothing. The policemen returning from their night's duty found him already at the door of the office. He was at once admitted, for he was well known to most of them. He found the poor woman miserably recovered from the effects of her dissipation, and looking so woebegone, that the heart of the good man was immediately filled with profoundest pity, recognizing before him a creature whose hope was wasted to the verge of despair. She neither looked up nor spoke, but what he could see of her face appeared only ashamed, either sullen nor vengeful. When he spoke to her, she lifted her head a little, but not her eyes to his face, confessing apparently that she had nothing to say for herself, and he saw her plainly at the point of taking refuge in the D. Tenderly, as if to the little one he had left behind him in bed, he spoke in her scarce listening ear child-soothing words of almost inarticulate sympathy, which yet his tone carried where they were meant to go. She lifted her lost eyes at length, saw his face, and burst into tears. "Na," she cried through tearing sobs. "Ye canna help me, sir. There's naething 'at you or onybody can dee for me. But I'm near the mow o' the pit, and God be thank it, I'll be out o' the rim o' tea or I hae grutten my last grite o' tea. For God's sake gie me a drink o' anything." "I dorna gie ye anything to see a drink," answered the minister, who could scarcely speak for the swelling in his throat. "The thing to dee ye guid is a cup o' het tay. Ye canna hae had a muffle this mornin'. I hae a cab waitin' me at the door, and ye'll just get in, my puir bairn, and come awa hame wi' me. My wife'll be doon afore we win back, and she'll hae a cup o' tay ready for ye in a moment. You and me'll hae your breakfast thegither. Ken ye what ye're sayin', sir? I dorna loike an honest woman i' the face. I'm sick as ye ken naething aboot. I ken a heap aboot folk o' a kins, mair a heap, I'm thinkin', nor ye ken yoursel. I ken mair aboot yoursel, nor ye think. I hae seen ye I my ain kirk mair nor ance or twice. The Sunday nicht afore last I was preachin' strocht intil your bonny face, and saw ye gritin', and maist grat missile. Come awa hame wi' me, my dear. My wife's sonny just like missile, I'll turn naething to ye but the smilin' side o' her face, is on her tack. She's a fine, herty, couthie, savon kin o' woman, my wife. Come ye till her, and see." Isy rose to her feet. But I would like to loik ance mair until the face o' a bonny, clean woman," she said. "I'll gang, sir," she went on, with sudden resolve. "Only, I pray ye, sir, mak speed, and tak me oti o the sicht o' folk." Aye, come awa, we hae ye oti o this in a moment," answered Mr. Robertson. "Put the fine doon to me," he whispered to the inspector as they passed him on their way out. The man returned his nod, and took no further notice. "I thoucht that was what would come o' tea," he murmured to himself, looking after them with a smile. But indeed he knew little of what was going to come of it. The good minister, whose heart was the teacher of his head, and who was not ashamed either of himself or his companion, showed Isy into their little breakfast parlor, and running up the stair to his wife, told her he had brought the woman home, and wanted her to come down at once. Mrs. Robertson, who was dressing her one child, hurried her toilet, gave over the little one to the care of her one servant, and made haste to welcome the poor shivering night-bird, waiting with ruffled feathers below. When she opened the door, the two women stood for a moment silently gazing on each other. Then the wife opened her arms wide, and the girl fled to their shelter. But her strength failing her on the way, she fell to the floor. Instantly the other was down by her side. The husband came to her help, and between them they got her at once on the little couch. "Shall I get the brandy?" said Mrs. Robertson. "Try a cup of tea," he answered. His wife made haste, and soon had the tea poured out and cooling. But Isy still lay motionless. Her hostess raised the helpless head upon her arm, put a spoonful of the tea to her lips, and found to her joy that she tried to swallow it. The next minute she opened her eyes and would have risen, but the rescuing hand held her down. "I want to tell ye," moaned Isy with feeble expostulation, "'at ye dinna ken why ye hae ta'en intil your hoose. Lat me up to get my breath, or I'll no be able to tell ye. Drink your tea, answered the other, and then say what you like. There's no hurry. You'll have time enough. The poor girl opened her eyes wide, and gazed for a moment at Mrs. Robertson. Then she took the cup and drank the tea. Her new friend went on. You must just be content to bide where you are a day or two. Yeri no to fash yersel a boot anything. I have clothes enough to give you all the change you can want. Hold your tongue, please, and finish your tea. Cried Isy. Falk'll say ill o ye, gene they see the like o me in your who's. Let them say, and say tea again. What's Falk but muckle geese? But there's the minister and his character, she persisted. Hoots! What cares the minister? Said his wife. Spear at him there, what he thinks o' clash. Deed, answered her husband. I never heeded it enough to tell. There's but a word I heed, and that's my maester's. But ye canna lift me o' the pit, groaned the poor girl. God helpin' I can, returned the minister. But yeri know I the pit yet by a lang road, and o' that road hey ye, please God, afore on either nicht has darkent. I dinna ken what's to come on me. Again she groaned. That we'll soon see. Brackfast's to come o' ye first, and syne my wife and me will sit in judgment yipo ye, and red things up. Min yeri to say what ye like, and neither o' Falk nor Uncle Guid sall come nigh ye. A pitiful smile flitted across Isy's face, and with it returned the almost babyish look that used to form part of her charm. Like an obedient child, she set herself to eat and drink what she could, and when she had evidently done her best. Now put up your feet again on the sofa, and tell us everything, said the minister. No, returned Isy. I'm not at liberty to tell you everything. Then tell us what you please, so long as it's true, and that I am sure it will be, he rejoined. I will, sir, she answered. For several moments she was silent, as if thinking how to begin. Then, after a gasp or two, I'm not a good woman, she began. Perhaps I am worse than you think me. Oh, my baby! My baby! She cried, and burst into tears. There's nae that mony os just what ither Falk think us, said the minister's wife. We're in general baith better and war nor that. But tell me a thing, what took ye, last nicht, strocht frae the kirk to the public? The TWA hobna wheel thegither. It was this, ma'am, she replied, resuming the more refined speech to which, since living at Mouth, she had been less accustomed. I had a shock that night from suddenly seeing one in the church whom I had thought never to see again, and when I got into the street, I turned so sick that some kind body gave me whiskey, and that was how, not having been used to it for some time, that I disgraced myself. But indeed, I have a much worse trouble and shame upon me than that, one you would hardly believe, ma'am. I understand, said Mrs. Robertson, modifying her speech also the moment she perceived the change in that of her guests. You saw him in church, the man that got you into trouble. I thought that must be it. Won't you tell me all about it? I will not tell his name. I was the most in fault, for I knew better, and I would rather die than do him any more harm. Good morning, ma'am. I thank you kindly, sir. Believe me, I am not ungrateful. Whatever else I may be, that is bad. She rose as she spoke, but Mrs. Robertson got to the door first, and standing between her and it, confronted her with a smile. Don't think I blame you for holding your tongue, my dear. I don't want you to tell. I only thought it might be a relief to you. I believe, if I were in the same case, or at least I hope so, that hot pincers wouldn't draw his name out of me. What right has any vulgar inquisitive woman to know the thing gnawing at your heart like a live serpent? I will never again ask you anything about him. There. You have my promise. Now sit down again, and don't be afraid. Tell me what you please, and not a word more. The minister is sure to find something to comfort you. What can anybody say or do to comfort such as me, ma'am? I am lost out of sight. Nothing can save me. The Savior himself wouldn't open the door to a woman that left her suckling child out in the dark night. That's what I did, she cried, and ended with a wail as from a heart whose wound eternal years could never close. in a while growing a little calmer. "I would not have you think, ma'am," she resumed, "that I wanted to get rid of the darling. But my wits went all of a sudden, and a terror, I don't know of what, came upon me. Could it have been the hunger, do you think? I laid him down in the heather, and ran from him. How far I went, I do not know. All at once I came to myself, and knew what I had done, and ran to take him up. But whether I lost my way back, or what I did, or how it was, I cannot tell, only I could not find him. Then for a while I think I must have been clean out of my mind, and was always seeing him torn by the foxes, and the corbeils picking out his eyes. Even now, at night, every now and then, it comes back, and I cannot get the sight out of my head. For a while it drove me to drink, but I got rid of that until just last night, when again I was overcome. Oh, if I could only keep from seeing the beasts and birds at his little body when I'm falling asleep!" She gave a smothered scream, and hid her face in her hands. Mrs. Robertson, weeping herself, sought to comfort her, but it seemed in vain. "The worst of it is," Isy resumed, "for I must confess everything, ma'am, is that I cannot tell what I may have done in the drink. I may even have told his name, though I remember nothing about it. It must be months, I think, since I tasted a drop till last night, and now I've done it again, and I'm not fit he should ever cast a look at me. My heart's just like to break when I think I may have been false to him, as well as false to his child. If all the devils would but come and tear me, I would say, 'Thank ye, sirs.'" "My dear," came the voice of the parson from where he sat listening to every word she uttered. "My dear, naething but the han o' the sun o' mail come nigh ye o the dark, soft stroking your hurt, and closin' up the terrible gash in tilt. I the name o' God, the Saviour o' men, I tell ye, dawty, the day 'll come when ye'll smile I the vera face o' the Lord himsel, at the thoucht o' what he has broucht ye through. Lord Christ, haud a guid grup o' thy puir bairn and hers, and gie her back her een. Thy will be deen, and that thy wool's afore redemption. Gang on wi' your tale, my lassie." "'Deed, sir, I can say nae mair, and seem to hae nae mair to say. I'm some sick like." She fell back on the sofa, white as death. The parson was a big man. He took her up in his arms, and carried her to a room they had always ready on the chance of a visit from one of the least of these. At the top of the stair stood their little daughter, a child of 5 or 6, wanting to go down to her mother, and wondering why she was not permitted. "Who is it, motor?" she whispered, as Mrs. Robertson passed her, following her husband and Isy. "Is she very dead?" "No, darling," answered her mother. "It is an angel that has lost her way, and is tired, so tired, you must be very quiet, and not disturb her. Her head is going to ache very much." The child turned and went down the stair, step by step softly, saying, "I will tell my rabbit not to make any noise, and to be as white as he can." Once more they succeeded in bringing back to the light of consciousness her beclouded spirit. She woke in a soft white bed, with 2 faces of compassion bending over her, closed her eyes again with a smile of sweet content, and was soon wrapped in a wholesome slumber. In the meantime, the caitiff minister had reached his manse, and found a ghastly loneliness awaiting him. Oh, how much deeper than that of the woman he had forsaken! She had lost her repute and her baby. He had lost his God. He had never seen his shape, and had not his word abiding in him, and now the vision of him was closed in an unfathomable abyss of darkness, far, far away from any point his consciousness could reach. The signs of God were around him in the book, around him in the world, around him in his own existence, but the signs only. God did not speak to him, did not manifest himself to him. God was not where James Blatherwick had ever sought him. He was not in any place where was the least likelihood of his ever looking for or finding him. Chapter 13. It must be remembered that Blatherwick knew nothing of the existence of his child. Such knowledge might have modified the half-conscious satisfaction with which, on his way home, he now and then saw a providence in the fact that he had been preserved from marrying a woman who had now proved herself capable of disgracing him in the very streets. But during his slow journey of 40 miles, most of which he made on foot, hounded on from within to bodily motion, he had again as in the night, to pass through many an alternation of thought and feeling and purpose. To and fro in him, up and down, this way and that, went the changing currents of self-judgment, of self-consolement, and of fresh gathering dread. Never for one persistent minute was his mind clear, his purpose determined, his lines set straight for honesty. He must live up, not to the law of righteousness, but to the show of what a minister ought to be. He must appear unto men. In a word, he must keep up the deception he had begun in childhood, and had, until of late years, practiced unknowingly. Now he knew it, and went on, not knowing how to get rid of it, or rather, shrinking in utter cowardice from the confession which alone could have set him free. Now he sought only how to conceal his deception and falseness. He had no pleasure in them, but was consciously miserable in knowing himself not what he seemed, in being compelled, as he fancied himself an excuse, to look like one that had not sinned. In his heart he grumbled that God should have forsaken him so far as to allow him to disgrace himself before his conscience. He did not yet see that his foulness was ingrained, that the Ethiopian could change his skin, or the leopard his spots, as soon as that he had never yet looked purity in the face, that the fall which disgraced him in his own eyes was but the necessary outcome of his character, that it was no accident but an unavoidable result, that his true nature had but disclosed itself, and appeared, as everything hid must be known. Everything covered must be revealed. Even to begin the purification without which his moral and spiritual being must perish eternally, he must dare to look on himself as he was. He would not recognize himself, and thought he lay and would lie hid from all. Dante describes certain of the redeemed as lying each concealed in his or her own cocoon of emitted light. James lay hidden like a certain insect in its own gowk spittle. It is strange, but so it is, that many a man will never yield to see himself until he become aware of the eyes of other men fixed upon him, they seeing him, and he knowing that they see him. Then first, even to himself, will he be driven to confess what he has long all but known. Blatherwick's hour was on its way, slow coming, but no longer to be shunned. His soul was ripening to self-declaration. The ugly self must blossom, must show itself the flower, the perfection of that evil thing he counted himself. What a hold has not God upon us in this inevitable ripening of the unseen into the visible and present! The flower is there, and must appear. In the meantime he suffered, and went on in silence, walking like a servant of the Ancient of Days, and knowing himself a whited sepulchre. Within him he felt the dead body that could not rest until it was laid bare to the sun, but all the time he comforted himself that he had not fallen a second time, and that the once would not be remembered against him. Did not the fact that it was forgotten, most likely was never known, indicate the forgiveness of God? And so, unrepentant, he remained unforgiven, and continued a hypocrite and the slave of sin. But the hideous thing was not altogether concealed. Something showed under the covering whiteness. His mother saw that something shapeless haunted him, and often asked herself what it could be, but always shrank even from conjecturing. His father felt that he had gone from him utterly, and that his son's feeding of the flock had done nothing to bring him and his parents nearer to each other. What could be hidden, he thought, beneath the mask of that unsmiling face? But there was a humble observer who saw deeper than the parents, John MacLair, the suitor. One day, after about a fortnight, the minister walked into the workshop of the suitor, and found him there as usual. His hands were working away diligently, but his thoughts had for some time been brooding over the blessed fact that God is not the God of the perfect only, but of the growing as well, not the God of the righteous only, but of such as hunger and thirst after righteousness. God blaw on the smoking flax, and tie up the bruised reed, he was saying to himself aloud, when in walked the minister. Now, as in some other mystical natures, a certain something had been developed in the suitor not unlike a spirit of prophecy, an insight which, seemingly without exercise of the will, sometimes laid bare to him in a measure the thoughts and intents of hearts in which he was more than usually interested. Or perhaps it was rather a faculty, working unconsciously, of putting signs together, and drawing from them instantaneous conclusion of the fact at which they pointed. After their greeting, he suddenly looked up at his visitor with a certain fixed attention. The mere glance had shown him that he looked ill, and he now saw that something in the man's heart was eating at it like a canker. Therewith at once arose in his brain the question, could he be the father of the little one crowing in the next room? But he shut it into the darkest closet of his mind, shrinking from the secret of another soul, as from the veil of the Holy of Holies. The next moment, however, came the thought, what if the man stood in need of the offices of a friend? It was one thing to pry into a man's secret, another, to help him escape from it. As out of this thought the suitor sat looking at him for a moment, the minister felt the hot blood rush to his cheeks. "Ye dinna loike that weel, minister," said the suitor. "Is there anything the matter wi' ye, sir?" "Nothing worth mentioning," answered the parson. "I have sometimes a touch of headache in the early morning, especially when I have sat later than usual over my books the night before, but it always goes off during the day. Weel, sir, that's no, as ye say, a vera serious thing. I couldna help fancying ye had something on your mind by ordinaire." Nathing, answered James with a feeble laugh. "But," he went on, and something seemed to send the words to his lips without giving him time to think. "It is curious you should say that, for I was just thinking what was the real intent of the apostle in his injunction to confess our faults one to another." The moment he uttered the words he felt as if he had proclaimed his secret on the housetop, and he would have begun the sentence afresh, with some notion of correcting it, but again he knew the hot blood shoot to his face. "I must go on with something," he felt rather than said to himself, "or those sharp eyes will see through and through me. It came into my mind," he went on, "that I should like to know what you thought about the passage. It cannot surely give the least ground for auricular confession. I understand perfectly how a man may want to consult a friend in any difficulty, and that friend naturally the minister. But this was by no means a thing he had meant to say, but he seemed carried on to say he knew not what. It was as if, without his will, the will of God was driving the man to the brink of a pure confession, to the cleansing of his stuffed bosom, of that perilous stuff which weighs upon the heart. Do you think, for instance," he continued thus driven, "that a man is bound to tell everything, even to the friend he loves best?" "I think," answered the suitor after a moment's thought, "that we must answer the what, before we enter upon the how much. And I think, first of all, we must ask, to whom are we bound to confess? And there surely the answer is, to him to whom we have done the wrong. If we have been grumbling in our hearts, it is to God we must confess. Who else has to do with the matter? To him we maun flee the moment our eyes are open to what we've been aboot. But gene we hae ranged ane o' our fallow craters, wha are we to gang till our confession but that same fallow crater? It seems to me we maun gang to that man first, even afore we gang to God himsel. Not one moment must we indulge procrastination on the plea o' prayin'. From our vera knees we maun rise in haste, and say to brother or sister, I've done ye this or that wrang, forgie me. God can wait for your prayer better nor you, or him ye've arranged, can wait for your confession. After that, ye maun at ance fa to your best endeavour to mak up for the wrang. Confess your sins, I think it means, each o' ye to the ither again whom ye hae deen the offence. Divna ye think that's the common sense o' the matter? Indeed, I think you must be right, replied the minister, who sat revolving only how best, alas, to cover his retreat. I will go home at once and think it all over. Indeed, I am even now all but convinced that what you say must be what the apostle intended. With a great sigh, of which he was not aware, Blatherwick rose and walked from the kitchen, hoping he looked, not guilty, but sunk in thought. In truth, he was unable to think. Oppressed and heavy-laden with the sense of a duty too unpleasant for performance, he went home to his cheerless manse, where his housekeeper was the only person he had to speak to, a woman incapable of comforting anybody. There he went straight to his study, but kneeling, found he could not pray the simplest prayer. Not a word would come, and he could not pray without words. He was dead, and in hell, so far perished that he felt nothing. He rose, and sought the open air. It brought him no restoration. He had not heeded his friend's advice, had not entertained the thought of the one thing possible to him, had not moved, even in spirit, toward ISY. The only comfort he could now find for his guilty soul was the thought that he could do nothing, for he did not know where ISY was to be found. When he remembered the next moment that his friend Robertson must be able to find her, he soothed his conscience with the reflection that there was no coach till the next morning, and in the meantime he could write. A letter would reach him almost as soon as he could himself. But what then would Robertson think? He might give his wife the letter to read. She might even read it of herself, for they concealed nothing from each other. So he only walked the faster, tired himself, and earned an appetite as the result of his day's work. He ate a good dinner, although with little enjoyment, and fell fast asleep in his chair. No letter was written to Robertson that day. No letter of such sort was ever written. The spirit was not willing, and the flesh was weakness itself. In the evening he took up a learned commentary on the book of Job, but he never even approached the discovery of what Job wanted, received, and was satisfied withal. He never saw that what he himself needed, but did not desire, was the same thing, even a sight of God. He never discovered that, when God came to Job, Job forgot all he had intended to say to him, did not ask him a single question, knew that all was well. The student of Scripture remained blind to the fact that the very presence of the living One, of the Father of men, proved sufficient in itself to answer every question, to still every doubt. But then James's heart was not pure like Job's, and therefore he could never have seen God. He did not even desire to see him, and so could see nothing as it was. He read with the blindness of the devil in his heart. In Marlowe's Faust, the student asks Mephistopheles, "How comes it then that thou art out of hell?" And the demon answers him, "Why, this is hell, nor am I out of it." And again, "Where we are is hell. And where hell is there must we ever be. When all the world dissolves, and every creature shall be purified, all places shall be hell that are not heaven." And yet again, "I tell thee I am damned, and now in hell." And it was thus James fared, and thus he went to bed. And while he lay there sleepless, or walked in his death to and fro in the room, his father and mother, some 3 miles away, were talking about him. Chapter 14. For some time they had lain silent, thinking about him by no means happily. They were thinking how little had been their satisfaction in their minister's son, and had gone back in their minds to a certain time, long before, when conferring together about him, a boy at school. Even then the heart of the mother had resented his coldness, his seeming unconsciousness of his parents, as having any share or interest in his life or prospects. Scotch parents are seldom demonstrative to each other or to their children, but not the less in them, possibly the hotter because of their outward coldness, burns the causal fire, the central, the deepest, that eternal fire, without which the world would turn to a frozen clod, the love of the parent for the child. That must burn while the Father lives. That must burn until the universe is the Father and his children, and none beside. That fire, however long held down and crushed together by the weight of unkind lead fuel, must go on to gather heat, and gathering, it must glow, and at last break forth in the scorching, yet devouring flames of a righteous indignation. The Father must and will be supreme, that his children perish not. But as yet the Father endured and was silent, and the child parents also must endure and be still. In the meantime their son remained hidden from them as by an impervious moral hedge. He never came out from behind it, never stood clear before them, and they were unable to break through to him. Within his citadel of indifference there was no angelic traitor to draw back the bolts of its iron gates, and let them in. They had gone on hoping, and hoping in vain, for some holy, lovely change in him, but at last had to confess it a relief when he left the house, and went to Edinburgh. But the occasion to which I refer was long before that. The 2 children were in bed and asleep, and the parents were lying then, as they lay now, sleepless. "Who's Jimmy been gettin' on the day?" said his father. "Well enough, I suppose," answered his mother, who did not then speak Scotch quite so broad as her husband's, although a good deal broader than her mother, the wife of a country doctor, would have permitted when she was a child. "He's always busy at his books. He's a good boy and a diligent, there's no gainsayin' that. But as to who he's gettin' on, I can bear no testimony. He never lets a word go from him as to what he's doin', one way or on either. What can he be thinkin' aboot, I say whiles to Missel, sometimes hour and hour again. When I gang into the parlor, where he always sits till he has done his lessons, he never lifts his hide to show that he hears me, or cares what's there or why isna. And as soon as he's learnt them, he taks a bick and gangs up till his room, or ota aboot the hoose, or until the cornyard or the barn, and never comes nigh me. I sometimes wonder Jean he would ever miss me dade," she ended, with a great sigh. "Hoot owa, woman! Dinna tak on like that," returned her husband. "The laddies like the lave o' laddies. They're just like pup doggies till their een comes oppen, and they ken them at brouch them here. He's bun to mak a guid man in time, and he canna dee that own learnt to be a guid son to her at bore him. Ye canna say at ever he can turd ye. Ye hae telled me that 100 times. I have that. But I would hae had no occasion to dwall yupo the fac, Jean he had ever gin me, no or then, just a wee bit sign o' ony affection. Aye, doubtless. But signs are nae priefs. The affection, as ye cat, may be there, and the signs o' t want in, but I ken will who the hurt o' ye es workin, my ein all dotty," he added, anxious to comfort her who was dearer to him than son or daughter. "I dinna think it wad be weel," he resumed after a pause, "for me to say anything till him aboot his behaviour till es mither. I dinna believe he would ken what I mean at. I dinna believe he has a notion o' anything amiss in himsel, and I fear he wad only think I was hard upon him, and no fair. Ye see, Jean a thing disna come o' itsel, no cryin' yupo tll gar t lift its hide, say lang, at least, as the man kens naething aboot it." "I dinna dud yuri right, Peter," answered his wife. "I ken will that flight in ill never gar love spread o' t his wings, except it be to flee awa. Naething but shurin can come o' flight in." "It nick be even war nor shurin," rejoined Peter. "But we better gang till ur sleeps, lass, we hae ane on either, come what may." "That's true, Peter, but the mair I hae you, the mair I want my Jeemie," cried the poor mother. The father said no more. But after a while, he rose, and stole softly to his son's room. His wife stole after him, and found him on his knees by the bedside, his face buried in the blankets, where his boy lay asleep with calm, dreamless countenance. She took his hand, and led him back to bed. "To think," she moaned as they went, "at yon's the same bairnie I glowered at till my soul ran ot at my een. I min will who I luch and grat, baith at ants, to think I was the mother o' a man-child. And I thought I kenned will what was I the hurt o' Mary, once she claspit the blessed ane till her boasam. May that same bairnie, born for ur remede, bring ur bairn till his richt min afore he's our all to repent," responded the father in a broken voice. "What for?" moaned Marian. "Was the hurt o' a mither put intil me? What for was I made a woman? Why use life is for the bairn o' bairns to the great father o' a Jean the same was to be my reward? Na, Lord," she went on, checking herself. "I claim naething but thy wool, and will I ken ye wouldna hae me think sick like thy wool." Chapter 15. It would be too much to say that the hearts of his parents took no pleasure in the advancement of their son, such as it was. I suspect the mother was glad to be proud where she could find no happiness, proud with the love that lay incorruptible in her being. But the love that is all on one side, though it may be stronger than death, can hardly be so strong as life. A poor, maimed, one-winged thing, such love cannot soar into any region of conscious bliss. Even when it soars into the region where God Himself dwells, it is but to partake there of the divine sorrow which His heartless children cause Him. My reader may well believe that father nor mother dwelt much upon what their neighbors called James's success, or cared in the least to talk about it, that they would have felt to be mere hypocrisy, while hearty and genuine relations were so far from perfect between them. Never to human being, save the one to the other, and that now but very seldom, did they allude to the bitterness which their own hearts knew, for to speak of it would have seemed almost equivalent to disowning their son. And alas, the daughter was gone to whom the mother had at one time been able to bemoan herself, knowing she understood and shared in their misery. For Isabel would gladly have laid down her life to kindle in James's heart such a love to their parents as her own. We may now understand a little into what sort of man the lad James Blatherwick had grown. When he left Stonecross for the university, It was with scarce a backward look. Nothing was in his heart but eagerness for the coming conflict. Having gained there one of its highest bursaries, he never spent a thought, as he donned his red gown, on the son of the poor widow who had competed with him, and who, failing, had to leave ambition behind him and take a place in a shop, where, however, he soon became able to keep, and did keep, his mother in what was to her nothing less than happy luxury, while the successful James, well, so far my reader already knows about him. As often as James returned home for the vacations, things, as between him and his parents, showed themselves unaltered, and by his third return, the heart of his sister had ceased to beat any faster at the thought of his arrival. She knew that he would but shake hands limply, let hers drop, and the same moment be set down to read. Before the time for taking his degree arrived, Isabel was gone to the Great Father. James never missed her, and neither wished nor was asked to go home to her funeral. To his mother he was never anything more or less than quite civil. She never asked him to do anything for her. He came and went as he pleased, cared for nothing done on the farm or about the house, and seemed, in his own thoughts and studies, to have more than enough to occupy him. He had grown a powerful as well as handsome youth, and had dropped almost every sign of his country breeding. He hardly ever deigned a word in his mother dialect, but spoke good English with a Scotch accent. Neither had he developed any of the abominable affectations by which not a few such as he have imagined to repudiate their origin. His father had not then first to discover that his son was far too fine a gentleman to show any interest in agriculture, or put out his hand to the least share in that oldest and most dignified of callings. His mother continued to look forward, although with fading interest, to the time when he should be the messenger of a gospel which he nowise understood, but his father did not at all share her anticipation, and she came to know ere long that to hear him preach would but renew and intensify a misery to which she had become a little accustomed in their ordinary intercourse. The father felt that his boy had either left him a long way off, or had never at any time come near him. He seemed to stand afar upon some mountain top of conscious or imagined superiority. James, as one having no choice, lived at home, so called by custom and use, but lived as one come of another breed than his parents, having with theirs but few appreciable points of contact. Most conventional of youths, he yet wrote verses in secret, and in his treasure closet worshipped Byron. What he wrote he seldom showed, and then only to one or two of his fellow students. Possibly he wrote only to prove to himself that he could do that also, for he never doubted his faculty in any direction. When he went to Edinburgh, to learn theology, forsooth, he was already an accomplished mathematician, and a yet better classic, with some predilections for science, and a very small knowledge of the same. His books showed for the theology, and for the science, an occasional attempt to set his father right on some point of chemistry. His first aspiration was to show himself a gentleman in the eyes of the bubblehead calling itself society, of which in fact he knew nothing, and the next, to have his eloquence, at present existent only in an ambitious imagination, recognized by the public. Such were the two devils, or rather the two forms of the one devil vanity, that possessed him. He looked down on his parents, and the whole circumstance of their ordered existence, as unworthy of him, because old-fashioned and bucolic, occupied only with God's earth and God's animals, and having nothing to do with the shows of life. And yet to the simply honorable, to such of gentle breeding as despised mere show, the ways of life in their house would have seemed altogether admirable. The homely, yet not unfastidious modes and conditions of the unassuming homestead would have appeared to them not a little attractive. But James took no interest in any of them, and if possible, yet less in the ways of the tradesmen and craftsmen of the neighboring village. He never felt the common humanity that made him one with them, did not in his thoughts associate himself at all with them. Had he turned his feeling into thoughts and words, he would have said, "I cannot help being the son of a farmer, but at least my mother's father was a doctor, and had I been consulted, my father should have been at least an officer in one of His Majesty's services, not a treader of dung or artificial manure." The root of his folly lay in the groundless self-esteem of the fellow, fostered, I think, by a certain literature which fed the notion, if indeed it did not plainly inculcate the duty of rising in the world. To such as he, The praise of men may well seem the patent of their nobility, but the man whom we call the Savior, and who knew the secret of life, warned his followers that they must not seek that sort of distinction if they would be the children of the Father who claimed them. I have said enough, perhaps too much, of this most uninteresting of men. How he came to be born such is not for my speculation. Had he remained such, his story would not have been for my telling. How he became something better, it remains my task to try to set forth. I now complete the talk that followed the return of the simple couple to bed. "I was just thinkin', Peter," said Marian, after they had again lain silent for a while. "Well, the last time we spak thegither aboot the laddie, it maun be nigh 6 years since syne, I'm thinkin'. 'Deed I canna say." "Ye may be richt, Miran," replied her spouse. "It's no sic a cheery subject 'at we sud hae muckle to say to ane on either anent it. He's a man no, and will Louis kit Yupo, but it maks uncle little differ to his parents. He's just as dour as ever, and as far as man could will be frae them he cam never a word to the ane or the ither os. Jean we wore twa dows, he couldna hae less to say tils, and nicht will hae mair. Is Warren Frosty says mair and ae half hoard to his tyke, nor Jimmy has said to you or me sin first he gied to the college. Bairns is whiles a queer kin o' a blessin'," remarked the mother. "But, Peter, it's what may lie ahint the silence that fricks me. Lass, ye're frictin' me no. What div ye mean?" "Ow, naething," returned Marian, bursting into tears. "But at ance it was born in Yupo me, that there maun be something to account for the thing. At the same time I dorna speir at God himsel what that thing can be. For there's something war no, and has been for some time, than ever was there afore. He has sic a loik, as Jean he saw nor heard in anything but ae thing, the whilk ae thing keeps on inside him, and when a wisht. It's an awfu' thing to say o' a mither's ain laddie, and to hae said it only to my ain man, and the father o' the laddie, maks my hurt like to brak. It's as Jean I had been fause to my ain flesh and blood, but to think it o' him, Peter, what can it be? Ow, just maybe naething ava. Maybe he's in love, and the lass winna hear till him. Na, Peter, love gars a man loik up, no doon at his ain feet. It gars him fling his hide back, and set his een richt afore him, no turn them and yupo his ain inside. It maks a man strocht the back, strong the arm, and bald the hurt dot, didn't it you, Peter? Maybe it did, I dinna min vera weel dot, but I see love can hardly be the thing that's amiss why the lad. Still, even his parents maun tak tent o' Jeejin, specially ain't o' the Lord's ministers, maybe ain't o' the Lord's ain elek. It's awfu' to think, I dorna say I dorna mace think the words o' Peter, but it will cry o' I my vera hurt, stake the door, Peter, and ticked, that no a stray stirk may hear me, was a minister o' the gospel ever a hypocrite, Peter, like ane o' the auld scribes and Pharisees, Peter? Wadna it be our terrible, Peter, to be permitted? Jean our ain only son was. But here she broke down, she could not finish the frightful sentence. The farmer again left his bed, and dropped upon a chair by the side of it. The next moment he sank on his knees, and hiding his face in his hands groaned, as from a thicket of torture. God in haven, hae mercy upon the hale lot os. Then, apparently unconscious of what he did, he went wandering from the room, down to the kitchen, and out to the barn on his bare feet, closing the door of the house behind him. In the barn he threw himself, face downward, on a heap of loose straw, and there lay motionless. His wife wept alone in her bed, and hardly missed him. It required of her no reflection to understand whither he had gone, or what he was doing. He was crying, like King Lear, from the bitterness of an outraged father's heart, to the Father of fathers. God, ye're a father yoursel, he groaned. And essay ye ken who it's riven at my hurt? Na, Lord, ye dinna ken, for ye never had a dood aboot your son. Na, I'm no blammin' Jimmy, Lord, I'm no cryin' o' to yupo him, for ye ken will who little I ken aboot him. He never opened the bick o' his hurt to me. O God, grant that he hae naething to hide, but Jean he has, Lord, pluck it o' him, and him o' the glore. Latna him stick there. I kenna who to shape my petition, for I'm the dark, But deliver him some gate, Lord, I pray thee, for his mither's sake. Ye ken what she is, I dinna cunt for anything, but ye ken her. Lord, deliver the hurt o' her frae the offerest o' her fears dot. Lord, a hypocrite, a Judas man. More of what he said I cannot tell, somehow this much has reached my ears. He remained there upon the straw while hour after hour passed, pleading with the great Father for his son, his soul now lost in dull fatigue, now uttering itself in groans for lack of words, until at length the dawn looked in on the night-weary earth, and into the two sorrow-laden hearts, bringing with it a comfort they did not seek to understand. Chapter 16. But it brought no solace to the mind of the weak, hard-hearted, and guilty son. He had succeeded once more in temporarily soothing his conscience with some narcotic of false comfort, and now slept the sleep of the houseless, whose covering was narrower than he could wrap himself in. Ah, those nights! Alas for the sleepless human soul out in the eternal cold! But so heartless was James, that, if his mother had come to him in the morning with her tear-dimmed eyes, he would never have asked himself what could ail her, would never even have seen that she was unhappy, least of all would have suspected himself the cause of her red eyes and aching head, or that the best thing in him was that mental uneasiness of which he was constantly aware. Thank God, there was no way round the purifying fire. He could not escape it, he must pass through it. Chapter 17. Little knows the world what a power among men is the man who simply and really believes in him who is Lord of the world to save men from their sins. He may be neither wise nor prudent, he may be narrow and dim-sighted even in the things he loves best. They may promise him much, and yield him but a poor fragment of the joy that might be and ought to be his. He may present them to others clothed in no attractive hues, or in any word of power, and yet, if he has but that love to his neighbor which is rooted in, and springs from love to his God, he is always a redeeming, reconciling influence among his fellows. The Robertsons were genial of heart, loving and tender toward man or woman in need of them. Their door was always on the latch for such to enter. If the parson insisted on the wrath of God against sin, he did not fail to give assurance of his tenderness towards such as had fallen. Together the godly pair at length persuaded Isabel of the eager forgiveness of the Son of Man. They assured her that he could not drive from him the very worst of sinners, but loved, nothing less than tenderly loved any one who, having sinned, now turned her face to the Father. She would doubtless, they said, have to see her trespass in the eyes of unforgiving women, but the Lord would lift her high, and welcome her to the home of the glad-hearted. But poor Isy, who regarded her fault as both against God and the man who had misled her, and was sick at the thought of being such as she judged herself, insisted that nothing God himself could do could ever restore her, for nothing could ever make it that she had not fallen. Such a contradiction, such an impossibility alone could make her clean. God might be ready to forgive her, but he could not love her. Jesus might have made satisfaction for her sin, but how could that make any difference in or to her? She was troubled that Jesus should have so suffered, but that could not give her back her purity, or the peace of mind she once possessed. That was gone forever. The life before her took the appearance of an unchanging gloom, a desert region whence the gladness had withered, and whence came no purifying wind to blow from her the odors of the grave by which she seemed haunted. Never to all eternity could she be innocent again. Life had no interest for her. She was, and must remain just what she was, for, alas, she could not cease to be. Such thoughts had at one period ravaged her life, but they had for some time been growing duller and deader. Now once more revived by goodness and sympathy, they had resumed their gnawing and scorching, and she had grown yet more hateful to herself. Even the two who befriended and comforted her could never, she thought, cease to regard her as what they knew she was. But, strange to say, with this revival of her suffering, came also a requickening of her long-dormant imagination, favored and cherished, doubtless, by the peace and love that surrounded her. First her dreams, then her broodings began to be haunted with sweet embodiments. As if the agonized question of the guilty Claudius were answered to her, to assure her that there was rain enough in the sweet heavens to wash her white as snow. She sometimes would wake from a dream where she stood in blessed nakedness with a deluge of cool, comforting rain pouring upon her from the sweetness of those heavens, and fall asleep again to dream of a soft, strong west wind chasing from her the offensive emanations of the tomb, that seemed to have long persecuted her nostrils as did the blood of Duncan those of the wretched Lady Macbeth. And every night to her sinful bosom came back the soft innocent hands of the child she had lost, whenever and again her dream would change, and she would be Hagar, casting her child away, and fleeing from the sight of his death. More than once she dreamed that an angel came to her, and went out to look for her boy, only to return and lay him in her arms grievously mangled by some horrid beast. When the first few days of her sojourn with the Good Samaritans were over, and she had gathered strength enough to feel that she ought no longer to be burdensome to them, but look for work, they positively refused to let her leave them before her spirit also had regained some vital tone, and she was able to live a little. And to that end they endeavored to revive in her the hope of finding her lost child. Setting inquiry on foot in every direction, they promised to let her know the moment when her presence should begin to cause them inconvenience. "Let you go, child?" her hostess had exclaimed. "God forbid! Go you shall not until you go for your own sake, you cannot go for ours. But I'm such a burden to you, and so useless. Was the Lord a burden to Mary and Lazarus, think ye, my poor bairn?" rejoined Mrs. Robertson. "Don't, ma'am, please," sobbed Isy. "Inasmuch as ye did it to one of the least of these, ye did it to me," insisted her hostess. "That doesna apply, ma'am," objected Isy. "I'm not o' his. Who is then? Who was it he came to save? Are you not one of his lost sheep? Are you not weary and heavy laden? Will you never let him feel at home with you? Are you to say who he is to love and who he isn't? Are you to tell him who are fit to be counted his, and who are not good enough?" Isy was silent for a long time. The foundations of her coming peace were being dug deeper and laid wider. She still found it impossible, from the disordered state of her mind at the time, to give any notion of whereabouts she had been when she laid her child down, and leaving him, could not again find him. And Maggie, who loved him passionately and believed him willfully abandoned, cherished no desire to discover one who could claim him, but was unworthy to have him. For a long time, therefore, neither she nor her father ever talked, or encouraged talk about him, whence certain questing busybodies began to snuff and give tongue. It was all very well, they said, for the cobbler and his Maggie to pose as rescuers and benefactors, but whose was the child? His growth nevertheless went on all the same, and however such hints might seem to concern him, happily they never reached him. Maggie flattered herself, indeed, that never in this world would they reach him, but would die away in the void, or like a fallen wave against the heedless shore. And yet, all the time, in the not-so-distant city, a loving woman was weeping and pining for lack of him, whose conduct, in the eyes of the Robertsons, was not merely blameless, but sweetly and manifestly true, constantly yielding fuel to the love that encompassed her. But, although mentally and spiritually she was growing rapidly, she seemed to have lost all hope. For, deeper in her soul, and nearer the root of her misery than even the loss of her child, lay the character and conduct of the man to whom her love seemed inextinguishable. His apostasy from her, his neglect of her, and her constantly gnawing sense of pollution, burned at the bands of her life, and her friends soon began to fear that she was on the verge of a slow downward slide, upon which there is seldom any turning. The parson and his wife had long been on friendliest terms with the farmer of Stonecross and his wife, and brooding on the condition of their guest, it was natural that the thought of Mrs. Blatherwick should occur to them as one who might be able to render them the help they needed for her. Difficulties were in the way, it was true, chiefly that of conveying a true conception of the nature and character of the woman in whom they desired her interest. But if Mrs. Blatherwick were once to see her, there would be no fear of the result. Received at the farm, she was certain in no way to compromise them. They were confident she would never belie the character they were prepared to give her. Neither was there any one at the farm for whom it was possible to dread intercourse with her, seeing that, since the death of their only daughter, they had not had a servant in the house. It was concluded therefore between them that Mr. Robertson should visit their friends at Stonecross, and tell them all they knew about Isy. It was a lovely morning in the decline of summer, the corn nearly full grown, but still green, without sign of the coming gold of perfection, when the minister mounted the top of the coach, to wait, silent and a little anxious, for the appearance of the coachman from the office, thrusting the Wabel into the pocket of his huge greatcoat, to gather his reins, and climb heavily to his perch. A journey of 4 hours, through a not very interesting country, but along a splendid road, would carry him to the village where the suitor lived, and where James Blatherwick was parson. There a walk of about 3 miles awaited him, a long and somewhat weary way to the town minister, accustomed indeed to tramping the hard pavements, but not to long walks unbroken by calls. Climbing at last the hill on which the farmhouse stood, he caught sight of Peter Blatherwick in a neighboring field of barley stubble, with the reins of a pair of powerful Clydesdales in his hands, wrestling with the earth, as it strove to wrench from his hold the stilts of the plough whose share and coulter he was guiding through it. Peter's delight was in the open air, and hard work in it. He was as far from the vulgar idea that a man rose in the scale of honor when he ceased to labor with his hands, as he was from the fancy that a man rose in the kingdom of heaven when he was made a bishop. As to his higher nature, the farmer believed in God, that is, he tried to do what God required of him, and thus was on the straight road to know him. He talked little about religion, and was no partisan. When he heard people advocating or opposing the claims of this or that party in the church, he would turn away with a smile such as men yield to the talk of children. He had no time, he would say, to spend on such disputes. He had enough to do in trying to practice what was beyond dispute. He was a reading man, who not merely drank at every open source he came across, but thought over what he read, and was, therefore, a man of true intelligence, who was regarded by his neighbors with more than ordinary respect. He had been the first in the district to lay hold of the discoveries in chemistry applicable to agriculture, and had made use of them, with notable results, upon his own farm, setting thus an example which his neighbors were so ready to follow, that the region, nowise remarkable for its soil, soon became remarkable for its crops. The noteworthiest thing in him, however, was his humanity, shown first and chiefly in the width and strength of his family affections. He had a strong drawing, not only to his immediate relations, but to all of his blood, who were not few, for he came of an ancient family, long settled in the neighborhood. In his worldly affairs he was well-to-do, having added not a little to the little his father had left him, but he was no lover of money, being open-handed even to his wife, upon whom first your money-grub is sure to exercise his parsimony. There was, however, at Stonecross, little call to spend and less temptation from without, the farm itself being equal to the supply of almost every ordinary necessity. In disposition Peter Blatherwick was a good-humored, even merry man, with a playful answer almost always ready for a greeting neighbor. The minister did not however go on to join the farmer, but went to the house, which stood close at hand, with its low gable toward him. Late summer still lorded it in the land. Only a few fleecy clouds shared the blue of the sky with the ripening sun, and on the hot ridges the air pulsed and trembled, like vaporized layers of mother-of-pearl. At the end of the idle lever, no sleepy old horse was now making his monotonous rounds. His late radiance, born of age and sunshine, was quenched in the dark of the noonday stall. But the peacock still strutted among the ricks, as conscious of his glorious plumage, as regardless of the ugliness of his feet as ever, now and then checking the rhythmic movement of his neck, undulating green and blue, to scratch the ground with those feet, and dart his beak, with apparently spiteful greed, at some tiny crystal of quartz or pickle of grain they exposed, or, from the towering steeple of his uplifted throat, to utter his self-satisfaction in a hideous cry. In the gable before him, Mr. Robertson passed a low window, through which he had a glimpse of the pretty, old-fashioned parlor within, as he went round to the front, to knock at the nearer of 2 green-painted doors. Mrs. Blatherwick herself came to open it, and finding who it was that knocked, of all men the most welcome to her in her present mood, received him with the hearty simplicity of an evident welcome. For was he not a minister? And was not he who caused all her trouble a minister also? She was not, indeed, going to lay open her heart and let him see into its sorrow, for to confess her son a cause of the least anxiety to her would be faithless and treacherous. But the unexpected appearance of Mr. Robertson brought her, nevertheless, as it were the dawn of a winter morning after a long night of pain. She led him into the low-ceiled parlor, the green gloom of the big hydrangea that filled the front window, and the ancient scent of the withered rose leaves in the gorgeous china basin on the gold-bordered table cover. There the minister, after a few kind commonplaces, sat for a moment, silently pondering how to enter upon his communication. But he did not ponder long, however, for his usual way was to rush headlong at whatever seemed to harbor a lion, and come at once to the death grapple. Marian Blatherwick was a good-looking woman, with a quiet, strong expression, and sweet gray eyes. The daughter of a country surgeon, she had been left an orphan without means, but was so generally respected that all said Mr. Blatherwick had never done better than when he married her. Their living son seemed almost to have died in his infancy. Their dead daughter, gone beyond range of eye and ear, seemed never to have left them. There was no separation, only distance between them. "I have taken the liberty, Mrs. Blatherwick, of coming to ask your help in a great perplexity," began Mr. Robertson, with an embarrassment she had never seen in him before, and which bewildered her not a little. "Weel, sir, it's an honour done me, a great honour, for which I hae to thank ye, I'm sure," she answered. "Bide ye, till ye hear what it is," rejoined the minister. "We, that is, my wife and missel, hae a puir lass at hame I the hoose. We hae ta'en a great interest in her for some weeks past, but no we're maist at our wits' end what to do wi' her neist. She's sair o' hurt, and o' health, and out o' hoop, and in fac she stands in sair, desperate need o' a change. Weel, that aukna to mak muckle o' a difficulty atween auld friends like oursels, Maister Robertson. Ye wad hae us tak her in for a whilie, till she loikes up a bit, poor thing. Who auld may she be? She can hardly be mair nor 20, or aboot that, sick like as your ain bonny lassie would hae been by this time, Jean she had repent here stead o' gaeing owa to the grand finishin' she'll o' the just made perfect. Well min I her bonny face. And deed this ain't no that unlike your ain ISY. She's something favours her. Sir, fess her to me. My heart's waitin' for her. Her mither mauna loes her. She couldna stand that. She has nae mither, poor thing, but ye maun do naething in a hurry. I maun tell ye aboot her first. I'm content that she's a friend o' yours, sir. I ken will ye wad never hae me tak until my hoosing that was na fit, and o' the lads aboot the place frae ae mornin' till on either. Indeed she is a friend o' mine, and I hae never a dread o' anything happening ye wadna like. She's in ours sair trouble to cause ony anxiety. The fac is, she's had a terrible misfortin." The good woman started, drew herself up a little, and said hurriedly, "There's no a ween, is there?" "Deed is there, but paired o' the measer is, the bairn's disappeared, and she's brackin' her heart aboot him. She's maist o' her min, Know that she's a naething but perfectly reasonable, and geese never a grain no trouble. I canna doot she'd be a great help till ye, and that ilka minute ye saw fit to lat her bide. But she's just hunted why the idea that she pat the bairnie doon, and left him, and kens na war dot, verily, she's ane o' the lambs o' the Lord's ain flock. That's no the why the lambs o' his flock are I the why o' behavin' themselves. I fear me, sir, ye're latin your heart rin awa why your judgment. I couldn't marry Magdalene ane o' the Lord's ain yoes, that he left the lave I the wilderness to loik for. This is sick on either. Jean, ye help him to come upon her, ye'll carry her hame atween ye reisen. And ye min who he stood atween ain far war nor her, and the ill men that would fain hae sham at her, and sent them ot like mony tykes, they grand Pharisees, why their tails tuck it in atween their legs, sair affronted they wore, doubtless, but I maun be gain, for we're no vera like to agree. My maisters know o' min why you, aboot sick affairs, and I maun gang, and leah ye to your ain opinion. But I would just remin ye, that she's at this present I my who's, why my wife, and my wee bit lassie hings aboot her as Jean she was an angel come doon to see the bonny place this world looks frae up there dot. Poor lammie, the stains out to be fear yupo they hillsides. What for that, Maister Robertson? 'Cause there's so mony o' them more human hearts out to be dot. Come awa, doggy, he added, rising. Dear me, sir! Hae na ye hae a grain o' patience to war spend upon a poor menseless body? Cried Marian, wringing her hands in dismay. To think I said be nice war my lord was sae free! Aye, returned the minister, and he was just as clean as ever, why moaning sick like as her inside the heart o' him, gang awa, and dinna dee the like again, was a he said to that ane, and ye may will be sure she never did. And no she and Mary are followin', why you're an isy, I the vera footsteps o' the great shepherd, through the gowny leaves o' the New Jerusalem, war it may be they see her isy yet, as they see this ane I hae to gang hame till. See they her that, sir? Gar her come, gar her come! I would fain cry yupo isy mare, sit ye doon, sir, shame yupo me, and tak a bite after your lang walk, will ye no bide the nicht ys, and gang back by the mornin's coch? I will that, and thank ye kindly. I'm a bit fatigat why the hill are road, and the walk a wee langer than I'm used till dot. Ye maun hae pity yupo my kittle temper, and no drive me to our muckle shame o' myself, he concluded, wiping his forehead. And to think, cried his hostess, that my heart hurts said hae drawn sick a word frae ane o' the Lord's servants that serve him day and nicht. I beg your pardon, and that richt humbly, sir. I dorna say I'll never do the like again, but I'm no sae likely to transgress a second time as the first dot. Lord keep the doors o' my lips, that ill-forward words common a thouchless ot, and shame me and them that hear me. I maun gang and see aboot your dinner, sir. Is no be lang. Your gracious words, are mair nor meat and drink to me. I could, like Elijah, go I the string o' them, maybe something less than 40 days, but it wad be by the same sort o' string as that angel's food jide the prophet. Marian hurried none the less for such a word, and soon the minister had eaten his supper, and was seated in the cool of a sweet summer evening, in the garden before the house, among roses and lilies and poppy heads and long pink-striped grasses, enjoying a pipe with the farmer, who had anticipated the hour for unyoking, and hurried home to have a talk with Mr. Robertson. The minister opened wide his heart, and told them all he knew and thought of isy. And so prejudiced were they in her favor by what he said of her, and the arguments he brought to show that the judgment of the world was in her case tyrannous and false, that what anxiety might yet remain as to the new relation into which they were about to enter, was soon absorbed in hopeful expectation of her appearance. But, he concluded, you will have to be wise as serpents, lest Abelins, possibly ye intercept a lost sheep on her wy back to the shepherd, and gar her lie the root, out of doors, exposed to the prowlin' wolf. Afore God, I would rather share why her in that day, nor why them that kept her. But when he reached home, the minister was startled, indeed dismayed by the pallor that overwhelmed Izzy's countenance when she heard, following his assurance of the welcome that awaited her, the name and abode of her new friends. They'll be wantin' to ken a thing, she sobbed. Tell you them, returned the minister. Everything they have a right to know. They are good people, and will not ask more. Beyond that, they will respect your silence. There's but a thing, as ye ken, sir, that I canna, and winna tell. To haud my tongue aboot that is the a particle o' honesty left possible to me. It's enough I should have been the cause of the poor man's sin, and I'm not going to bring upon him any of the consequences of it as well. God keep the doors of my lips! We will not go into the question whether you or he was the more to blame, returned the parson. But I heartily approve of your resolve, and admire your firmness in holding to it. The time may come when you ought to tell, but until then, I shall not even allow myself to wonder who the faithless man may be. Isy burst into tears. Don't call him that, sir! Don't drive me to doubt him. Don't let the thought cross my mind that he could have helped doing nothing. Besides, I deserve nothing. And for my bonny bairn, he maun by this time be back hame to him that sent him. Thus assured that her secret would be respected by those to whom she was going, she ceased to show further reluctance to accept the shelter offered her. And, in truth, underneath the dread of encountering James Blatherwick's parents, lay hidden in her mind the fearful joy of a chance of some day catching, herself unseen, a glimpse of the man whom she still loved with the forgiving tenderness of a true, therefore strong heart. With a trembling, fluttering bosom she took her place on the coach beside Mr. Robertson, to go with him to the refuge he had found for her. Once more in the open world, with which she had had so much intercourse that was other than joyous, that same world began at once to work the will of its Maker upon her poor lacerated soul, and afar in its hidden deeps the process of healing was already begun. Agony would many a time return unbidden, would yet often rise like a crested wave, with menace of overwhelming despair, but the real, the true, long hidden from her by the lying judgments of men and women, was now at length beginning to reveal itself to her tear-blinded vision. Hope was lifting a feeble head above the tangled weeds of the subsiding deluge, and ere long the girl would see and understand how little cares the Father, whose judgment is the truth of things, what at any time his child may have been or done, the moment that child gives herself up to be made what he would have her. Looking down into the hearts of men, he sees differences there of which the self-important world takes no heed. Many that count themselves of the first, he sees the last, and what he sees, alone is, a gutter child, a thief, a girl who never in this world had even a notion of purity, may lie smiling in the arms of the Eternal, while the head of a lordly house that still flourishes like a green bay tree may be wandering about with the dogs beyond the walls of the city. Out in the open world, I say, the power of the present God began at once to work upon Isabel, for there, although dimly, she yet looked into his open face, sketched vaguely in the mighty something we call nature, chiefly on the great vault we call heaven, the upheaved, shapely but undefined, perfect in form yet limitless in depth, blue and persistent yet ever evading capture by human heart and human eye. This sphere of fashion boundlessness, of definite shapelessness, called up in her heart the formless children of upheavedness, grandeur, namely, and awe, hope, namely, and desire, all rushed together toward the dawn of the unspeakable One, who, dwelling in that heaven, is above all heavens. Mighty and unchangeable, yet childlike, inexorable, yet tender as never was mother, devoted as never yet was child save one. Isy, indeed, understood little of all this, yet she wept, she knew not why, and it was not for sorrow. But when, the coach journey over, she turned her back upon the house where her child lay, and entered the desolate hill country, a strange feeling began to invade her consciousness. It seemed at first but an old mood, worn shadowy, then it seemed the return of an old dream, then a painful, confused, half-forgotten memory, but at length it cleared and settled into a conviction that she had been in the same region before, and had had, although a passing, yet a painful acquaintance with it, and at the last she concluded that she must be near the very spot where she had left and lost her baby. All that had, up to that moment, befallen her, seemed fused in a troubled conglomerate of hunger and cold and weariness, of help and hurt, of deliverance and returning pain. They all mingled inextricably with the scene around her, and there condensed into the memory of that one event, of which this must assuredly be the actual place. She looked upon widespread wastes of heather and peat, great stones here and there, half buried in it, half sticking out of it. Surely she was waiting there for something to come to pass. Surely behind this veil of the scene, a child must be standing with outstretched arms, hungering after his mother. In herself that very moment must memory be trembling into vision. At length her heart's desire must be drawing near to her expectant soul. But suddenly, alas! Her certainty of recollection, her assurance of prophetic anticipation, faded from her, and of the recollection itself remained nothing but a ruin. And all the time it took to dawn into brilliance, and fade out into darkness, had measured but a few weary steps by the side of her companion, lost in the meditation of a glad sermon for the next Sunday about the lost sheep carried home with jubilance, and forgetting how unfit was the poor sheep beside him for such a fatiguing tramp up hill and down, along what was nothing better than the stony bed of a winter torrent. All at once Isy darted aside from the rough track, scrambled up the steep bank, and ran like one demented into a great clump of heather, which she began at once to search through and through. The minister stopped bewildered, and stood to watch her, almost fearing for a moment that she had again lost her wits. She got on the top of a stone in the middle of the clump, turned several times round, gazed in every direction over the moor, then descended with a hopeless look, and came slowly back to him, saying, "I beg your pardon, sir, I thought I had a glimpse of my infant through the heather." This must be the very spot where I left him. The next moment she faltered feebly. Hey, we far to gang yet, sir? And before he could make her any answer, staggered to the bank on the roadside, fell upon it, and lay still. The minister immediately felt that he had been cruel in expecting her to walk so far. He made haste to lay her comfortably on the short grass, and waited anxiously, doing what he could to bring her to herself. He could see no water near, but at least she had plenty of air. In a little while she began to recover, sat up, and would have risen to resume her journey. But the minister, filled with compunction, took her up in his arms. They were near the crown of the ascent, and he could carry her as far as that. She expostulated, but was unable to resist. Light as she was, however, he found it no easy task to bear her up the last of the steep rise, and was glad to set her down at the top, where a fresh breeze was waiting to revive them both. She thanked him like a child whose father had come to her help, and they seated themselves together on the highest point of the moor, with a large, desolate land on every side of them. Oh, sir, but ye are good to me, she murmured. That brae just minded me o' the hill of difficulty in the Pilgrim's Progress. Oh, you know that story? Said the minister. My old granny used to make me read it to her when she lay dying. I thought it long and tiresome then, but since you took me to your house, sir, I have remembered many things in it. I knew then that I was come to the house of the interpreter. You've made me understand, sir. I am glad of that, why. You see, I know some things that make me very glad, and so I want them to make you glad too. And the thing that makes me gladdest of all is just that God is what He is. To know that such a one is God over us and in us makes a very being a most precious delight. His children, those of them that know Him, are all glad just because He is, and they are His children. Do you think a strong man like me would read sermons and say prayers and talk to people, doing nothing but such shamefully easy work, if he did not believe what he said? I'm sure, sir, you have had hard enough work with me. I am a bad one to teach. I thought I knew all that you have had such trouble to make me see. I was in a bog of ignorance and misery, but now I am getting my head up out of it, and seeing about me. Please let me ask you one thing, sir. How is it that, when the thought of God comes to me, I draw back, afraid of Him? If He be the kind of person you say He is, why can't I go close up to Him? I confess the same foolishness, my child, at times, answered the minister. It can only be because we do not yet see God as He is, and that must be because we do not yet really understand Jesus, do not see the glory of God in His face. God is just like Jesus, exactly like Him. And the parson fell a-wondering how it could be that so many, gentle and guileless as this woman-child, recoiled from the thought of the Perfect One. Why were they not always and irresistibly drawn toward the very idea of God? Why, at least, should they not run to see and make sure whether God was indeed such a one or not? Whether He was really love itself, or only loved them after a fashion? It set him thinking afresh about many things, and he soon began to discover that he had in fact been teaching a good many things without knowing them. For how could he know things that were not true, and therefore could not be known? He had indeed been saying that God was love, but he had yet been teaching many things about Him that were not lovable. They sat thinking and talking, with silences between, and while they thought and talked, the day-star was all the time rising unnoted in their hearts. At length, finding herself much stronger, Isy rose, and they resumed their journey. The door stood open to receive them, but ere they reached it, a bright-looking little woman, with delicate lines of ingrained red in a sorrowful face, appeared in it, looking out with questioning eyes, like a mother bird just loosening her feet from the threshold of her nest to fly and meet them. Through the film that blinded those expectant eyes, Marian saw what manner of woman she was that drew nigh, and her motherhood went out to her. For, in the love-witchery of Isy's yearning look, humbly seeking acceptance, and in her hesitating approach half-checked by gentle apology, Marian imagined she saw her own Isy coming back from the gates of death, and sprang to meet her. The mediating love of the minister, obliterating itself, had made him linger a step or two behind, waiting what would follow, when he saw the two folded each in the other's arms, and the fountain of love thus break forth at once from their encountering hearts. His soul leaped for joy of the new created love, new, but not the less surely eternal. For God is love, and love is that which is, and was, and shall be forevermore, boundless, unconditioned, self-existent, creative. Truly, he said in himself, God is love, and God is all and in all. He is no abstraction, he is the one eternal individual God. In him love evermore breaks forth anew into fresh personality, in every new consciousness, in every new child of the one creating Father. In every burning heart, in everything that hopes and fears and is, love is the creative presence, the center, the source of life, yea, life itself, yea, God himself. The elder woman drew herself a little back, held the poor white-faced thing at arm's length, and looked her through the face into the heart. My bonny lamb! She cried, and pressed her again to her bosom. Come hame, and be a guid bairn, and ill man sall never touch ye, or gar ye grite ony mair. There's my man waitin' for ye, to tak ye, and haud ye safe. Isy looked up, and over the shoulder of her hostess saw the strong paternal face of the farmer, full of silent welcome. For the strange emotion that filled him he did not seek to account. He had nothing to do with that. His will was lord over it. Come bend the hoose, lassie, he said, and led the way to the parlor, where the red sunset was shining through the low gable window, filling the place with the glamour of departing glory. Sit ye doon yupo the sofa there, ye maun be unco tired. Surely ye hae not come o' the lang road frae Tiltwy yupo your ein twa wee feet? Deed has she, answered the minister, who had followed them into the room. The mare's shame to me at loot her dt. Marian lingered outside, wiping away the tears that would keep flowing. For the one question, what can be amiss why Jamie, had returned upon her, haunting and harrying her heart, and with it had come the idea, though vague and formless, that their goodwill to the wandering outcast might perhaps do something to make up for whatever ill thing Jamie might have done. At last, instead of entering the parlor after them, she turned away to the kitchen, and made haste to get ready their supper. Isy sank back in the wide sofa, lost in relief, and the minister, when he saw her look of conscious refuge and repose, said to himself, She is feeling as we shall all feel when first we know nothing near us but the love itself that was before all worlds, when there is no doubt more, and no questioning more. But the heart of the farmer was full of the old uncontent, the old longing after the heart of his boy, that had never learned to cry, Father! But soon they sat down to their meal. While they ate, hardly any one spoke, and no one missed a speech or was aware of the silence, until the bereaved Isabel thought of her child, and burst into tears. Then the mother who sorrowed with such a different, and so much bitterer sorrow, divining her thought and whence it came, rose, and from behind her said, No ye maun jist come owa wy me, and pit ye till your bed, and leave ye there, na, say good nicht to naebody, ye'll see the minister again i' the mornin'. With that she took Isy away, half carrying her close pressed, and half leading her, for Marian, although no bigger than Isy, was much stronger, and could easily have carried her. That night both mothers slept well, and both dreamed of their mothers and of their children. But in the morning nothing remained of their two dreams except two hopes in the one father. When Isy entered the little parlor, she found she had slept so long that breakfast was over, the minister smoking his pipe in the garden, and the farmer busy in his yard. But Marian heard her, and brought her breakfast, beaming with ministration, then thinking she would eat it better if left to herself, went back to her work. In about 5 minutes, however, Isy joined her, and began at once to lend a helping hand. Hoot, my dear! Cried her hostess. Ye hae not ta'en time enough to make a proper breakfast o' tea. Gang awa back, and put Marian till ye. Gin ye dinna learn to ate, we us never get ony guid o' ye. I just can't eat for gladness, returned Isy. Ye're that good to me, that I dare hardly think aboot it. It'll gar me grite, lat me help ye, and I'll grow hungry by dinner time. Mrs. Blatherwick understood, and said no more. She showed her what she might set about, and Isy, happy as a child, came and went at her commands, rejoicing. Probably, had she started in life with less devotion, she might have fared better, but the end was not yet, and the end must be known before we dare judge, result explains history. It is enough for the present to say that, with the comparative repose of mind she now enjoyed, with the good food she had, and the wholesome exercise, for Mrs. Blatherwick took care she should not work too hard, with the steady kindness shown her, and the consequent growth of her faith and hope, Izzie's light-heartedness first, and then her good looks began to return. So that soon the dainty little creature was both prettier and lovelier than before. At the same time her face and figure, her ways and motions, went on mingling themselves so inextricably with Marian's impressions of her vanished Isy, that at length she felt as if she never could be able to part with her. Nor was it long before she assured herself that she was equal to anything that had to be done in the house, and that the experience of a day or two would make her capable of the work of the dairy as well. Thus Isy and her mistress, for so Isy insisted on regarding and calling her, speedily settled into their new relation. It did sometimes cross the girl's mind, and that with a sting of doubt, whether it was fair to hide from her new friends the full facts of her sorrowful history. But to quiet her conscience she had only to reflect that for the sake of the son they loved, she must keep jealous guard over her silence. Further than James's protection, she had no design, cherished no scheme. The idea of compelling, or even influencing him to do her justice, never once crossed her horizon. On the contrary, she was possessed by the notion that she had done him a great wrong, and shrank in horror from the danger of rendering it irretrievable. She had never thought the thing out as between her and him, never even said to herself that he too had been to blame. Her exaggerated notion of the share she had in the fault had lodged and got fixed in her mind, partly from her acquaintance with the popular judgment concerning such as she, and partly from her humble readiness to take any blame to herself. Even had she been capable of comparing the relative consequences, the injury she had done his prospects as a minister would have seemed to her revering soul a far greater wrong than any suffering or loss he had brought upon her. For what was she beside him? What was the ruin of her life to the frustration of such prospects as his? The sole alleviation of her misery was that she seemed hitherto to have escaped involving him in the results of her lack of self-restraint, which results, she was certain, remained concealed from him, as from every one in any way concerned with him in them. In truth, never was man less worthy of it, or more devotedly shielded. And never was hidden wrong to the woman turned more eagerly and persistently into loving service to the man's parents. Many and many a time did the heart of James's mother, as she watched Izzie's deft and dainty motions, regret, even with bitterness, that such a capable and love-inspiring girl should have rendered herself unworthy of her son, for, notwithstanding what she regarded as the disparity of their positions, she would gladly have welcomed Isy as a daughter, had she but been spotless, and fit to be loved by him. In the evenings, when the work of the day was done, Isy used to ramble about the moor, in the lingering rays of the last of the sunset, and the now quickly shortening twilight. In those hours unhasting, gentle, and so spiritual in their tone that they seemed to come straight from the eternal spaces where is no recalling and no forgetting, where time and space are motionless, and the spirit is at rest, Isy first began to read with conscious understanding. For now first she fell into the company of books, old-fashioned ones no doubt, but perhaps even therefore the more fit for her, who was an old-fashioned, gentle, ignorant, thoughtful child. Among the rest in the farmhouse, she came upon the 2 volumes of a book called The Preceptor, which contained various treatises laying down the first principles of polite learning. These drew her eager attention, and with one or other of the not very handy volumes in her hand, she would steal out of sight of the farm, and lapped in the solitude of the moor, would sit and read until at last the light could reveal not a word more. Even the geometry she found in them attracted her not a little. The rhetoric and poetry drew her yet more, but most of all, the natural history, with its engravings of beasts and birds, poor as they were, delighted her, and from these antiquated repertories she gathered much, and chiefly that most valuable knowledge, some acquaintance with her own ignorance. There also, in a garret over the kitchen, she found an English translation of Klopstock's Messiah, a poem which, in the middle of the last and in the present century, caused a great excitement in Germany, and in not a little, I believe, for the development of religious feeling in that country, where the slow subsiding ripple of its commotion is possibly not altogether unfelt even at the present day. She read the volume through as she strolled in those twilights, not without risking many a fall over bush and stone ere practice taught her to see at once both the way for her feet over the moor, and that for her eyes over the printed page. The book both pleased and suited her, the parts that interested her most being those about the repentant angel, Abaddon, who, if I remember aright, haunted the steps of the Savior, and hovered about the cross while he was crucified. The great question with her for a long time was, whether the Savior must not have forgiven him, but by slow degrees it became at last clear to her, that he who came but to seek and to save the lost, could not have closed the door against one that sought return to his fealty. It was not until she knew the suitor, however, that at length she understood the tireless redeeming of the Father, who had sent men blind and stupid and ill-conditioned, into a world where they had to learn almost everything. There were some few books of a more theological sort, which happily she either could understand nor was able to imagine she understood, and which therefore she instinctively refused, as affording nourishment neither for thought nor feeling. There was, besides, Dr. Johnson's Rasselas, which mildly interested her, and a book called Dialogues of Devils, which she read with avidity. And thus, if indeed her ignorance did not become rapidly less, at least her knowledge of its existence became slowly greater. And all the time the conviction grew upon her that she had been in that region before, and that in truth she could not be far from the spot where she laid her child down, and lost him. Chapter 18. In the meantime the said child, a splendid boy, was the delight of the humble dwelling to which Maggie had borne him in triumph. But the mind of the suitor was not a little exercised as to how far their right in the boy approached the paternal. Were they justified in regarding him as their love property, before having made exhaustive inquiry as to who could claim, and might reappropriate him? For nothing could liberate the finder of such a thing from the duty of restoring it upon demand, seeing there could be no assurance that the child had been deliberately and finally abandoned. Maggie, indeed, regarded the baby as absolutely hers by right of rescue, but her father asked himself whether by appropriating him she might not be depriving his mother of the one remaining link between her and humanity, and so abandoning her helpless to the enemy. Surely to take and withhold from any woman her child must be to do what was possible toward dividing her from the unseen and eternal. And he saw that, for the sake of his own child also, and the truth in her, both she and he must make every possible endeavor to restore the child to his mother. So the next time that Maggie brought the crowing infant to the kitchen, her father, who sat as usual under the small window, to gather upon his work all the light to be had, said, with one quick glance at the child, the bonny, glade crater! Wha can say at sick as he, at high now the twa in ain to see till them, gettin' afrae himsel a mair particular and careful regard, gene that were possible, than ither bairns. I would fain believe that same. Father, but ye I think bonny, exclaimed Maggie. Some hae been dingin' tea and yupo me at sick as he mayst I turn o tea a nithing but wheel, one they step o tea until the whirl. But we maun tak care o him, father. War would I be wyo to you at my back. And God at the back o baith, bairn, rejoined the suitor. It's thinkable that the Almighty may hae special difficulty why sick as he, but none a can jeege o ony thing or body till they see the hinner and ota. But I'm thinking it maun I be harder for ane that hasna his een mither to loik till. Ony ither body, be she as guid as she may, maun be but a mac shift, for ae thing he winna get the same natural discipline at ilka mither cat geese its kitlins. Maybe, I couldna ever lay a finger yupo the bonny crater missile, said Maggie. There 'tis, returned her father. And I dinna think, he went on, we could expect muckle frae the wisdom o' the mither gene she had him. I did she mick turn ot to be but a mac shift hersel. There's mony aboot him at'll be sair nuch upon him, but none a the wiser for that. Mony in a loik upon him as a bairn in whose existence God has had nae share, or jist as muckle share as gies him a grup o him to gie him his licks. There's a heap o mystery aboot a thing, Maggie, and that frae the vera beginning to the vera end. It may be at yon bairnie's eye the war danger jist frae hane you and me, Maggie. But I was his een mither war gene back till him. And wha can tell but she's needin' him more nor he's needin' her, though there maun I be something he canna get, 'cause ye're know his ein nither, Maggie, and I know even his ein gutcher. The adoptive mother burst into a howl. Father, father, ye'll brak the hurt o' me! She almost yelled, and laid the child on the top of her father's hands in the very act of drawing his waxed ends. Thus changing him perforce from cobbler to nurse, she bolted from the kitchen, and up the little stair, and throwing herself on her knees by the bedside, sought, instinctively and unconsciously, the presence of him who sees in secret. But for a time she had nothing to say even to him, and could only moan on in the darkness beneath her closed eyelids. Suddenly she came to herself, remembering that she too had abandoned her child. She must go back to him. But as she ran, she heard loud noises of infantile jubilation, and re-entering the kitchen, was amazed to see the Suda's hands moving as persistently if not quite so rapidly as before. The child hung at the back of the Suda's head, in the bite of the long jack-towel from behind the door, holding on by the grey hair of his occiput. There he tugged and crowed, while his caretaker bent over his labor, circumspect in every movement, nor once forgetting the precious thing on his back, who was evidently delighted with his new style of being nursed, and only now and then made a wry face at some movement of the human machine too abrupt for his comfort. Evidently he took it all as intended solely for his pleasure. Maggie burst out laughing through the tears that yet filled her eyes, and the child, who could hear but not see her, began to cry a little, so rousing the mother in her to a sense that he was being treated too unceremoniously, when she bounded to liberate him, undid the towel, and seated herself with him in her lap. The grandfather, not sorry to be released, gave his shoulders a little writhing shake, laughed an amused laugh, and set off boring and stitching and drawing at redoubled speed. "Weel, Maggie?" he said, with loving interrogation, but without looking up. "I saw ye was richt, father, and it set me grightin' essays sair that I forgot the bairn, and you, father, as weel. Gang on, please, and say what ye think fit, it's a true. There's little left for me to say, lassie, no ye hae begun to say to yoursel. But believe me, though ye can never be the bairn's ain mither, she can never be till him the same ye hae been already, whatever mair or better may follow. The pairt ye hae chosen is guid enoch never to be ta'en frae ye, I this world or the neast. Thank ye, father, for that. I'll do for him what I can, own forgotten that he's no mine but Anita woman's. I maun attack frae her what's her ain." The suitor, especially while at his work, was always trying to get, as he said, into his lord's company. Now endeavoring, perhaps, to understand some saying of his, or now, it might be, to discover his reason for saying it just then and there. Often, also, he would be pondering why he allowed this or that to take place in the world, for it was his house, where he was always present and always at work. Humble as diligent disciple, he never doubted, when once a thing had taken place, that it was by his will it came to pass, but he saw that evil itself, originating with man or his deceiver, was often made to subserve the final will of the all-in-all. And he knew in his own self that much must first be set right there, before the will of the Father could be done in earth as it was in heaven. Therefore, in any new development of feeling in his child, he could recognize the pressure of a guiding hand in the formation of her history, and was able to understand St. John where he says, "Beloved, now are we the sons of God, and it doth not yet appear what we shall be, but we know that, when he shall appear, we shall be like him, for we shall see him as he is." For first, foremost, and deepest of all, he positively and absolutely believed in the man whose history he found in the Gospel. That is, he believed not only that such a man once was, and that every word he then spoke was true, but he believed that that man was still in the world, and that every word he then spoke had always been, still was, and always would be true. Therefore he also believed, which was more both to the Master and to John MacLair, his disciple, that the chief end of his conscious life must be to live in his presence, and keep his affections ever, afresh and constantly, turning toward him in hope and aspiration. Hence every day he felt afresh that he too was living in the house of God, among the things of the Father of Jesus. The life influence of the suitor had already for some time, and in some measure, been felt at Tiltawee. In a certain far-off way, men seemed to surmise what he was about, although they were, one and all, unable to estimate the nature or value of his pursuit. What their idea of him was may in a measure be gathered from the answer of the village fool to the passer-by who said to him, "Weel, and what's your suitor aboot the knowe?" "Ow, as usual," answered the natural. "Tinnin up ilka muckle stain to loik for his maester and ethet." For in truth he believed that the Lord of Men was very often walking to and fro in the earthly kingdom of his Father, watching what was there going on, and doing his best to bring it to its true condition, that he was ever and always in the deepest sense present in the same, where he could, if he pleased, at any moment, or in any spot, appear to whom he would. Never did John MacClare lift his eyes heavenward without a vague feeling that he might that very moment catch a sight of the glory of his coming Lord. If ever he fixed his eyes on the far horizon, it was never without receiving a shadowy suggestion that, like a sail towering over the edge of the world, the first great flag of the Lord's hitherward march might that moment be rising between earth and heaven. For certainly he would come unawares, and then who could tell what moment he might not set his foot on the edge of the visible, and come out of the dark in which he had hitherto clothed himself as with a garment, to appear in the ancient glory of his transfiguration. Thus he was ever ready to fall a-watching, and thus, also, never did he play the false prophet, with cries of, "Lo here!" and "Lo there!" And even when deepest lost in watching, the lowest whisper of humanity seemed always loud enough to recall him to his work alive, lest he should be found asleep at his coming. His was the same live readiness that had opened the ear of Maggie to the cry of the little one on the hillside. As his daily work was ministration to the weary feet of his master's men, so was his soul ever awake to their sorrows and spiritual necessities. "There's a hale war o' bonny work aboot me," he would say. "I hae but to lay my hand to what's neist me, and it's sure to be something that wants deein'. I'm clean ashamed sometimes, when I walk up i' the mornin', to fin missel deein' naething." Every evening while the summer lasted, he would go out alone for a walk, generally toward a certain wood nigh the town, for there lay, although it was of no great extent, and its trees were small, a probability of escaping for a few moments from the eyes of men, and the chance of certain of another breed showing themselves. "Know that," he once said to Maggie, "I ever cared vera muckle aboot the angels. It's the man, the perfect man, what was there why the Father afore ever an angel was tell that sends me up o' my knees. When I see a man that beminds me o' him, my hurt rises why a loo, as Jean it wad mace leah my body a hint it dot, loves the law o' the universe, and it just works amazin'." One day a man, seeing him approach in the near distance, and knowing he had not perceived his presence, lay down behind a great stone to watch the mad suitor, in the hope of hearing him say something insane. As John came nearer, the man saw his lips moving, and heard sounds issue from them, but as he passed, nothing was audible but the same words repeated several times, and with the same expression of surprise and joy as if at something for the first time discovered. Lord! Lord, I see. I unerstan, Lord, I'm your ein, to the very death, your ein, thy Father bless thee, Lord, I ken ye care for nowt else, but my hurt's glade, that glade, I maist canna spake." That man ever after spoke of the suitor with a respect that resembled all. After that talk with her father about the child and his mother, a certain silent change appeared in Maggie. People saw in her face an expression which they took to resemble that of one whose child was ill, and was expected to die. But what Maggie felt was only resignation to the will of her Lord. The child was not hers but the Lord's, lent to her for a season. She must walk softly, doing everything for him as under the eye of the Master, who might at any moment call to her, "Bring the child, I want him now!" And she soon became as cheerful as before, but never after quite lost the still, solemn look as of one in the eternal spaces, who saw beyond this world's horizon. She talked less with her father than hitherto, but at the same time seemed to live closer to him. Occasionally she would ask him to help her to understand something he had said, but even then he would not always try to make it plain. He might answer, "I see, lassie, ye're no just ready for tea. It's true though, and the day maun come when ye'll see the thing itsel, and ken what it is, and that's the only wy to win at the troth o' tea. In fac, to see a thing, and ken the thing, and be sure it's true, is ane and the same thing." Such a word from her father was always enough to still and content the girl. Her delight in the child, instead of growing less, went on increasing because of the awe, rather than dread of having at last to give him up. Chapter 19. Meanwhile the minister remained moody, apparently sunk in contemplation, but in fact mostly brooding, and meditating neither form nor truth. Sometimes he felt indeed as if he were losing altogether his power of thinking, especially when, in the middle of the week, he sat down to find something to say on the Sunday. He had greatly lost interest in the questions that had occupied him while he was yet a student, and imagined himself in preparation for what he called the ministry, never thinking how one was to minister who had not yet learned to obey, and had never sought anything but his own glorification. It was little wonder he should lose interest in a profession, where all was but profession. What pleasure could that man find in holy labor who, not indeed offered his stipend to purchase the Holy Ghost, but offered all he knew of the Holy Ghost to purchase popularity? No wonder he should find himself at length in lack of talk to pay for his one thing needful. He had always been more or less dependent on commentaries for the joint he provided, and even for the cooking of it. Was it any wonder that his guests should show less and less appetite for his dinners? The hungry sheep looked up and were not fed. To have food to give them, he must think. To think, he must have peace. To have peace, he must forget himself. To forget himself, he must repent, and walk in the truth. To walk in the truth, he must love God and his neighbor, even to have interest in the dry bone of criticism, which was all he could find in his larder. He must broil it, and so burn away in the slow fire of his intellect, now dull and damp enough from lack of noble purpose, every scrap of meat left upon it. His last relation to his work, his fondly cherished intellect, was departing from him, to leave him lord of a dust heap. In the unsavory mound he grubbed and nosed and scraped dog-like, but could not uncover a single fragment that smelt of provender. The morning of Saturday came, and he recognized with a burst of agonizing sweat that he dared not even imagine his appearance before his congregation. He had not one written word to read to them, and extempore utterance was, from conscious vacancy, impossible to him. He could not even call up one meaningless phrase to articulate. He flung his concordance sprawling upon the floor, snatched up his hat and clerical cane, and scarce knowing what he did, presently found himself standing at the Suda's door, where he had already knocked, without a notion of what he was come to seek. The old parson, generally in a mood to quarrel with the suitor, had always walked straight into his workshop, and greeted him crouched over his work, but the new parson always waited on the doorstep for Maggie to admit him. She had opened the door wide ere he knew why he had come, or could think of anything to say. And now he was in greater uneasiness than usual at the thought of the cobbler's deep-set black eyes about to be fixed upon him, as if to probe his very thoughts. "Do you think your father would have time," he asked humbly, "to measure me for a pair of light boots?" Mr. Blatherwick was very particular about his footgear, and had hitherto always fitted himself at Deemouth, but he had at length learned that nothing he could thereby approach in quality, either of material or workmanship, what the suitor supplied to his poorest customer. He would mend anything worth mending, but would never make anything inferior. "You'll get what you want at such and such place," he would answer, "and I dunna it'll be as good as can be made at the siller, but for my ain part, ye maun excuse me." "'Deed, sir, he'll be baith glad and prood to mak ye as good a pair o' beats as he can compass," answered Maggie. "Jist step in here, sir, and lat him ken what ye want. My bairn's gritin', and I maun gang till him. It's seldom he cries o' tea." The minister walked in at the open door of the kitchen, and met the eyes of the suitor expectant. "Ye're welcome, sir," said MacLair, and returned his eyes to what he had for a moment interrupted. "I want you to make me a nice pair of boots, if you please," said the parson, as cheerily as he could. "I am rather particular about the fit, I fear." "And what for no, sir?" answered the suitor. "I'll do what I can onagate, I promise ye, but why mair readiness nor confidence as to the fit, for I canna profess assurance o' fittin' the first time, no hain the necessar instinct frae the mak o' the man to the shape o' the fut, sir." "Of course I should like to have them both neat and comfortable," said the parson. "In course ye wad, sir, and essay would I. For I confess I wad fain hae my customers tak note o' my success in following the pattern set afore me I the first original foot. But you will allow, I suppose, that a foot is seldom as perfect now as when the divine idea of the member was first embodied by its maker? Rejoined the minister. Aye, there's been mony an interference circumstance, but when his kingdom's come, things 'll tak a turn for the redemption o' the feet as well as the lave o' the body, as the Apostle Paul says I the 23rd verse o' the 8th chapter o' his epistle to the Romans. Only I'm will avast, sir, at there's no sic a thing as adoption minted at I the original Greek. That can hae no part I what folks sees the plan o' salvation, as gene the consumin' fire o' the love eternal was to be seed a plan. Heck, minister, it scunners me. But for the fut, it's I perfect enough to be my pattern, for it's the only ane I hae to follow. It's himself sets the shape o' the shun this or that man maun wear. That's very true, and the same applies to everything a man cannot help. A man has both the make of his mind and of his circumstances to do the best he can with, and sometimes they don't seem to fit each other, so well as, I hope, your boots will fit my feet. Ye're richt there, sir, only that no man's bun to follow his inclinations or his circumstances, ony mair than he's bun to alter his foot to the shape o' a ready-made beat. But who will ye hae them made, sir? I mean what sort o' boots wad ye hae me mak? Oh, I leave that to you, Mr. MacLair, a sort of half Wellington, I suppose, a neat pair of short boots. I understand, sir. And now tell me, said the minister, moved by a sudden impulse, coming he knew not whence, what you think of this new fad, if it be nothing worse, of the English clergy. I mean about the duty of confessing to the priest. I see they have actually prevailed upon that wretched creature we've all been reading about in the papers lately, to confess the murder of her little brother. Do you think they had any right to do that? Remember the jury had acquitted her. And has she really confessed? I am glad o' that. I only wuss they could get a haud o' Madeline Smith as weel, and persuade her to confess. At the state o' that poor crater's conscience. It may scars me gright to think o' Jean she wad but confess, hoop wad spring to life in her sin-oppressed soul. But it maun be a grand lichtanin to that poor thing. I'm richt glad to hear o'. I didn't know, Mr. MacLair, that you favored the power and influence of the priesthood to such an extent. We Presbyterian clergy are not in the way of doing the business of detectives, taking upon us to act as the agents of human justice. There is no one, guilty or not, but is safe with us. As with any confessor, papist or Protestant, rejoined the suitor. If I understand your news, sir, it means that they persuaded the poor soul to confess her guilt, and so put herself safe in the hands of God. And is not that to come between God and the sinner? Doubtless, sir, in order to bring them together, to persuade the sinner to the first step toward reconciliation with God, and peace in his own mind. That he could take without the intervention of the priest. Yes, but not without his own consenting will. And in this case, she would not, and did not confess without being persuaded to it. They had no right to threaten her. Did they threaten her? If they did, they were wrong. And yet I don't know. In any case, they did for her the very best thing that could be done. For they did get her, you tell me, to confess, and so cast from her the horror of carrying about in her secret heart the knowledge of an unforgiven crime. Christians of all denominations hold, I presume, that, to be forgiven, a sin must be confessed. Yes, to God that is enough. No mere man has a right to know the sins of his neighbor. Not even the man against whom the sin was committed? Suppose the sin has never come abroad, but remains hidden in the heart, is a man bound to confess it? Is he, for instance, bound to tell his neighbor that he used to hate him, and in his heart wish him evil? The time micht come one to confess even that would ease a man's hurt. But in sic a case, the man's first duty, it seems to me, would be to watch for an opportunity o' doing that neighbor a kindness. That would be the dead blow to his hatred. But where a man has done an act o' injustice, a wrang to his neighbor, he has no choice, it seems to me, but confess it. That neighbor is the one from whom first he has to ask and receive forgiveness, and that neighbor alone can lift the burden o' him. Besides, the confession may be but fair, to haud the blame frae being laid at the door o' some innocent man, and the author o' nae offence can afford to forget," ended the suitor. "Who the Lord said, there's naething happit up, but maun come to the licht." It seems to me that nothing could have led the minister so near the presentation of his own false position, except the will of God working in him to set him free. He continued, driven by an impulse he neither understood nor suspected. "Suppose the thing not known, however, or likely to be known, and that the man's confession, instead of serving any good end, would only destroy his reputation and usefulness, bring bitter grief upon those who loved him, and nothing but shame to the one he had wronged. What would you say then? You will please to remember, Mr. MacLair, that I am putting an entirely imaginary case, for the sake of argument only." But I dut your imaginary case," murmured the suitor to himself, hardly daring even to think his thought clearly, lest somehow it might reveal itself. "In that case," he replied, "it seems to me the offender wad hae to cast aboot him for ane fit to be trusted, and to him reveal the hale affair, that he may get his help to see and do what's richt. It maks an unco differ to loik at a thing through on either man's een, I the supposed licht o' on either man's conscience. The wrang doon may hae caused mair evil, that is, mair injustice, nor the man himsel kens. And what's the reputation ye speak o', or what's the easefiness o' sic a man? Can it be worth anything? Isna his hooselie? Isna it big at Yupo the San? What kin o' a usefulness can that be that has hypocrisy for its foundation? Awa yt. Lat him cry ot to a the world, I'm a hypocrite. I'm a worm, and no man, lat him cry ot to his macker, I'm a beast afore thee. Mack a man o' me." As the suitor spoke, overcome by sympathy with the sinner, whom he could not help feeling in bodily presence before him, the minister, who had risen when he began to talk about the English clergy and confession, stood hearing with a face pale as death. "For God's sake, minister," continued the suitor, "gien ye hae ony sic thing yupo yer min, hurry and otyt. I dinna say to me, but to somebody, to onybody. Mak a clean bryst ot, afore the adversary has ye again by the thrapple." But here started awake in the minister the pride of superiority in station and learning, a shoemaker, from whom he had just ordered a pair of boots, to take such a liberty, who ought naturally to have regarded him as necessarily spotless. He drew himself up to his lanky height, and made reply. "I am not aware, Mr. MacLair, that I have given you any pretext for addressing me in such terms. I told you, indeed, that I was putting a case, a very possible one, it is true, but not the less a merely imaginary one. You have shown me how unsafe it is to enter into an argument on any supposed case with one of limited education. It is my own fault, however, and I beg your pardon for having thoughtlessly led you into such a pitfall. Good morning." As the door closed behind the parson, he began to felicitate himself on having so happily turned aside the course of a conversation whose dangerous drift he seemed now first to recognize. But he little thought how much he had already conveyed to the wide-eyed observation of one well schooled in the symptoms of human unrest. "I must set a better watch over my thoughts lest they betray me," he reflected, thus resolving to conceal himself yet more carefully from the one man in the place who would have cut for him the snare of the fowler. "I was ower hasty wi' him," concluded the suitor on his part. "But I think the truth has some grup o' him. His conscience is walking up, I fancy, and growing a bit, and whar that tyke has ance hod, he's no ready to losen or lat gang. We maun jist lie keet a bit, and see. His hour'll come." The minister, being one who turned pale when angry, walked home with a face of such corpse-like whiteness, that a woman who met him said to herself, "What can ail the minister, bonny lad? He's luikin as scared as a corp. I dut that fuel body the suitor's been honourin' him wi' his havers." The first thing he did when he reached the manse was to turn, nevertheless, to the chapter and verse in the epistle to the Romans, which the suitor had indicated, and which, through all his irritation, had, strangely enough, remained unsmudged in his memory. But the passage suggested nothing, alas! Out of which he could fabricate a sermon. Could it have proved otherwise with a heart that was quite content to have God no nearer him than a merely adoptive father? He found at the same time that his late interview with the suitor had rendered the machinery of his thought factory no fitter than before for weaving a tangled wisp of loose ends, which was all he could command, into the homogeneous web of a sermon, and at last was driven to his old stock of carefully preserved preordination sermons, where he was unfortunate enough to make choice of the one least of all fitted to awake comprehension or interest in his audience. His selection made, and the rest of the day thus cleared for inaction, he sat down and wrote a letter. Ever since his fall he had been successfully practicing the art of throwing a morsel straight into one or other of the throats of the triple-headed Cerberus, his conscience, which was more clever in catching such sops than they were in choking the said howler, and one of them, the letter mentioned, was the sole wretched result of his talk with the suitor. Addressed to a late divinity classmate, he asked in it incidentally whether his old friend had ever heard anything of the little girl. He could just remember her name, and the pretty face of her, General Slavey to her aunt's lodgers in the Canongate, of whom he was one. He had often wondered, he said, what had become of her, for he had been almost in love with her for a whole half-year. I cannot but take the inquiry as the merest pretense, with the sole object of deceiving himself into the notion of having at least made one attempt to discover ISY. His friend forgot to answer the question, and James Blatherwick never alluded to his having put it to him. Chapter 20. Never dawned Sunday upon soul more wretched. He had not indeed to climb into his watchman's tower without the pretense of a proclamation, but on that very morning his father had put the mare between the shafts of the gig to drive his wife to Tiltowee and their son's church, instead of the nearer and more accessible one in the next parish, whither they oftener went. Arrived there, it was not wonderful they should find themselves so dissatisfied with the spiritual food set before them, as to wish heartily they had remained at home, or driven to the nearer church. The moment the service was over, Mr. Blatherwick felt much inclined to return at once, without waiting an interview with his son, for he had no remark to make on the sermon that would be pleasant either for his son or his wife to hear. But Marian combated the impulse with entreaties that grew almost angry, and Peter was compelled to yield, although sullenly. They waited in the churchyard for the minister's appearance. "Weel, Jimmy," said his father, shaking hands with him limply, "yon was some Steve parritch ye gied us this morning, and the meal itsel was baith auld and sour." The mother gave her son a pitiful smile, as if in deprecation of her husband's severity, but said not a word, and James, haunted by the taste of failure the sermon had left in his own mouth, and possibly troubled by subconscious motions of self-recognition, could hardly look his father in the face, and felt as if he had been rebuked by him before all the congregation. "Father," he replied in a tone of some injury, "you do not know how difficult it is to preach a fresh sermon every Sunday. See ye yon fresh, Jimmy? To me it was like the fewested husks o' the half-famished swine. Man, I was sick provender would drive yersel where there's better and to spare. Yon was lumps o' brose in a pigwash o' sturum. The tane was an itch to choke, and the tither to drun ye." James made a wry face, and the sight of his annoyance broke the ice gathering over the wellspring in his mother's heart. Tears rose in her eyes, and for one brief moment she saw the minister again her bairn. But he gave her no filial response. Ambition, and greed of the praise of men, had blocked in him the movements of the divine, and corrupted his wholesomest feelings, so that now he welcomed freely as a conviction the suggestion that his parents had never cherished any sympathy with him or his preaching, which reacted in a sudden flow of resentment, and a thickening of the ice on his heart. Some fundamental shock must dislodge that rooted, overmastering ice, if ever his wintered heart was to feel the power of a reviving spring. The threesome family stood in helpless silence for a few moments. Then the father said to the mother, "I doot we maun be settin' o' tea for hame, mere Ann. Will you not come into the manse, and have something before you go?" said James, not without anxiety lest his housekeeper should be taken at unawares, and their acceptance should annoy her. He lived in constant dread of offending his housekeeper. "Nah, I thank ye," returned his father. "It wad taste o' stew." Blown dust. It was a rude remark, but Peter was not in a kind mood, and when love itself is unkind, it is apt to be burning and bitter and merciless. Marian burst into tears. James turned away, and walked home with a gait of wounded dignity. Peter went in haste toward the churchyard gate, to interrupt with the bit his mare's feed of oats. Marian saw his hands tremble pitifully as he put the headstall over the creature's ears, and reproached herself that she had given him such a cold-hearted son. She climbed in a helpless way into the gig, and sat waiting for her husband. "I'm that dry I could drink cold water," he said, as he took his place beside her. They drove from the place of tombs, but they carried death with them, and left the sunlight behind them. Neither spoke a word all the way. Not until she was dismounting at their own door, did the mother venture her sole remark. Sirs! It meant a world of unexpressed and inexpressible misery. She went straight up to the little garret where she kept her Sunday bonnet, and where she said her prayers when in especial misery. Then she descended after a while to her bedroom, there washed her face, and sadly prepared for a hungerless encounter with the dinner ISY had been getting ready for them, hoping to hear something about the sermon, perhaps even some little word about the minister himself. But ISY too must share in the disappointment of that vainly shining Sunday morning. Not a word passed between her master and mistress. Their son was called the pastor of the flock, but he was rather the porter of the sheepfold than the shepherd of the sheep. He was very careful that the church should be properly swept and sometimes even garnished, but about the temple of the Holy Ghost, the hearts of his sheep, he knew nothing, and cared as little. The gloom of his parents, their sense of failure and loss, grew and deepened all the dull hot afternoon, until it seemed almost to pass their endurance. At last, however, it abated, as does every pain, for life is at its root, thereto ordained, it slew itself by exhaustion. But, thought the mother, there's Monday coming, and what am I to do then? With the new day would return the old trouble, the gnawing, sickening pain that she was childless. Her daughter was gone, and no son was left her. Yet the new day, when it came, brought with it its new possibility of living one day more. But the minister was far more to be pitied than those whose misery he was. All night long he slept with a sense of ill-usage sublying his consciousness, and dominating his dreams, but with the sun came a doubt whether he had not acted in unseemly fashion, when he turned and left his father and mother in the churchyard. Of course they had not treated him well, but what would his congregation, some of whom might have been lingering in the churchyard, have thought, to see him leave them as he did? His only thought, however, was to take precautions against their natural judgment of his behavior. After his breakfast he set out, his custom of a Monday morning, for what he called a quiet stroll, but his thoughts kept returning, ever with fresh resentment, to the Suda's insinuation, for such he counted it, on the Saturday. Suddenly, uninvited, and displacing the phantasm of her father, arose before him the face of Maggie, and with it the sudden question, what then was the real history of the baby on whom she spent such an irrational amount of devotion? The Suda's tale of her finding him was too apocryphal. Might not Maggie have made a slip? Or why should the pretensions of the suitor be absolutely trusted? Surely he had, some time or other, heard a rumor. A certain satisfaction arose with the suggestion that this man, so ready to believe evil of his neighbor, had not kept his own reputation, or that of his house, perhaps, undefiled. He tried to rebuke himself the next moment, it is true, for having harbored a moment's satisfaction in the wrongdoing of another. It was unbefitting the pastor of a Christian flock. But the thought came and came again, and he took no continuous trouble to cast it out. When he went home, he put a question or two to his housekeeper about the little one, but she only smiled pawkily, and gave him no answer. After his 2 o'clock dinner, he thought it would be Christian-like to forgive his parents. He would therefore call at Stonecross, which would tend to wipe out any undesirable offense on the minds of his parents, and also to prevent any gossip that might injure him in his sacred profession. He had not been to see them for a long time. His visits to them gave him no satisfaction, but he never dreamed of attributing that to his own want of cordiality. He judged it well, however, to avoid any appearance of evil, and therefore thought it might be his duty to pay them in future a hurried call about once a month. For the past, he excused himself because of the distance, and his not being a good walker. Even now that he had made up his mind he was in no haste to set out, but had a long snooze in his armchair first. It was evening when he climbed the hill and came in sight of the low gable behind which he was born. Isy was in the garden gathering up the linen she had spread to dry on the bushes, when his head came in sight at the top of the brae. She knew him at once, and stooping behind the gooseberries, fled to the back of the house, and so away to the moor. James saw the white flutter of a sheet, but nothing of the hands that took it. He had heard that his mother had a nice young woman to help her in the house, but cherished so little interest in home affairs that the news waked in him no curiosity. Ever since she came to Stonecross, Isy had been on the outlook lest James should unexpectedly surprise her, and so be himself surprised into an involuntary disclosure of his relation to her, and not even by the long deferring of her hope to see him yet again, had she come to pretermit her vigilance. She did not intend to avoid him altogether, only to take heed not to startle him into any recognition of her in the presence of his mother. But when she saw him approaching the house, her courage failed her, and she fled to avoid the danger of betraying both herself and him. She was in truth ashamed of meeting him, in her imagination feeling guiltily exposed to his just reproaches. All the time he remained that evening with his mother, she kept watching the house, not once showing herself until he was gone, when she reappeared as if just returned from the moor, where Mrs. Blatherwick imagined her still indulging the hope of finding her baby, concerning whom her mistress more than doubted the very existence, taking the supposed fancy for nothing but a half-crazy survival from the time of her insanity before the Robertsons found her. The minister made a comforting peace with his mother, telling her a part of the truth, namely, that he had been much out of sorts during the week, and quite unable to write a new sermon, and that so he had been driven at the very last to take an old one, and that so hurriedly that he had failed to recall correctly the subject and nature of it, that he had actually begun to read it before finding that it was altogether unsuitable. At which very moment, fatally for his equanimity, he discovered his parents in the congregation, and was so dismayed that he could not recover his self-possession, whence had ensued his apparent lack of cordiality. It was a lame, yet somewhat plausible excuse, and served to silence for the moment, although it was necessarily so far from satisfying his mother's heart. His father was out of doors, and him James did not see. Chapter 21. As time went on, the terror of discovery grew rather than abated in the mind of the minister. He could not tell whence or why it should be so, for no news of Isy reached him, and he felt, in his quieter moments, almost certain that she could not have passed so completely out of his horizon, if she were still in the world. When most persuaded of this, he felt ablest to live and forget the past, of which he was unable to recall any portion with satisfaction. The darkness and silence left over it by his unrepented offense gave it, in his retrospect, a threatening aspect, out of which at any moment might burst the hidden enemy, the thing that might be known, and must not be known. He derived, however, a feeble and right cowardly comfort from the reflection that he had done nothing to hide the miserable fact, and could not now. He even persuaded himself that if he could he would not do anything now to keep it secret. He would leave all to that Providence which seemed hitherto to have wrought on his behalf. He would but keep a silence which no gentleman must break, and why should that come abroad which Providence itself concealed? Who had any claim to know a mere passing fault, which the partner in it must least of all desire exposed, seeing it would fall heavier upon her than upon him? Where was any call for that confession, about which the suitor had maundered so foolishly? If, on the other hand, his secret should threaten to creep out, he would not, he flattered himself, move a finger to keep it hidden. He would that moment disappear in some trackless solitude, rejoicing that he had nothing left to wish undisclosed. As to the charge of hypocrisy that was sure to follow, he was innocent. He had never said anything he did not believe. He had made no professions beyond such as were involved in his position. He had never once posed as a man of Christian experience, like the suitor, for instance. Simply and only he had been overtaken in a fault, which he had never repeated, never would repeat, and which he was willing to atone for in any way he could. On the following Saturday, the suitor was hard at work all day long on the new boots the minister had ordered of him, which indeed he had almost forgotten in anxiety about the man for whom he had to make them. For Mackler was now thoroughly convinced that the young man had some sick offense within his mind, and was the more anxious to finish his boots and carry them home the same night, that he knew his words had increased the sickness of that offense, which sickness might be the first symptom of returning health. For nothing attracted the suitor more than an opportunity of doing anything to lift from a human soul, were it but a single fold of the darkness that compassed it, and so let the light nearer to the troubled heart. As to what it might be that was harassing the minister's soul, he sternly repressed in himself all curiosity. The thought of Maggie's precious little foundling did indeed once more occur to him, but he tried all he could to shut it out. He did also desire that the minister should confess, but he had no wish that he should unbosom himself to him. From such a possibility, indeed, he shrank, while he did hope to persuade him to seek counsel of someone capable of giving him true advice. He also hoped that, his displeasure gradually passing, he would resume his friendly intercourse with himself, for somehow there was that in the gloomy parson which powerfully attracted the cheery and hopeful suitor, who hoped his troubled abstraction might yet prove to be heart-hunger after a spiritual good which he had not begun to find. He might not yet have understood, he thought, the good news about God. That he was just what Jesus seemed to those that saw the glory of God in his face. The minister could not, the suitor thought, have learned much of the truth concerning God, for it seemed to wake in him no gladness, no power of life, no strength to be. For him Christ had not risen, but lay wrapped in his winding sheet. So far as James's feeling was concerned, the larks and the angels must all be mistaken in singing as they did. At an hour that caused the suitor anxiety as to whether the housekeeper might not have retired for the night, he rang the bell of the manse door, which in truth did bring the minister himself from his study, to confront MacLair on the other side of the threshold, with the new boots in his hand. But the minister had come to see that his behavior in his last visit to the suitor must have laid him open to suspicion from him, and he was now bent on removing what he counted the unfortunate impression his words might have made. Wishing therefore to appear to cherish no offense over his parishioner's last words to him ere they parted, and so obliterate any suggestion of needed confession lurking behind his own words with which he had left him, he now addressed him with an abandon which, gloomy in spirit as he habitually was, he could yet assume in a moment when the masking instinct was aroused in him. "Oh, Mr. MacLair," he said jocularly, "I am glad you have just managed to escape breaking the Sabbath. You have had a close shave. It wants 10 minutes, hardly more, to the awful midnight hour. I did, sir, it would hae broken the Sabbath war, to fail o' my word for the sake o' a steak or twa that mattered naething to God or man," returned the suitor. "Ah, well, we won't argue about it. But if we were inclined to be strict, the Sabbath began some." Here he looked at his watch. "Some 5 hours and 3/4 ago, that is, at 6 of the clock, on the evening of Saturday. Hoot, minister, ye ken ye're rang there. For, Jewwise, it began at 6 o' the Friday nicht. But ye hae made it plain frae the pulpit that ye hae nae superstition aboot the first day o' the week. The Wilka Lane has aught to do wi' his Christians. We're no a Jews, though there's a heap o' them yupo this side the Tweed. I, for my part, confess nae obligation but to drap workin, and sit doon wi' clean hands, or as clean as I can well mak them, to the spiritual table o' my Lord, whar I try as will to wear a clean and a cheerfu' face, that is, as far as the sermon will permit, and there's I a pike o' mate some more until tea. For isna it the bonny day when the Lord wad hae us sit doon and ate wi' himsel, wha made the eight heavens and the earth, and the waters under the earth that haud it up? And willna he, yupo this day, at the last grand marriage feast, pour o' tea the bonny reed wine, and say, sit ye doon, bairns, and tak o' my best? Aye, Mr. MacLair, that's a fine way to think of the Sabbath," rejoined the minister. "And the very way I am in the habit of thinking of it myself. I'm greatly obliged to you for bringing home my boots, but indeed I could have managed very well without them. Aye, sir, maybe, I dinna dud ye hae pairs and pairs o' beats, but ye see I couldna dee YOT them, for I had promised." The words struck the minister to the heart. "He means something," he said to himself. "But I never promised the girl anything. I could not have done it. I never thought of such a thing. I never said anything to bind me." He never saw that, whether he had promised or not, His deed had bound him more absolutely than any words. All this time he was letting the suitor stand on the doorstep, with the new boots in his hand. "Come in," he said at last, "and put them there in the window. It's about time we were all going to bed, I think, especially myself, tomorrow being sermon day." The suitor betook himself to his home and to bed, sorry that he had said nothing, yet having said more than he knew. The next evening he listened to the best sermon he had yet heard from that pulpit, a summary of the facts bearing on the resurrection of our Lord, with which sermon, however, a large part of the congregation was anything but pleased, for the minister had admitted the impossibility of reconciling, in every particular, the differing accounts of the doings and seeings of those who bore witness to it. "As Jean," said the suitor, "the Lord wasna to shaw himsel till that had seen he was up war agreed as to their recollection o' what folk had reported." He went home edified and uplifted by his fresh contemplation of the story of his master's victory. Thank God, he thought, his pains were over at last. And through death he was Lord forever over death and evil, over pain and loss and fear, who was already through his Father Lord of creation and life, and of all things visible and invisible. He was Lord also of all thinking and feeling and judgment, able to give repentance and restoration, and to set right all that self-will had set wrong. So greatly did the heart of his humble disciple rejoice in him, that he scandalized the reposing Sabbath street, by breaking out, as he went home, into a somewhat unmelodious song. "They are all gone down to hell with the weapons of their war," to a tune nobody knew but himself, and which he could never have sung again. "Oh, faithful and true!" he broke out once more as he reached his own house, but checked himself abruptly, saying, "Tut, tut, the folk'll think I hae been drinking, eh?" he continued to himself as he went in. "Jean, I micht but answer the name that no man kens but himsel." The next day he was very tired, and could get through but little work, so, on the Tuesday he felt it would be right to take a holiday. Therefore he put a large piece of oatcake in his pocket, and telling Maggie he was going to the hills, to do naething and athing, baith at ance a day, disappeared with a backward look and lingering smile. He went brimful of expectation, and was not disappointed in those he met by the way. After walking some distance in quiescent peace, and having since noontide met no one, to use his own fashion of speech, by which he meant that no special thought had arisen uncalled for in his mind, always regarding such a thought as a word direct from the first thought, he turned his steps towards Stonecross. He had known Peter Blatherwick for many years, and honored him as one in whom there was no guile, and now the desire to see him came upon him. He wanted to share with him the pleasure and benefit he had gathered from Sunday's sermon, and show the better quality of the food their pastor had that day laid before his sheep. He knocked at the door, thinking to see the mistress, and hear from her where her husband was likely to be found. But to his surprise, the farmer came himself to the door, where he stood in silence, with a look that seemed to say, "I know you, but what can you be wanting with me?" His face was troubled, and looked not only sorrowful, but scared as well. Usually ruddy with health, and calm with content, it was now blotted with pallid shades, and seemed, as he held the door handle without a word of welcome, that of one aware of something unseen behind him. "What ails ye, Mr. Bletherwick?" asked the suitor, in a voice that faltered with sympathetic anxiety. "Surely, I hoop there's naething come ower the mistress." "Na, I thank ye, she's vera weel. But a dread thing has befa'en her and me. It's little mair nor an hour sin sign at her ISY. Ye maun hae HR tell o ISY, 'at we baith had sick a faver for, at and she jist drappit doon daid as Jean shot and why a gun. In FAC I thoucht for a minute, though I HR'd nae shot, that sick had been the case. The ae moment she steed noose and why her mistress I the kitchie, and the niece she was in a heap yupo the fleer o tea. But come in, come in." The bonny lassie!" cried the shoemaker, without moving to enter. "I'm in yupo her wheel, though I believe I never saw her but ance, a fine, delicate picture o' a lassie, that lookit up at ye as Jean she made ye kinly welcome to anything she could gie ye or get for ye." "Aweel, as I'm telling ye," said the farmer, "she's awa, and we'll see her no more till the earth gies up her daid. The wife's in there why what's left o' her, gritin' as Jean she wad grite her een o tea." But she load her wheel, doon she drap it, and no even a moment to say her prayers. That made her sna muckle, no a hair, in fac, returned the suitor. It was the father o' her, non aitha, that took her. He wanted her hame, and he's knowing to do anything ill, or at the wrang moment. Jean a me not mare had been ony guid till her, think na ye she would hae had that me not? Will na ye come in and see her? Some folk can abide to loikupo the dade, but ye're knowing o sick. Na, it's troth I dorna be nane o sick is richt willingly gang why ye to loikupo the face o ain't ats one through. Come awa then, and maybe the Lord'll gie ye a word o comfort for the mistress, for she tax on terrible aboot her. It bracks my hurt to see her. The hurt o baith king and cobbler's eye the Aehan o the Lord, answered the suitor solemnly. And Jean my hurt indite anything, my tongue'll be ready to spake the same. He followed the farmer, who trode softly, as if he feared disturbing the sleeper, upon whom even the sudden silences of the world would break no more. Mr. Blatherwick led the way to the parlor, and through it to a closet behind, used as the guest chamber. There, on a little white bed with dimity curtains, lay the form of Isabel. The eyes of the suitor, in whom had lingered yet a hope, at once revealed that he saw she was indeed gone to return no more. Her lovely little face, although its beautiful eyes were closed, was even lovelier than before, but her arms and hands lay straight by her sides, their work was gone from them, no voice would call her any more. She might sleep on, and take her rest. I had but to lay them strocht, sobbed her mistress. Her e'en she had closed hersel as she drap it. But she was a bonny lassie, and a guid, hardly less nor ein bairn to me. And to me as weel, supplemented Peter, with a choked sob. And no ance had I paid her a penny wage, cried Marion, with sudden remorseful reminiscence. She'll never think o' wages no, said her husband. We'll send them to the hospital, and that'll ease your min Miran. She was a dacent, mensfew, richt loable crater, cried Marion. She never said nathing to Jeej by, but I hae a glimmer o' hoop at she may ha been ane o' the Lord's een. Is that a ye can say, Mem? Interposed the suitor. Surely ye wadna door imagine her drap it o his hands. Na, returned Marion. But I wad richt fain ken her fair until them. Why is there to assure so her faith I the atonement? Deed I kenna, and I carina, Mem. I hoop she had faith I nathing, thing nor thoucht, but the Lord himsel. Alive or dade, were in his hands wad deed for us, revealin' his father till s, said the suitor. And Jean she didna ken him afore, she will know. The holy all in all be why her eye the dark, or whatever comes, O God, haud up her hide, and latna the waters gang ower her. So-called theology rose, dull, rampant, and indignant, but the solemn face of the dead interdicted dispute, and love was ready to hope, if not quite to believe. Nevertheless, to those guileless souls, the words of the suitor sounded like blasphemy. Was not her fate settled, and forever? Had not death in a moment turned her into an immortal angel, or an equally immortal devil? Only how, at such a moment, with the peaceful face before them, were they to argue the possibility that she, the loving, the gentle, whose fault they knew but by her own voluntary confession, was now as utterly indifferent to the heart of the living God, as if he had never created her, nay, even had become hateful to him? No one spoke, and the suitor, after gazing on the dead for a while, prayer overflowing his heart, but never reaching his lips, turned slowly, and departed without a word. As he reached his own door, he met the minister, and told him of the sorrow that had befallen his parents, adding that it was plain they were in sore need of his sympathy. James, although marveling at their being so much troubled by the death of merely a servant, was roused by the tale to the duty of his profession, and although his heart had never yet drawn him either to the house of mourning or the house of mirth, he judged it becoming to pay another visit to Stonecross, thinking it, however, rather hard that he should have to go again so soon. It pleased the suitor to see him face about at once, however, and start for the farm with a quicker stride than, since his return to Tiltowee as its minister, he had seen him put forth. James had not the slightest foreboding of whom he was about to see in the arms of death. But even had he had some feeling of what was awaiting him, I dare not even conjecture the mood in which he would have approached the house, whether one of compunction or of relief. But utterly unconscious of the discovery toward which he was rushing, he hurried on, with a faint pleasure at the thought of having to expostulate with his mother upon the waste of such an unnecessary expenditure of feeling. Toward his father, he was aware of a more active feeling of disapproval, if not indeed one of repugnance. James Blatherwick was of such whose sluggish natures require, for the melting of their stubbornness, and their remolding into forms of strength and beauty, such a concentration of the love of God that it becomes a consuming fire. Chapter 22. The night had fallen when he reached the farm. The place was silent, its doors were all shut, and when he opened the nearest, seldom used but for the reception of strangers, not a soul was to be seen. No one came to meet him, for no one had even thought of him, and certainly no one, except it were the dead, desired his coming. He went into the parlor, and there, from the dim chamber beyond, whose door stood open, appeared his mother. Her heart big with grief, she clasped him in her arms, and laid her cheek against his bosom. Higher she could not reach, and nearer than his breastbone she could not get to him. No endearment was customary between them. James had never encouraged or missed any, either did he know how to receive such when offered. "I am distressed, mother," he began, "to see you so upset, and I cannot help thinking such a display of feeling unnecessary. If I may say so, it seems to me unreasonable. You cannot, in such a brief period as this new maid of yours has spent with you, have developed such an affection for her as this." He hesitated for a word. "As this bouleversement would seem to indicate. The young woman can hardly be a relative, or I should surely have heard of her existence. The suddenness of the occurrence, of which I heard only from my shoemaker, MacLair, must have wrought disastrously upon your nerves. Come, come, dear mother! You must indeed compose yourself. It is quite unworthy of you to yield to such a paroxysm of unnatural and uncalled for grief. Surely it is the part of a Christian like you to meet with calmness, especially in the case of one you have known so little, that inevitable change which neither man nor woman can avoid longer than a few years at most. Of course, the appalling instantaneousness of it in the present case goes far to explain and excuse your emotion, but now at least, after so many hours have elapsed, it is surely time for reason to resume her sway. Was it not Schiller who said, 'Death cannot be an evil, for it is universal; at all events, it is not an unmitigated evil,'" he added, with a sigh, as if for his part he was prepared to welcome it. During this prolonged and foolish speech, the gentlewoman, whose mother heart had loved the poor girl that bore her daughter's name, had been restraining her sobs behind her handkerchief. But now, as she heard her son's cold commonplaces, it was, perhaps, a little wholesome anger that roused her, and made her able to speak. "Ye didna ken her, laddie," she cried. "Or ye wad never mint at laying your tongue upon her that gate, 'deed na, ye wadna, but I did gene ever ye could hae come to ken her as she was, sic a bonny, hurty sowl as anst dwalt in yon white-faced, patient thing, lyin' I the chowmare there, why the stang o' her hurt at last, and left the sharper I mine. But me and your father, will we load her?" For to his she was like Urain Isy, I, mair a doctor nor a servant, why a bra love and kinness in her, no to be luikik for Freyone's son, and sick as we never had Freyon afore but Urain Isy dot, just gang ye until the closet there, gene ye wool, and ye'll see what'll maybe saffen your hurt a bit, and lat ye unerstan what mak o' things come to the twa auld folk ye never cared muckle aboot. James felt bitterly aggrieved by this personal remark of his mother. How unfair she was! What had he ever done to offend her? Had he not always behaved himself properly, except indeed in that matter of which neither she, nor living soul else, knew anything, or would ever know? What right had she then to say such things to him? Had he not fulfilled the expectations with which his father sent him to college? Had he not gained a position whose reflected splendor crowned them the parents of James Blatherwick? She showed him none of the consideration or respect he had so justly earned but never demanded. He rose suddenly, and with never a thought save to leave his mother so as to manifest his displeasure with her, stalked heedlessly into the presence of the more heedless dead. The night had indeed fallen, but the little window of the room looking westward, and a bar of golden light yet lying like a resurrection stone over the spot where the sun was buried, a pale sad gleam, softly vanishing, hovered, hardly rested, upon the lovely, still, unlooking face, that lay white on the scarcely whiter pillow. Coming out of the darker room, the sharp, low light blinded him a little, so that he saw without any certainty of perception, yet he seemed to have something before him not altogether unfamiliar, giving him a suggestion as of something he had known once, perhaps ought now to recognize, but had forgotten. The reality of it seemed to be obscured by the strange autumnal light entering almost horizontally. Concluding himself oddly affected by the sight of a room he had regarded with some awe in his childhood, and had not set foot in it for a long time, he drew a little nearer to the bed, to look closer at the face of this paragon of servants, whose loss was causing his mother a sorrow so unreasonably poignant. The sense of her resemblance to someone grew upon him, but not yet had he begun to recognize the death-changed countenance. He became assured only that he had seen that still face before, and that, would she but open those eyes, he should know at once who she was. Then the true suspicion flashed upon him. Good God! Could it be the dead ISY? Of course not. It was the merest illusion. A nonsensical fancy, caused by the irregular mingling of the light and darkness. In the daytime he could not have been so befooled by his imagination. He had always known the clearness, both physical and mental, with which he saw everything. Nevertheless, the folly had power to fix him staring where he stood, with his face leant close to the face of the dead. It was only like, it could not be the same. And yet he could not turn and go from it. Why did he not, by the mere will in whose strength he took pride, force his way out of the room? He stirred not a foot, he stared and stood. And as he stared, the dead face seemed to come nearer him through the darkness, growing more and more like the only girl he had ever, though even then only in fancy, loved. If it was not she, how could the dead look so like the living he had once known? At length what doubt was left, changed suddenly to assurance that it must be she. And dare I say it? It brought him a sense of relief. He breathed a sigh of such false, rascally peace as he had not known since his sin, and with that sigh he left the room. Passing his mother, who still wept in the now deeper dusk of the parlor, with the observation that there was no moon, and it would be quite dark before he reached the manse, he bade her good night, and went out. When Peter, who unable to sit longer inactive had gone to the stable, re-entered, foiled in the attempt to occupy himself, and sat down by his wife, she began to talk about the funeral preparations, and the persons to be invited. But such sorrow overtook him afresh, that even his wife, herself inconsolable over her loss, was surprised at the depth of his grief for one who was no relative. It seemed to him indelicate, almost heartless of her to talk so soon of burying the dear one but just gone from their sight. It was unnecessary dispatch, and suggested a lack of reverence. "What for sick a hurry?" he expostulated. "Isna there time enough to put oto your sicht what ye ans load essay wheel? Lat me be the nicht, the morn'll be here senna enough. Lat my soul rest a moment why death, and hot hour why your funeral. Sufficient till the day, ye ken. Dear, but I'm no like you, Peter. Whan the soul's gain, I tak no content I the presence o' the poor worthless body, luikin what it never mair can be. Na, I wad be rid o' tea, I confess, but be it as ye wool, my ain man. It's a sair hurt ye hae as will as me I your body this nicht, and we maun bear ane anither's burdens. The doughty may lie as we hae laid her, the nicht through, and naething said there's little to be dean for her. She's a bonny clean corp as ever was, and may will lie a week afore we put her awa. There's no need for ony to watch her. Tyke nor bawdrins ill never come near her dot. I wonny what for falk wad sit up why the dade, yet I min me will they I did I the all time. In this she showed, however, and in this alone, that the girl she lamented was not her own daughter, for when the other ISY died, her body was never for a moment left with the eternal spaces, as if she might wake, and be terrified to find herself alone. Then, as if God had forgotten them, they went to bed without saying their usual prayers together, I fancied the visit of her son had been to Marian like the chill of a wandering iceberg. In the morning the farmer, up first as usual, went into the death chamber and sat down by the side of the bed, reproaching himself that he had forgotten worship the night before. And as he sat looking at the white face, he became aware of what might be a little tinge of color, the faintest possible, upon the lips. He knew it must be a fancy, or at best an accident without significance, for he had heard of such a thing. Still, even if his eyes were deceiving him, he must shrink from hiding away such death out of sight. The merest counterfeit of life was too sacred for burial. Just such might the little daughter of Jairus have looked when the Lord took her by the hand ere she arose. Thus feeling, and thus seeming to see on the lips of the girl a doubtful tinge of the light of life, it was no wonder that Peter could not entertain the thought of her immediate burial. They must at least wait some sign, some unmistakable proof, even, of change begun. Instead, therefore, of going into the yard to set in motion the needful preparations for the harvest at hand, he sat on with the dead. He could not leave her until his wife should come to take his place and keep her company. He brought a Bible from the next room, sat down again, and waited beside her. In doubtful, timid, tremulous hope, not worthy of the name of hope, a mere sense of a scarcely possible possibility, he waited what he would not consent to believe he waited for. He would not deceive himself. He would give his wife no hint, but wait to see how she saw. He would put to her no leading question even, but watch for any start or touch of surprise she might betray. By and by Marian appeared, gazed a moment on the dead, looked pitifully in her husband's face, and went out again. "She sees naething," said Peter to himself. "I ass awa to my work, still I winna hae her laid aside afore I'm a ween sure o' what she is, leavin' Sal or Dade Clod." With a sad sense of vanished self-delusion, he rose and went out. As he passed through the kitchen, his wife followed him to the door. "Ye'll see and send a message to the Vrick carpenter the day?" she whispered. "I'm no likely to forget," he answered. "But there's nae hurry, seein' there's no life concerned." "Na, nae, the mair's the pity," she answered, and Peter knew, with a glad relief, that his wife was coming to herself from the terrible blow. She sent the cowboy to the Cormac's cottage, to tell Lippy to come to her. The old woman came, heard what details there were to the sad story, shook her head mournfully, and found nothing to say, but together they set about preparing the body for burial. That done, the mind of Mrs. Blatherwick was at ease, and she sat expecting the visit of the carpenter. But the carpenter did not come. On the Thursday morning the suitor came to inquire after his friends at Staincross, and the goodwife gave him a message to Willie Wobster, the Vricht, to see about the coffin. But the suitor, catching sight of the farmer in the yard, went and had a talk with him, and the result was that he took no message to the carpenter, and when Peter went in to his dinner, he still said there was no hurry. Why should she be so anxious to heap earth over the dead? For still he saw, or fancied he saw, the same possible color on Izzy's cheek, like the faintest sunset red, or that in the heart of the palest blush rose, which is either glow or pallor as you choose to think it. So the first week of Izzy's death passed, and still she lay in state, ready for the grave, but unburied. Not a few of the neighbors came to see her, and were admitted where she lay, and some of them warned Marian that, when the change came, it would come suddenly, but still Peter would not hear of her being buried. With that color on her cheek! And Marian had come to see, or to imagine with her husband that she saw the color. So, each in turn, they kept watching her. Who could tell but the Lord might be going to work a miracle for them, and was not in the meantime only trying them, to see how long their patience and hope would endure. The report spread through the neighborhood, and reached Tiltawee, where it speedily pervaded street and lane. "The lass at Staincross, she's lyin' dead, and Louis kin as alive as ever she was." From street and lane the people went crowding to see the strange sight, and would have overrun the house, but had a reception by no means cordial. The farmer set men at every door, and would admit no one. Angry and ashamed, they all turned and went, except a few of the more inquisitive, who continued lurking about in the hope of hearing something to carry home and enlarge upon. As to the minister, he insisted upon disbelieving the whole thing, and yet was made not a little uncomfortable by the rumor. Such a foe to superstition that in his mind he silently questioned the truth of all records of miracles, to whomsoever attributed, he was yet haunted by a fear which he dared not formulate. Of course, whatever might take place, it could be no miracle, but the mere natural effect of natural causes. None the less, however, did he dread what might happen. He feared Isy herself, and what she might disclose. For a time he did not dare again go near the place. The girl might be in a trance. She might revive suddenly, and call out his name. She might even reveal all. She had always been a strange girl. What if, indeed, she were even being now kept alive to tell the truth, and disgrace him before all the world? Horrible as was the thought, might it not be well, in view of the possibility of her revival, that he should be present to hear anything she might say, and take precaution against it? He resolved, therefore, to go to Stonecross, and make inquiry after her, heartily hoping to find her undoubtedly and irrecoverably dead. In the meantime, Peter had been growing more and more expectant, and had nearly forgotten all about the coffin, when a fresh rumor came to the ears of William Webster, the coffin-maker, that the young woman at Stonecross was indeed and unmistakably gone, whereupon he, having lost patience over the uncertainty that had been crippling his operations, questioned no more what he had so long expected, set himself at once to his supposed task, and finished what he had already begun, and indeed half ended. The same night that the minister was on his way to the farm, he passed Webster and his man carrying the coffin home through the darkness. He described what it was, and his heart gave a throb of satisfaction. The men reaching Stonecross in the pitch blackness of a gathering storm, they stupidly set up their burden on end by the first door, and went on to the other, where they made a vain effort to convey to the deaf Ippian knowledge of what they had done. She making them no intelligible reply, there they left the coffin leaning up against the wall, and eager to get home ere the storm broke upon them, set off at what speed was possible to them on the rough and dark road to Tiltawee, now in their turn meeting and passing the minister on his way. By the time James arrived at Stonecross, it was too dark for him to see the ghastly sentinel standing at the nearer door. He walked into the parlor, and there met his father coming from the little chamber where his wife was seated. "Isna this a most amazing thing, and hopeful as it's amazing?" cried his father. "What can there be to come o.t.o.t.? But the wyso the Almighty are truly no to be misered by mortal line. The last maun surely be intended for marvellous things, to be dealt after sick and extraordinary fashion. Nicht after nicht has the tane or the tither o' his twa been sittin' here aside her, ladin' the hair's tak its chance, and at the daytime lia and maista to the men, me sleepin' and they at their work, and here the bonny crater lyin', as quiet as Jean she had never seen Tribble, for 13 days, and no change passed upon her, no more than on the 3 holy bairns I the fiery furnace. I'm just in a trimmel to think what's to come o.t.o.t.a. God only kens. We can but sit still and wait his appearance. What think ye, Jimmy, when the Lord was daid up of the cross, they waited but twa nix, and there he was up afore them. Here we hae waited, close on a hale fortnicht, and naething even to prove that she's daid. Still less ony sign that ever she'll spake word tills again. What think ye o.t., man? Jean ever she returns to life, I greatly did she'll ever bring back her senses her," said the mother, joining them from the inner chamber. "Hoot, ye min the tale o' the Lady Fanshawe, I believe they seed her? She cam till hersel a richt I the inn," said Peter. "I don't remember the story," said James. "Such old-world tales are little to be heeded. I min naething aboot it but just that muckle," said his father. "And I can think o' naething but that bonny lassie lyin' there afore me neither daid nor alive. I just wonder, Jeems, that ye know as concerned, and as filt why doot, and even dread and ended as I am missile. We're all in the hands of the God who created life and death," returned James, in a pious tone. The father held his peace. "And he'll bring licht o.t.o. the vera dark o' the grave," said the mother. Her faith, or at least her hope, once set a-going, went farther than her husband's, and she had a greater power of waiting than he. James had sorely tried both her patience and her hope, and not even now had she given him up. "Ye'll bide and share our watch this nicht, Jeems?" said Peter. It's an elvish kin o' a thing to walk up by the mirk mids, why a dade corp aside ye, no at even yet I gie her up for dade. But I canna help feelin' some eerie like, no to say flate. Bide man, and see the nicht otys, and gie your mither and me some hurt o' grace. James had little inclination to add another to the party, and began to murmur something about his housekeeper. But his mother cut him short with the indignant remark. Hoot, what's she, naething to you or ony os? Lat her sit up for ye, gene she likes. Lat her sit, I say, and never waste thouch yupo the quain. James had not a word to answer. Greatly as he shrank from the ordeal, he must encounter it without show of reluctance. He dared not even propose to sit in the kitchen and smoke. With better courage than will, he consented to share their vigil. And then, he reflected, if she should come to herself, there would be the advantage he had foreseen and even half desired. His mother went to prepare supper for them. His father rose, and saying he would have a look at the night, went toward the door, for even his strange situation could not entirely smother the anxiety of the husbandman. But James glided past him to the door, determined not to be left alone with that thing in the chamber. But in the meantime the wind had been rising, and the coffin had been tilting and resettling on its narrower end. At last, James opening the door, the gruesome thing fell forward just as he crossed the threshold, knocked him down, and settled on the top of him. His father, close behind him, tumbled over the obstruction, divined, in the light of a lamp in the passage, what the prostrate thing was, and scrambling to his feet with the only oath he had, I fully believe, ever uttered, cried, Damn that fuel, Willie Wobster! Had he naething better to dee nor send to the whose coffins naebody wanted, and signs set them doon like rotten traps, rat traps, to whom el puir Jimmy. He lifted the thing from off the minister, who rose not much hurt, but both amazed and offended at the mishap, and went to his mother in the kitchen. Dinna say muckle to your mither, Jeems lad, said his father as he went. That is, dinna explain precisely who the ill-ford thing happened. I'll hae amends, vengeance, upon him. So saying, he took the offensive vehicle, awkward burden as it was, in his 2 arms, and carrying it to the back of the cornyard, shoved it over the low wall into the dry ditch at its foot, where he heaped dirty straw from the stable over it. It'll be lang, he vowed to himself, or Willie Wobster hear the last o' this, and langer yet, or he see the glint o' the siller he thoucht he was yearnin' by tea. It's come and carry tea hame himsel he saw, the muckle idiot. He may turn tea until a braid kist, or what he likes, the gomf. Fain would I screw the reed hide o' him until that same kist, and hod him there, short o' smorin', he muttered as he went back to the house. Faith, I could mace bury him o' a trict, he concluded, with a grim smile. Ere he re-entered the house, however, he walked a little way up the hill, to cast over the vault above him a farmer's look of inquiry as to the coming night, and then went in, shaking his head at what the clouds boded. Marian had brought their simple supper into the parlor, and was sitting there with James, waiting for him. When they had ended their meal, and Ippy had removed the remnants, the husband and wife went into the adjoining chamber, and sat down by the bedside, where James presently joined them with a book in his hand. Ippy, having rested the fire in the kitchen, came into the parlor, and sat on the edge of a chair just inside the door. Peter had said nothing about the night, and indeed, in his wrath with the carpenter, had hardly noted how imminent was the storm. But the air had grown very sultry, and the night was black as pitch, for a solid mass of cloud had blotted out the stars. It was plain that, long before morning, a terrible storm must break. But midnight came and went, and all was very still. Suddenly the storm was upon them, with a forked, vibrating flash of angry light that seemed to sting their eyeballs, and was replaced by a darkness that seemed to crush them like a ponderous weight. Then all at once the weight itself seemed torn and shattered into sound, into heaps of bursting, roaring, tumultuous billows. Another flash, yet another and another followed, each with its crashing uproar of celestial avalanches. At the first flash Peter had risen and gone to the larger window of the parlor, to discover, if possible, in what direction the storm was traveling. Marian, feeling as if suddenly unroofed, followed him, and James was left alone with the dead. He sat, not daring to move, but when the third flash came, it flickered and played so long about the dead face that it seemed for minutes vividly visible, and his gaze was fixed on it, fascinated. The same moment, without a single preparatory movement, ISY was on her feet, erect on the bed. A great cry reached the ears of the father and mother. They hurried into the chamber. James lay motionless and senseless on the floor. A man's nerve is not necessarily proportioned to the hardness of his heart. The verity of the thing had overwhelmed him. Isabel had fallen, and lay gasping and sighing on the bed. She knew nothing of what had happened to her. She did not yet know herself, did not know that her faithless lover lay on the floor by her bedside. When the mother entered, she saw nothing, only heard Izzy's breathing. But when her husband came with a candle, and she saw her son on the floor, she forgot ISY. All her care was for James. She dropped on her knees beside him, raised his head, held it to her bosom, and lamented over him as if he were dead. She even felt annoyed with the poor girl's moaning, as she struggled to get back to life. Why should she, whose history was such, be the cause of mishap to her reverend and honored son? Was she worth one of his little fingers? Let her moan and groan and sigh away there, what did it matter? She could well enough wait a bit. She would see to her presently, when her precious son was better. Very different was the effect upon Peter when he saw ISY coming to herself. It was a miracle indeed. It could be nothing less. White as was her face, there was in it an unmistakable look of reviving life. When she opened her eyes and saw her master bending over her, she greeted him with a faint smile, closed her eyes again, and lay still. James also soon began to show signs of recovery, and his father turned to him. With the old sullen look of his boyhood, he glanced up at his mother, still overwhelming him with caresses and tears. "Let me up," he said querulously, and began to wipe his face. "I feel so strange. What can have made me turn so sick all at once?" "Izzy's come to life again," said his mother, with modified show of pleasure. "Oh," he returned. "You're surely no sorry for that," rejoined his mother, with a reaction of disappointment at his lack of sympathy, and rose as she said it. "I'm pleased to hear it, why not?" he answered. "But she gave me a terrible start. You see, I never expected it, as you did." "Weel, ye are hurtless, Jimmy," exclaimed his father. "Hae ye nae spark o' fellow feelin' why you're on nither, when the lass comes to life at she's been 14 days minnin' for daid? But losh! She's aff again, daid or in a dwam, I kenna. Is possible she's gain to slip frae your hand yet?" James turned his head aside, and murmured something inaudibly. But ISY had only fainted. After some eager ministrations on the part of Peter, she came to herself once more, and lay panting, her forehead wet as with the dew of death. The farmer ran out to a loft in the yard, and calling the herd boy, a clever lad, told him to rise and ride for the doctor as fast as the mare could lay feet to the road. "Tell him," he said, "that ISY has come to life, and he maun munt and ride like the vera mischief, or she'll be daid again afore he wins till her. Jean, ye canna get the tae doctor, awa why ye to the tither, and dinna lay him till ye see him i' the settle and start it. Syne ye can ease the mere, and come hame at your laser. He'll be here lang afore ye. Tell him I'll pay him ony fee he likes, be't what it may, and never complain, awa why ye like the vera deevil." "I didna think he kenned who he rade," answered the boy pockily, as he shot to the stable. "Weel," he added, "ye mauna gley asklent at the mere when she comes hame some sapey like." When he returned on the mare's back, the farmer was waiting for him with the whiskey bottle in his hand. "Na, na," he said, seeing the lad eye the bottle. "It's no for you. You one of the SMA what ye ever had, it's no you at has to gallop, ye hae but to stick on, hey, Susie." He poured half a tumblerful into a soup plate, and held it out to the mare, who, never snuffing at it, licked it up greedily, and immediately started of herself at a good pace. Peter carried the bottle to the chamber, and got ISY to swallow a little, after which she began to recover again. Nor did Marion forget to administer a share to James, who was not a little in want of it. When, within an hour, the doctor arrived full of amazed incredulity, he found Isy in a troubled sleep, and James gone to bed. Chapter 23. The next day, Isy, although very weak, was greatly better. She was, however, too ill to get up, and Marian seemed now in her element, with two invalids, both dear to her, to look after. She hardly knew for which to be more grateful: her son, given helpless into her hands, unable to repel the love she lavished upon him, or the girl whom God had taken from the very throat of the swallowing grave. But her heart, at first bubbling over with gladness, soon grew calmer, when she came to perceive how very ill James was. And before long she began to fear she must part with her child, whose lack of love hitherto made the threatened separation the more frightful to her. She turned even from the thought of Izzy's restoration, as if that were itself an added wrong. From the occasional involuntary association of the two in her thought, she would turn away with a sort of meek loathing. To hold her James for one moment in the same thought with any girl less spotless than he, was to disgrace herself. James was indeed not only very ill, but growing slowly worse, for he lay struggling at last in the backbite of conscience, who had him in her unrelaxing jaws, and was worrying him well. Whence the holy dog came we know, but how he got a hold of him to begin his saving torment, who shall understand but the Maker of men and of their secret, inexorable friend? Every beginning is infinitesimal, and wrapped in the mystery of creation. Its results only, not its modes of operation or their stages, I may venture attempting to convey. It was the wind blowing where it listed, doing everything and explaining nothing. That wind from the timeless and spaceless and formless region of God's feeling and God's thought, blew open the eyes of this man's mind so that he saw, and became aware that he saw. It blew away the long-gathered vapors of his self-satisfaction and conceit. It blew wide the windows of his soul, that the sweet odor of his father's and mother's thoughts concerning him might enter, and when it entered, he knew it for what it was. It blew back to him his own judgments of them and their doings, and he saw those judgments side by side with his new insights into their real thoughts and feelings. It blew away the desert sands of his own moral dullness, indifference, and selfishness, that had so long hidden beneath them the watersprings of his own heart, existent by and for love and its gladness. It cleared all his conscious being, made him understand that he had never hitherto loved his mother or his father, or any neighbor, that he had never loved God one genuine atom, never loved the Lord Christ, his Master, or cared in the least that he had died for him. Had never at any moment loved Isy, least of all when to himself he pleaded in his own excuse that he had loved her. That blowing wind, which he could not see, either knew whence it came, and yet less whither it was going, began to blow together his soul and those of his parents. The love in his father and in his mother drew him. The memories of his childhood drew him. For the heart of God himself was drawing him, as it had been from the first, only now first he began to feel its drawing, and as he yielded to that drawing and went nearer, God drew ever more and more strongly, until at last, I know not, I say, how God did it, or whereby he made the soul of James Blatherwick different from what it had been, but at last it grew capable of loving, and did love. First, he yielded to love because he could not help it, then he willed to love because he could love, then, become conscious of the power, he loved the more, and so went on to love more and more. And thus did James become what he had to become, or perish. But for this liberty, he had to pass through wild regions of torment and horror. He had to become all but mad, and know it. His body, and his soul as well, had to be parched with fever, thirst, and fear. He had to sleep and dream lovely dreams of coolness and peace and courage, then wake and know that all his life he had been dead, and now first was alive, that love, newborn, was driving out the gibbering phantoms. That now indeed it was good to be, and no others alive about him, that now life was possible, because life was to love, and love was to live. What love was, or how it was, he could not tell. He knew only that it was the will and the joy of the Father and the Son. Long ere he arrived at this, however, the falsehood and utter meanness of his behavior to Isy had become plain to him, bringing with it such an overpowering self-contempt and self-loathing, that he was tempted even to self-destruction to escape the knowledge that he was himself the very man who had been such, and had done such things. To know my deed, 'twere best not know myself, he might have said with Macbeth. But he must live on, for how otherwise could he make any atonement? And with the thought of reparation, and possible forgiveness and reconcilement, his old love for Isy rushed in like a flood, grown infinitely nobler, and was uplifted at last into a genuine self-abandoning devotion. But until this final change arrived, his occasional paroxysms of remorse touched almost on madness, and for some time it seemed doubtful whether his mind must not retain a permanent tinge of insanity. He conceived a huge disgust of his office and all its requirements, and sometimes bitterly blamed his parents for not interfering with his choice of a profession that was certain to be his ruin. One day, having had no delirium for some hours, he suddenly called out as they stood by his bed, "Oh, mother! Oh, father! Why did you tempt me to such hypocrisy? Why did you not bring me up to walk at the plough-tail? Then I should never have had to encounter the damnable snares of the pulpit. It was that which ruined me, the notion that I must take the minister for my pattern, and live up to my idea of him, before even I had begun to cherish anything real in me. It was the road royal to hypocrisy. Without that rootless, worthless, devilish fancy, I might have been no worse than other people. Now I am lost. Now I shall never get back to bare honesty, not to say innocence. They are both gone forever." The poor mother could only imagine it his humility that made him accuse himself of hypocrisy, and that because he had not fulfilled to the uttermost the smallest duty of his great office. "Jamie, dear," she cried, laying her cheek to his, "ye maun cast your care upo him that careth for ye. He kens ye hae deen your best, or if no your verra best, for wha dour say that, ye hae at least deen what ye could." "Na, na," he answered, resuming the speech of his boyhood, a far better sign of him than his mother understood. "I ken our muckle, and that muckle our weel, to lay sick of flattering unction to my soul. It's just as black as the fell murk. Ah, lion soul, that, struggling to be free, art more engaged. Hoots, ye're dreamin', laddie. Ye never was engaged to onybody, at least that ever I hr tell o. But ony gate, fash na ye aboot that. Jean it be a nithing o sick a natur that's troublin' ye, your father and me we get ye clear o tea. Aye, there ye're at it again. It was you 'at laid the bird lime. Ye I took part mither, why the muckle deal that wad na rist till he had my soul in his deepest pit. The Lord kens his een, he'll see that they come through unscommet. The Lord disna mak ony hypocrite o purpose doubtless, but gene a man sin after he has ance come to the knowledge o the troth, there remaineth for him, ye ken the lave o tea as weel as I de missile, mother. My only hoop lies in a doot that is, whether I had ever come till a knowledge o the troth, or hae yet maybe no. Laddie, ye're no I your richt min. It's fearsome to hearken till ye. It'll be war to hear me roarin' why the rich man I the lows o hell. Peter! Peter! Cried Marian, driven almost to distraction. Here's your own son, poor fallow, blasphemin' like ain no the condemned. He just scars me creep. Receiving no answer, for her husband was nowhere near at the moment, she called aloud in her desperation. Isy! Isy! Come and see Jean ye can dee a nithing to key at this ill bairn. Isy heard, and sprang from her bed. Come in, mistress, she answered. Come in this moment. They had not met since her resurrection, as Peter always called it. Isy! Isy! Cried James, the moment he heard her approaching. Come and haud the deal o me. He had risen to his elbow, and was looking eagerly toward the door. She entered. James threw wide his arms, and with glowing eyes clasped her to his bosom. She made no resistance. His mother would lay it all to the fever. He broke into wild words of love, repentance, and devotion. Never heed him a hair, mem. He's clean o his hide, she said in a low voice, making no attempt to free herself from his embrace, but treating him like a delirious child. There maun be something aboot me, mem, that quiets him a bit. It's the brain, ye ken, mem. It's the head brain. We mauna contra him. He maun hae his een wy for a wee. But such was James's behavior to Isy that it was impossible for the mother not to perceive that, incredible as it might seem, this must be far from the first time they had met, and presently she fell to examining her memory whether she herself might not have seen Isy before ever she came to Stonecross. But she could find no answer to her inquiry, press the question as she might. By and by, her husband came in to have his dinner, and finding herself compelled, much against her will, to leave the two together, she sent up Ippy to take Izzy's place, with the message that she was to go down at once. Isy obeyed, and went to the kitchen, but, perturbed and trembling, dropped on the first chair she came to. The farmer, already seated at the table, looked up, and anxiously regarding her, said, "Bairn, ye're no fit to be a boot. Ye maun caw canny, or ye'll be ower the burn yet or ever ye're safe yupo this side o' tea. Preserves a! Are we to lose ye twice in a month? Just answer me a question, Isy, and I'll spare nae mair," said Marion. "Na, never a question," interposed Peter. "No ane afore even the shadow o' death has left the hoose. Draw ye up to the table, my bonny bairn. This isna a time for ceremony, and there's SMA room for that ony day." Finding, however, that she sat motionless, and looked far more deathlike than while in her trance, he got up, and insisted on her swallowing a little whiskey, when she revived, and glad to put herself under his nearer protection, took the chair he had placed for her beside him, and made a futile attempt at eating. "It's SMA wonder the poor thing hasna muckle appetite," remarked Mrs. Blatherwick, "considerin' the yon ravin' laddie up the stair has been carryin' on till her." "What? Who's that?" questioned her husband with a start. "But ye're no to mak anything o' that, Isy," added her mistress. "Never a particle, returned Isy. "I ken will it stands for naething but the heat o' the burnin' brain. I'm richt glad, though, that the sicht o' me did seem to comfort him a wee." "Weel, I'm no sae sure," answered Marion. "But we'll say nae mair anent that the no. The guidman says no, and his words lie this whose." Isy resumed her pretence of breakfast. Presently Ippy came down, and going to her master said, "Here's an R.A., sir, come to speir efter the young minister and Isy. Am I to gar him come in?" "Aye, and gie him his breakfast," shouted the farmer. The old woman set a chair for her son by the door, and proceeded to attend to him. James was left alone. Silence again fell, and the appearance of eating was resumed, Peter being the only one that made a reality of it. Marion was occupied with many thinkings, especially a growing doubt and soreness about Isy. The hussy had a secret. She had known something all the time, and had been taking advantage of her unsuspiciousness. It would be a fine thing for her, indeed, to get hold of the minister. But she would see him dead first. It was too bad of the Robertsons, whom she had known so long and trusted so much. They knew what they were doing when they passed their trash upon her. She began to distrust ministers. What right had they to pluck brands from the burning at the expense o' dacent folk? It was to do evil that good might come. She would say that to their faces. Thus she sat thinking and glooming. A cry of misery came from the room above. Isy started to her feet. But Marion was up before her. "Sit doon this minute," she commanded. Isy hesitated. "Sit doon this moment, I tell ye," repeated Marion imperiously. "Ye hae no business there. I'm gane till a missile," and with the word she left the room. Peter laid down his spoon, then half rose, staring bewildered, and followed his wife from the room. "Oh, my baby! My baby!" cried Isy, finding herself alone. "If only I had you to take my part! It was God gave you to me, or how could I love you so? And the mistress winna believe that even I had a bairnie. No, she'll be sayin' I killed my bonny wee man. And yet, even for his sake, I never ance wish he hadna been born. And no, whan the father o' him's ill, and cryin' o' tea for me, they winna lat me near him." The last words left her lips in a wailing shriek. Then first she saw that her master had re-entered. Wiping her eyes hurriedly, she turned to him with a pitiful, apologetic smile. "Dinna be sair vexed wy me, sir. I canna help bein' glad that I had him, and to tine him has Jean me and Unco sair hurt. She stopped, terrified. How much had he heard? She could not tell what she might not have said. But the farmer had resumed his breakfast, and went on eating as if she had not spoken. He had heard nearly all she said, and now sat brooding on her words. Isy was silent, saying in her heart, "If only he loved me, I should be content, and desire no more. I would never even want him to say it. I would be so good to him, and so silent, that he could not help loving me a little." I wonder whether she would have been as hopeful had she known how his mother had loved him, and how vainly she had looked for any love in return. And when Isy vowed in her heart never to let James know that she had borne him a son, she did not perceive that thus she would withhold the most potent of influences for his repentance and restoration to God and his parents. She did not see James again that night, and before she fell asleep at last in the small hours of the morning, she had made up her mind that, ere the same morning grew clear upon the moor, she would, as the only thing left her to do for him, be far away from Stonecross. She would go back to Deemouth, and again seek work at the paper mills. Chapter 24. She woke in the first of the grey dawn, while the house was in utter stillness, and rising at once, rose and dressed herself with soundless haste. It was hard indeed to go and leave James thus in danger, but she had no choice. She held her breath and listened, but all was still. She opened her door softly. Not a sound reached her ear as she crept down the stair. She had neither to unlock nor unbolt the door to leave the house, for it was never made fast. A dread sense of the old wandering desolation came back upon her as she stepped across the threshold, and now she had no baby to comfort her. She was leaving a mouldy peace and a withered love behind her, and had once more to encounter the rough, coarse world. She feared the moor she had to cross, and the old dreams she must there encounter, and as she held on her way through them, she felt, in her new loneliness, and the slow breaking dawn, as if she were lying again in her trance, partly conscious, but quite unable to move, thinking she was dead, and waiting to be buried. Then suddenly she knew where she was, and that God was not gone, but her own Maker was with her, and would not forsake her. Of the roads that led from the farm she knew only that by which Mr. Robertson had brought her, and that would guide her to the village where they had left the coach. There she was sure to find some way of returning to Deemouth. Feeble after her prolonged inaction, and the crowd of emotions succeeding her recovery, she found the road very weary, and long ere she reached Tiltowee, she felt all but worn out. At the only house she had come to on the way, she stopped and asked for some water. The woman, the only person she had seen, for it was still early morning, and the road was a lonely one, perceived that she looked ill, and gave her milk instead. In the strength of that milk she reached the end of her first day's journey, and for many days she had not to take a second. Now Isy had once seen the suitor at the farm, and going about her work had heard scraps of his conversation with the mistress, when she had been greatly struck by certain things he said, and had often since wished for the opportunity of a talk with him. That same morning then, going along a narrow lane, and hearing a cobbler's hammer, she glanced through a window close to the path, and at once recognized the suitor. He looked up as she obscured his light, and could scarce believe his eyes when, so early in the day, he saw before him Mistress Blatherwick's maid, concerning whom there had been such a talk and such a marvelling for weeks. She looked ill, and he was amazed to see her about so soon, and so far from home. She smiled to him feebly, and passed from his range with a respectful nod. He sprang to his feet, bolted out, and overtook her at once. "I'm just gain to drop my work, and hae my brackfast. Will ye no come in and share wi' an auld man and a young lass? Ye hae come a guid bit, and loike some fatigot." "Thank ye kindly, sir," returned Isy. "I am a bit tired, but I wonder ye ken me." "Weel, I canna just say I ken ye by the name Falk sea ye, and still less div I ken ye by the name the Lord sees ye. But now the mater's muckle to her that kens he has a name growin' for her, or raither, a name she's growin' till. What a day will that be whan ilk habitant o' the holy city ill tramp the streets o' T will ken and will kennin. Aye, sir. I mayst unersting ye o' a trict, for I hard ye and sayin' something like that to the mistress, The nicht he braucht hame the meesters schön to stain cross. And I'm richt glad to see ye again. They were already in the house, for she had followed him in almost mechanically, and the suitor was setting for her the only chair there was, when the cry of a child reached their ears. The girl started to her feet. A rosy flush of delight overspread her countenance. She fell trembling from head to foot, and it seemed uncertain whether she would succeed in running to the cry, or must fall to the floor. "I!" exclaimed the suitor, with one of his sudden flashes of unquestioning insight. "By the loike o' ye ken that for the cry o' your ain bairn, my bonny lass. Ye'll hae been missin' him, sair I dut, there. Sit ye doon, and I'll hae him i' your arms afore ye me not." She obeyed him and sat down, but kept her eyes fixed on the door, wildly expectant. The suitor made haste, and ran to fetch the child. When he returned with him in his arms, he found her sitting bolt upright, with her hands already apart, held out to receive him, and her eyes alive as he had never seen eyes before. "My Jamie! My ain bairn!" she cried, seizing him to her bosom with a grasp that, trembling, yet seemed to cling to him desperately, and a look almost of defiance, as if she dared the world to take him from her again. "Oh my God!" she cried, in an agony of thankfulness. "I ken ye no! I ken ye no! Never mair wull I dut ye, my God, lost for a wee, and found again for ever!" Then she caught sight of Maggie, who had entered behind her father, and stood staring at her motionless, with a look of gladness indeed, but not all of gladness. "I ken fine," Isy broke out, with a trembling, yet eager, apologetic voice. "Ye're grudgin' me ilka loik at him. I ken't by missile. Ye're thinkin' him mair yours nor mine. And will ye may, for it's you that's been matherin' him ever since I lost my wits. It's true I ran owa and left him, but ever since syne, I hae souched him carefully wi' tears. And ye mauna byre me ony ill will, for there," she added, holding him out to Maggie, "I hae not kissed him yet, no ance, but ye will lap me kiss him afore ye tak him awa, my ain bairnie, why you's verra comin' I had prepared shame for, oh my God, but he kens naething aboot it, and winna ken for years to come. And none but his ain mammy maun brak the dreid troth till him, and by that time he'll loe her weel enuch to be able to bide it. I thank God that I haena had to shoe the birds and the beasts aff o' his bonny wee body. It micht hae been, but for you, my bonny lass, and for you, sir," she went on, turning to the suitor. Maggie caught the child from her offering arms, and held up his little face for his mother to kiss, and so held him until, for the moment, Izzy's mother greed was satisfied. Then she sat down with him in her lap, and Isy stood absorbed in regarding him. At last she said with a deep sigh, "No, I maun awa, and I dinna ken who I'm to gang. I hae found him and maun leave him, but I hoop no for verra lang, maybe you'll keep him yet a whilie, say for a week mair? He's been sae lang disused till a wannerin' life, that I dud it main a weel agree wi' him, and I maun awa back to Deemouth, gin I can get onybody to gie me a lift." "Na, that'll never dee," returned Maggie, with a sob. "My father'll be glad enuch to keep him, only we hae nae richt ower him, and ye maun hae him again whan ye wull. Ye see I hae nae place to tak him till," pleaded Isy. "Gin ye dinna want him, gie him to me, I want him," said Maggie eagerly. "Want him," returned Isy, bursting into tears. "I hae lived but yupo the bear hoop o' gettin' him again. I hae grutten my een sair for the sicht o' him. Aften hae I walkent greetin' own ken for what, and no ye tell me I dinna want him, 'cause I hae nae spot but my bryce to lay his hide yupo. Guid Falk, keep him till I get a place to tak him till, and syne houdna him a minute frae me." All this time the suitor had been watching the two girls with a divine look in his black eyes and rugged face. Now at last he opened his mouth and said, "Them that haps the bairn, are I sib, related to the mither, gang ben the who's why Maggie, my dear, and lay ye doon on her bed, and she'll lay the bairnie aside ye, and fess your brakfast there till ye. Ye winna be easy to sair satisfy, hain had sae little o' him for sae lang, leave them the thegither, Maggie my dew," he went on with infinite tenderness. And come and gie me a han as soon as ye hae mosket the tay, and gotten a loaf o' white braid. Is hae my parch a bit later. Maggie obeyed at once, and took Isy to the other end of the house, where the suitor had long ago given up his bed to her and the baby. When they had all breakfasted, the suitor and Maggie in the kitchen, and Isy and the bairnie in the ben, Maggie took her old place beside her father, and for a long time they worked without words spoken. I do't, father, said Maggie at length. I hae not been attendin' till ye properly. I fear the bairnie es been garrin' me forget ye. No a hair, dawdy, returned the suitor. The needs o' the little ane stood I far afore mine, and had to be seen till first. And know that we hae the mither o' him, we'll get on Falmous, isna she a fine crater, and richt mither like why the bairn? That was I was concerned boot. We'll get her story frae her or lang, and syne we'll ken a hantle better who to help her on. And there can be nae fear but, atween you and me, and the michty at the back os, we get braid and nooch for the quaternion os. He laughed at the odd word as it fell from his mouth and the Acts of Apostles. Maggie laughed too, and wiped her eyes. Before long, Maggie recognized that she had never been so happy in her life. Isy told them as much as she could without breaking her resolve to keep secret a certain name, and wrote to Mr. Robertson, telling him where she was, and that she had found her baby. He came with his wife to see her, and so a friendship began between the suitor and him, which Mr. Robertson always declared one of the most fortunate things that had ever befallen him. That suitor body, he would say, kens marry boot God and his kingdom, the hurt ot and the wisot, then ony man I ever hr tell o, and that humble, just like the Son o' God himsel. Before many days passed, however, a great anxiety laid hold of the little household. Wee Jamie was taken so ill that the doctor had to be summoned. For 8 days he had much fever, and his appealing looks were pitiful to see. When first he ceased to run about, and wanted to be nursed, no one could please him but the suitor himself, and he, at once discarding his work, gave himself up to the child's service. Before long, however, he required defter handling, and then no one would do but Maggie, to whom he had been more accustomed, nor could Isy get any share in the labor of love except when he was asleep. As soon as he woke, she had to encounter the pain of hearing him cry out for Maggie, and seeing him stretch forth his hands, even from his mother's lap, to one whom he knew better than her. But Maggie was very careful over the poor mother, and would always, the minute he was securely asleep, lay him softly upon her lap. And Maggie soon got so high above her jealousy, that one of the happiest moments in her life was when first the child consented to leave her arms for those of his mother. And when he was once more able to run about, Isy took her part with Maggie in putting hand and needle to the lining of the more delicate of the suitor's shoes. Chapter 25. There was great concern, and not a little alarm at Stonecross because of the disappearance of Isy. But James continued so ill that his parents were unable to take much thought about anybody else. At last, however, the fever left him, and he began to recover, but lay still and silent, seeming to take no interest in anything, and remembered nothing he had said, or even that he had seen Isy. At the same time his wakened conscience was still at work in him, and had more to do with his enfeebled condition than the prolonged fever. At length his parents were convinced that he had something on his mind that interfered with his recovery, and his mother was confident that it had to do with that deceitful creature Isy. To learn that she was safe might have given Marian some satisfaction, had she not known her refuge so near the manse, and having once heard where she was, she had never asked another question about her. Her husband, however, having overheard certain of the words that fell from Isy when she thought herself alone, was intently though quietly waiting for what must follow. "I'm misdooden, Sir Peter," began Marian one morning, after a long talk with the cottar's wife, who had been telling her of Izzy's having taken up her abode with the suitor. "I'm sair misdooden whether that Izzy hadna mair to dee nor we hae been jealousin, why Janie's attack, than the mere scare he got. It seems to me he's lang been bridden or something we can nowt boot. That would be nae furly, woman. Whan was it ever we can deny than gain on that mysterious laddie? Na, but his had need be a guid conscience, for did ever onybody ken anoche boot it or him to say richt or rang till him. But Jean ye hae a thoucht he's ever ranged that lassie, I as hae the troth o' tea, Jean it cost him a grighten. He'll never come to health o' body or min till he's confiest, and God has forgin him. He maun confess! He maun confess! Hoot, Peter, dinna be sae suspicious o' your een. It's no like ye to be sae masterfew and our baron. I wad na lat ae ill thoucht o' puir Jimmy inside this auld hide o' mine. It's the lassie I'll tak my aith, it's that Izzy's at the bottom o' tea. Ye're some ready why your aith, Miran, to what ye ken naething a boot. I say again, Jean he's deen only rang to that bonny crater, and it wadna tak our muckle proof to convince me o' the same, he has tak his stan, minister or no minister, yupo the steel o' repentance. Door ye to spake that gate aboot your ein son I, and mind the mare Jean ye disown him, Peter Bletherwick, and the Lord's ein ordained minister forby, cried Marian, driven almost to her wits' end, but more by the persistent haunting of her own suspicion, which she could not repress, than the terror of her husband's threat. Besides, dinna ye see, she added cunningly, that would be to affront the lass as weel, he wadna be the first fa until the snare o' a designin woman, and wad it be for his ein father to expose him to public contempt? Your pairt sud be to cover up his sin, Jean it were a multitude, and no a solitary bit foe. Door ye spake o' a thing like that as a bit foe, see ye leon and hypocrisy a bit foe? I allow the sin it'll maina be just damnable, but to what book maina it come why ither and whar sins yupo the back o' tea, why leon, and hot enough o' himsel, a man may grow a crater no fit to be ta'en up why the tangs. And me, but my pride I the laddie. It'll be SMA pride for me Jean this fearsome thing turn ot to be true. And wha doors say it's true, rejoined Marian almost fiercely. None but himsel, and Jean it be sae, and he disna confess the rod laid upon him ill be the rod o' iron, at smashes a man like a muckle crock dot. I maun tak Jamie Thrahan to task. No just tak ye care, Peter, at ye dinna quench the smoke in flax. I'm mair likely to get the bruised reed until my knacket loof, palm, returned Peter. But I say naething till he's a wee better, for we mauna drive him to despair, Jean he would only repent. What is there I wadna dee to clear him, that is, to ken him innocent o' ony rang till her? I wad dee why thanksgivin'. Weel, I kenna that we're just called upon sae far as that, said Marian. Alas is I able to tak care o' hersel. I would, God hae mercy yupo the TWAO them. In the afternoon James was a good deal better. When his father went in to see him, his first words were, I do't, father, I'm no likely to preach ony mair, I've come to see it I never was fit for the work, either had I ever ony ca tilt. It may be sae Jimmy, answered his father, but we'll haud awa frae conclusions till ye're better, and able to jeege yot the bias o' ony thrawn distemper. Oh, father, James went on, and to his delight Peter saw, for the first time since he was the merest child, tears running down his cheeks, now thin and wan. Oh, father, I hae been a terrible hypocrite. But my eens come open at last. I see missile as I am. Weel, there's God hard by, to tak ye by the haun like Enoch. Tell me, Peter went on, hae ye a nithing yupo your min, laddie, at ye would like to confess and be eased o'? There's nae papistry in confessin' to your ein auld father. James lay still for a few moments, then he said, almost inaudibly, I think I could tell my mother better nor you, father. It'll be ain wilko as ye tell. The forgin and the forgettin' ill be ae deed, by the TWAOS at ance. Is gang and cry doon the stair till your mother to come up and hear ye. For Peter knew by experience that good motions must be taken advantage of in their first ripeness. We mauna try the spirit why ony delays, he added, as he went to the head of the stair, where he called aloud to his wife. Then returning to the bedside, he resumed his seat, saying, I'll just bide a minute till she comes. He was loath to let in any risk between his going and her coming, for he knew how quickly minds may change, but the moment she appeared, he left the room, gently closing the door behind him. Then the trembling, convicted soul plucked up what courage his so long stubborn and yet cringing heart was capable of, and began. Mother, there was a lass I cam to ken in Edinburgh, whan I was a divinity student there, and— Aye, I kenna aboot it, interrupted his mother, eager to spare him. In Ilford, designin limmer, at micht ha kent better nor come ower the son o' a respectable woman that gate, sick like, I didna, wad deceive the vera elec. Na, mother, she was none o' that sort. She was baith bonny and guid, and pleasant to the hurt as to the sicht. She wad hae saved me gien I had been true till her. She was ane o' the Lord's makin', as he has made but feow. What for didna she haud frae ye till ye had married her then? Dinna tell me she didna lay hersel ot to mak a prey o' ye. Mother, I that saying ye hae slandered yoursel, I'll no say a word mair. I'm sure either your father nor missel would hae steed I your gate, said Marian, retreating from the false position she had taken. She did not know herself, or how bitter would have been her opposition, for she had set her mind on a distinguished match for her Jamie. God knows how I wish I had keep it a hot o' missel. Syne I micht hae step it o' the dirt o' my hypocrisy, I stead o' gain ower the hide and tilt. I was a hypocrite, but she would maybe hae fun me o' and garret me loik at missel. He did not know the probability that, if he had not fallen, he would have but sunk the deeper in the worst bog of all, self-satisfaction, and none the less have played her false, and left her to break her heart. If any reader of this tale should argue it better than to do wrong and repent, than to resist the devil, I warn him, that in such case he will not repent until the sorrows of death and the pains of hell itself lay hold upon him. An overtaking fault may be beaten with few stripes, but a wilful wrong shall be beaten with many stripes. The door of the latter must share, not with Judas, for he did repent, although too late, but with such as have taken from themselves the power of repentance. Was there no mark left o' her disgrace? Asked his mother. Wasna there a bairn to mak it manifest? None I ever heard tell o' dot. In that case she's no muckle the war, and ye needna gang lamentin', she'll no be the ane to tell. And ye mauna, for her sake, sae tak ye comfort our what's gane and doon why, and canna come back, and mauna happen again dot, but it's a God's mercy there was nae bairn. Thus had the mother herself become an evil counselor, crying peace, peace, when there was no peace, and tempting her son to go on and become a devil. But one thing yet rose up for the truth in his miserable heart, his reviving and growing love for Isy. It had seemed smothered in selfishness, but was alive and operative, God knows how, perhaps through feverish, incoherent, forgotten dreams. He had expected his mother to aid his repentance, and uphold his walk in the way of righteousness, even should the way be that of social disgrace. He knew well that reparation must go hand in hand with repentance where the All-Wise was judge, and selfish society dared not urge one despicable pretense for painting hidden shame in the hues of honor. James had been the cowering slave of a false reputation, but his illness and the assaults of his conscience had roused him, set repentance before him, brought confession within sight, and purity within reach of prayer. I maun gang till her, he cried. The minute I'm able to be up, where is she, mother? Yup o' nae couldn't see her, Jamie. It wad be but to fa again and till her snare, answered his mother, with decision in her look and tone. We're to abstain frae appearance o' evil, as ye can better nor I can tell ye. But is ye's no an appearance o' evil, mother? Ye say will there, I confess. Na, she's no an appearance, she's the vera thing. Haud frae her, as ye wad frae the ill ane himsel. Did she never lad on what there had been atween us? Na, never. She kenned weel what would come o' that. What, mother? The outside o' the door. Think ye she ever told onybody? Mony ane, I didna. Weel, I dinna believe tea. I hae nae fear but she's been dumb as death. Who ken ye that? What for said she never a word aboot ye till you're in mither? 'Cause she was set on haudin' her tongue. Was she to bring an o'er true tale o' me to the vera whose I was born in? As lang as I haud till my tongue, she'll never wag hers, but she's a true ane. She's ane to lippen till. Weel, I'll she's dean as a woman sud, the foe bein' a her ein. The foe bein' a mine, mother, she wouldna tell what would disgrace me. She micht hae kenned her secret would be safe wy me. I micht hae said the same, but for the why ye spak o' her this vera minute. War is she, mother? War's isy. Deed, she's made a meanlicht flittin' o' tea. I telled ye she would never tell yup o' me, hed she ony siller? Who can I tell? Did ye pay her ony wages? She gie me no time, but she's no likely to tell no, for, hearin' her tale, what tak her in. Mother, but ye are hard-hearted. I ken a harder Jamie. That's me, and ye're richt, mother. But Jean ye wad hae me lo ye frae this me at to the end o' my days, be but a wee fair to isy, I hae been a damned scoonrel till her. Jamie, ye're provokin' the Lord to anger, swirin' like that in his vera face, and you a minister. I provoked him a heap war whan I left isy to dree her shame. Divna ye min who the Apostle Peter cursed, whan he said to Simon, Gang to hell why you're siller. She's telt the suitor onagate. What? Has he gotten a hot o' her? Aye, has he, and dinna ye think it'll be a hour the tune lang or this? And who will ye meet it, mother? We maun tell your father, and get him to keet the suitor, for her, we maun jist stab her mout wy a bunch o' banknots. That wad jist mak it maist impossible for even her to forgie you or me ate her ony langer. And was she to spake o' forgivin'? The door opened, and Peter entered. He strode up to his wife, and stood over her like an angel of vengeance. His very lips were white with wrath. After 30 years o' married life, no first to ken the wife o' my boasom for a messenger o' Satan, he panted. Gang o' my sicht, woman! She fell on her knees, and held up her 2 hands to him. Think o' Jamie, Peter, she pleaded. I wad tine myself for Jamie. Aye, and tine his as weel, he returned. Tine what's your ein to tine, woman, and that's no yoursel, nor yet Jamie's. He's no yours to save, but ye're deena ye kin to destroy him, and Abelins ye'll succeed. For ye wad send him strocht awa to hell for the sake o' a guid name, a lee. A hypocrisy, o ti yupo ye for a Christian mither, Miran, Jamie, I'm awa to the tune, yupo my twa feet, for the mere's cripple, the vera deals I the who's and the stable, and it would seem, I'm awa to fess isy hame. And, Jamie, ye'll just tell her afore me and your mother that as sena es ye're able to crawl to the kirk wy her, ye'll marry her afore the warl, and tak her hame to the manse wy ye. Hoot, Peter! Wad ye disgrace him afore the beggars o' Tiltawy? Aye, and afore God, that kens athing own onybody tell't him. Hans and heard is be clear o' this abomination. Marry a woman that was ta'en wy a what finger, a maiden that never said nah, marry a lass that's nae maiden, nor ever will be, hoots! And was to blame for that? Hersel. Jamie! Jist Jamie, I'm fair scunnered at ye, mere an, o my sicht, I tell ye, Lord, I kenna who I'm to win our tea, no to eternity, I do't. He turned from her with a tearing groan, and went feeling for the open door, like one struck blind. Oh, father, father! Cried James. Forgie my mither afore ye gang, or my herd ill brack. It's the awfullest thing ony to see you twa striven. She's no sorry, no a bit sorry, said Peter. I am Peter, cried Marian, breaking down at once, and utterly. Do what ye wool, and I'll do the same, only lat it be dean quietly, ith a din or proclamation. What for sud a body ken a thing? Wha has the richt to see until ith their folks' hearts and lives? The war could o' gang on Jean that war the gate o' Father, said James, I thank God that no ye kenna. Sic a wyke as a tax af o' me. I'll be hailed and will know in a day. I think I'll gang wy ye to isy, missile, but I'm a wee bit sorry ye cam in just that minute. I wuss ye had harkit a wee langer. For I wasna giein into my mother, I was but thinkin who to say what was in me, own vexed her war nor couldna be helpit. Believe me, father, Jean ye ken, though I do't sair ye winna be able. I believe ye, my bairn, and I thank God I hae that muckle poor o' belief left in me. I confess I was in our great a hurry, and I'm sure you were talking the richt gate why your poor mither dot. Ye see she load ye say will that she could think o' nae thing or body but yoursel. That's the wyo mithers, Jamie, Jean ye only kenned it. She was nigh sinning an office sin for your sake, man. Here he turned again to his wife. That's what comes o' lovin' the praise o' men, Miran. Easy it passes until the fear o' men, and disregard o' the holy. Alwadoon to the suitor, and tell him the change that's come ower us he'll no be a hair surprised. I'm ready, father, or will be in a minute, said James, making as if to spring out of bed. Nah, ye're no fit, interposed his father. I would hate to be talking ye up on my back afore we was at the foot o' the brae. Bide ye at hame, and keep your mither company. Aye, bide, Jamie, and I winna come near ye, sobbed his mother. A nithing to please ye, mother, but I'm fitter nor my father thinks, said James as he settled down again in bed. So Peter went, leaving mother and son silent together. At last the mother spoke. It's the shame o' tea, Jamie, she said. The shame was I the thing itsel, mother, and in hidin' frae that shame, he answered. No, I hae but the dregs to drink, and them I maun glue our why patience, for I hae will deserve to drink them, but my bonny Isy, she maun hae suffered sair, I dore hardly think what she maun hae come through. Her mither couldna hae brouched her upricht. The first o' the foe lay I the upbringin'. There's uneither why you's upbringin' wasna to blame, my upbringin' was it out to hae been, and see who ill I turned o' It wasna what it out. I see ta plain the no. I was our furred o' Garen ye hate me, Isy, I hae deen ye rang. I ken ye could never hae laid yoursel o' to snare him, it wasna in ye to dt. Thank ye, mother. It was, railly and truly, a my white. And no my life saw gang to mak up till her. And I maun see to the manse, rejoined his mother. And first in order that jints o' yours ill hae to gang. As ye like, mother. But for the manse, I maun clear o' that. I'll speak nae mair frae that puppet. I hae hypocresit in our lang. The vera thoucht o' scunners me. Spake now like that o' the puppet, Jamie, war mony holy men hae steed up and spoken the word o' God. It fricks me to hear ye. You'll be a burnin' and a shirneen licked at that puppet for mony a lang day after we're daid in hame. The mair holy men that hae their witnessed, the less door ony livin'ly stand their brag gin and blazon I the face o' God and man. It's shame o' missile that gars me hate the place, mother. Ance and no more will I stand there, making my steel o' repentance, and sign doon the steps an hour, like Adam frae the garden. And what's to come o' Eve? Are ye gain, like him, to say, the woman though Jesus till me, it was a her white? Ye ken will I'm talking o' the white yipple missile. But who can ye tak it or even ony fair share o' Jean up there ye stand and confess. Ye maun hae some care o' the lass, that is, Jean after and a yeary gain to mak o' her your wife, as ye profess dot, and what are ye gain to turn your han till neast, seein' ye hae already laid it till the pluch and turned back. To the pluch again, mother, the rail pluch this time. Frae the kirk door I'll come hame like the prodigal to my father's hoose, and say till him, set me to the pluch, father. See, Jean, I canna be something like a son to ye, after a. So wrought in him that mighty power, mysterious in its origin as marvelous in its result, which had been at work in him all the time he lay whelmed under feverish phantasms. His repentance was true. He had been dead, and was alive again. God and the man had met at last. As to how God turned the man's heart, thou, God, knowest. To understand that, we should have to go down below the foundations themselves, underneath creation, and there see God send out from himself man, the Spirit, distinguished yet never divided from God, the Spirit, forever dependent upon and growing in him, never completed and never ended, his origin, his very life being infinite, never outside of God, because in him only he lives and moves and grows, and has his being. Brothers, let us not linger to ask. Let us obey, and obeying, ask what we will. Thus only shall we become all we are capable of being. Thus only shall we learn all we are capable of knowing. The pure in heart shall see God, and to see him is to know all things. Something like this was the meditation of the suitor, as he saw the farmer stride away into the dusk of the gathering twilight, going home with glad heart to his wife and son. Peter had told the suitor that his son was sorely troubled because of a sin of his youth and its long concealment. Now he was bent on all the reparation he could make. "Mr. Robertson," said Peter, "broucht the last two of who's, never mentioning Jamie, for he didna ken they wore a nithing till ane on either, and for her, she never said a word aboot him to mere Ann or me." The suitor went to the door, and called Isy. She came, and stood humbly before her old master. "Weel, Isy," said the farmer kindly, "ye jied as a clever slip yon morning and a gae fricht forby. What possessed ye, lass, to do sic a thing?" She stood distressed, and made no answer. "Hoot, lassie, tell me," insisted Peter. "I haena been an ill maester till ye, have I?" "Sir, ye hae been like the maester o' a till me. But I canna, that is, I mauna, or raither, I'm determined no to explain the thing till onybody. Thou'st ye my wife was furt the minister micht fa in love wi' ye. Weel, sir, there micht hae been something like that until tea. But I wanted sair to win at my bairn again, for I that trance I lay in Sa lang, I saw or hard something I took for an intimation that he was alive, and no that far owa dot, and wad ye believed, sir, I this vera whose I fand him, and here I hae him, and I'm just as happy the no as I was measurable afore. Is teal o' me at I canna be sorry ony mair?" "Na," interposed the suitor. "Whan the Lord wad lift the burden, it wad be baith senseless and thankless to grup at it. In his name lat it gang, lass." "And no," said Mr. Blatherwick, again taking up his probe. "Ye hae but ae thing left to confess, and that's what's the father o' him." "Na, I canna do that, sir. It's enough that I have disgraced it myself." "You wouldn't have me disgrace another as well? What good would that be? It wad help ye by the disgrace." "Na, no a hair, sir. He couldna stand the disgrace half Sa will s me. I reckon the man the waker vessel, sir. The woman has her bairn to fend for, and that tax her aff o' the shame. Ye dinna tell me he gies ye nowt to maintain the crater yippo? I tell ye naething, sir. He never even kenned there was a bairn. Hoot toot! Ye canna be Sa simple. It's no possible ye never loot him ken. Deed no, I was ours Sir Ashamit. Ye see it was a my white, and it was naebody's business. My Andy said Jean I wouldna tell, I micht put the door atween us, and I took her at her word, for I kenned well she couldna keep a secret, and I wasna gain to hae his name mixed up wi' a lass like Missel. And, sir, ye mauna try to gar me tell, for I hae no richt, and surely ye canna hae the hurt to gar me, but that ye sanna, ony gate. I dinna blame ye, Isy. But there's just ae thing I'm determined yippo, and that is that the rascal Saul marry ye." Izzy's face flushed. She was taken too much at unawares to hide her pleasure at such a word from his mouth. But the flush faded, and presently Mr. Blatherwick saw that she was fighting with herself, and getting the better of that self. The shadow of a pawky smile flitted across her face as she answered. "Surely ye wouldna marry me upon a rascal, sir? Ill as I hae behaved till ye, I can hardly hae deserve it that at your han. That's what he'll hae to do though, jist marry ye aff han. I escar him. I winna hae him garret. It's me that has the richt ower him, and no on either man nor woman. He sanna be garret. What wad ye hae o' me, thinkin' I would tak a man 'at was garret? Na, there es be nae garrin, and ye canna gar him marry me Jean I winna hae him. The day's by for that, a garret man. My certie, na, I thank ye." "Weel, my bonny leddy," said Peter. "Jean I had a prence to my son, provided he was worth your takin, I wad say to ye, hey, my leddy. And I would say to you, sir, no, Jean he ben a willin," answered Isy, and ran from the room. "Weel, what think ye o' the lass by this time, Mr. Bletherwick?" said the suitor, with a flash in his eye. "I think just what I thoucht afore," answered Peter. "She's ane amo a million." "I know that sure aboot the proportion," returned MacLair. "I did ye micht come yippo twa afore ye wan throw the million, A million's a heap o' women. All I care to say is, that Jean me binna ready to leave father and mother and kirk and steeple, and cleave to that woman and her only. He's no a mere gomeril, but just a miserable, wicked fuel. And never spake word till him again. Why, my wool, Jean, I live to the age o' auld Methuselah. Tak tent what ye say, or min at sayin', to persuade him. Why he'll be yupo ye, said the suitor, laughing. But hearken to me, Mr. Bletherwick, and sayna a word to the minister aboot the bairnie. Na, it'll be best to lat him fin that ot for himsel dot, and no I maun be gane, for I hae my wallet fou. He strode to the door, holding his head high, and with never a word more, went out. The suitor closed the door and returned to his work, saying aloud as he went, Lord, lat me ever and I see thy face, and nowt mair will I desire, except that the hale world, O Lord, may behold it likewise. The prayers o' the suitor are ended. Peter Blatherwick went home joyous at heart. His son was his son, and no villain, only a poor creature, as is every man until he turns to the Lord, and leaves behind him every ambition, and all care about the judgment of men. He rejoiced that the girl he and Marion had befriended would be a strength to his son. She whom his wife would have rejected had proved herself indeed right noble. And he praised the Father of men, that the very backslidings of those he loved had brought about their repentance and uplifting. Here I am, he cried as he entered the house. I hae seen the lassie aunt's mare, and she's better and bonnier nor ever. Ow, aye, ye're just like a the men I ever cam across, rejoined Marion, smiling. Easy ta'en why the skin side. Doubtless, the macker has ta'en a heap o' pains why the skin, ony gate, yon lassies ain't amang 10 dozen. Jimmy sud be on his caneys till her this vera moment, no sitting there glowerin' as Jean his TWA war TWA bullets, fired af, but never one o their barrels. Hoot! Wad ye hae him gang on his caneys till ony but the ain? I wad till ony and that's nearer his likeness nor himsel, and that ain't sur why. I wadna wonder Jean ye war fit for a drive the morn. In that case, car ye doon to the tune, and lat ye say your ein say till her. James did not sleep much that night, and nevertheless was greatly better the next day, indeed almost well. Before noon they were at the suitor's door. The suitor opened it himself, and took the minister straight to the ben end of the house, where Isy sat alone. She rose, and with downcast eyes went to meet him. Isy, he faltered, can ye forgie me? And will ye marry me as sen as ever we can be cried? I'm as ashamed o' missel as even ye would hae me. Ye haena sae muckle to be ashamed o as I hae, sir, it was a my white. And sign no to haud my face tilt, Isy, I hae been a scunrel till ye. I'm that disgusted at missel at I canna look ye I the face. Ye didna ken where I was. I ran owa that naebody micht ken. What reason was there for onybody to ken? I'm sure ye never telt. Isy went to the door and called Maggie. James stared after her, bewildered. There was this reason, she said, re-entering with the child, and laying him in James's arms. He gasped with astonishment, almost consternation. Is this mine? He stammered. Yours and mine, sir, she replied. Wasna God a heap better till me nor I deserved, sic a bonny bairn. No a mark, no a spot upon him frae hide to fut to tell that he had no business to be here. Gie the bonny wee man a kiss, Mr. Blatherwick. Haud him close to ye, sir, and he'll tak the pain o your heart. Aften has he ta'en to mine. Only it I cam again, he's your ein son, sir. He cam to me bringin' the Lord's forgiveness, lang or ever I had the hurt to spare for tea. But we maun do our best to mak up till God's bairn for the wrang we did him afore he was born. But he'll be like his great father, and forgie us baith. As soon as Maggie had given the child to his mother, she went to her father, and sat down beside him, crying softly. He turned on his leather stool, and looked at her. Kenna ye rejice why them that rejice, know that ye hae none to grite why Maggie my do? He said. Ye haena lost ane, and ye hae gan twa. Howna the gladness back that's sae fain to come to the licht I your grudge and hurt, Maggie. God himsel glade, and the shepherd's glade, and the angels are a makin' sick a flutter why their muckle wings that I can nae see nor hear for them. Maggie rose, and stood a moment wiping her eyes. The same instant the door opened, and James entered with the little one in his arms. He laid him with a smile in Maggie's. "Thank you, sir," said the girl humbly, and clasped the child to her bosom, nor, after that, was ever a cloud of jealousy to be seen on her face. I will not say she never longed or even wept after the little one, whom she still regarded as her very own, even when he was long gone away with his father and mother. Indeed, she mourned for him then like a mother from whom death has taken away her firstborn and only son. Either did she see much difference between the two forms of loss. For Maggie felt in her heart that life nor death could destroy the relation that already existed between them. She could not be her father's daughter and not understand that. Therefore, like a bereaved mother, she only gave herself the more to her father. I will not dwell on the delight of James and Isabel, thus restored to each other, the one from a sea of sadness, the other from a gulf of perdition. The one had deserved many stripes, the other but a few. Needful measure had been measured to each, and repentance had brought them together. Before James left the house, the suitor took him aside, and said, "Dore I offer ye a word o' advice, sir?" "Deed that ye may," answered the young man with humility. "And I dinna see who it can be possible for me to haud frae deein as ye tell me, for you and my father and I.S.Y. atween ye, hae just saved my vera sal. Weel, what I wad beg o' ye is, that ye tak no further step o' ony consequence, afore ye see Maister Robertson, and mak him acquaint why the hale affair." "I'm vera willin'," answered James, "and I dinna I.S.Y.'ll be content." "Ye may be vera certain, sir, that she'll be naething but pleased. She has a gran opinion, and will she may, o' Maister Robertson. Ye see, sir, I want ye to put yoursels I the hands o' a man that kens ye baith, and the half o' your story ready, ain, that is, while jeed ye truly and mercifully, and no condemn ye af on. Syne tak his advice what ye ought to dee neist." "I will, and thank you, Mr. MacLear. Aething only I hoop, that neither you, sir, nor he will ever seek to persuade me to gang on preachin'. Aething I'm set upon, and that is, to deliver myself frae hypocrisy, and walk softly of the rest o' my days. Happy man wad I hae been, had they set me frae the first to caw the pluch, and cut the corn, and gather the stooks intil the barn, instead o' creepin' intil a leaky boat to fish for men wi' a foul and tangled net. I'm affronted and jist scunnered at mysel', the presumption o' the thing. But I hae been weel and richteously punished. The father drew his han o' mine, and loot me tried to gang my lane, se do I cam, for I was fit for naething but to fa, naething less could hae broucht me to missel, and it took a lang time. I hoop Mr. Robertson will see the thing as I dee missel. Will I write and speir him ot to Staincross to advise why my father a boot ISY. That would bring him. There never was man readier to help, but it's surely my pair to gang to him, and mak my confession, and boo till his judgment. Only I maun tell ISY first." ISY was not only willing, but eager that Mr. and Mrs. Robertson should know everything. "But be sure," she added, "that you let them know you come of yourself, and I never asked you." Peter said he could not let him go alone, but must himself go with him, for he was but weakly yet, and they must not put it off a single day, lest anything should transpire and be misrepresented. The news which father and son carried them filled the Robertsons with more than pleasure, and if their reception of him made James feel the repentant prodigal he was, it was by its heartiness, and their jubilation over ISY. The next Sunday, Mr. Robertson preached in James's pulpit, and published the banns of marriage between James Blatherwick and Isabel Rose. The 2 following Sundays he repeated his visit to Tiltowee for the same purpose, and on the Monday married them at Stonecross. Then was also the little one baptized, by the name of Peter, in his father's arms, amid much gladness, not unmingled with shame. The suitor and his Maggie were the only friends present besides the Robertsons. Before the gathering broke up, the farmer put the big Bible in the hands of the suitor, with the request that he would lead their prayers, and this was very nearly what he said. "O God, to whom we belong, hurt and soul, body and blood and banes, who great art thou, and who close to us, to haud the richt hour us o sic a grand and fair, sic a just and true ownership. We bless thee heartily, rejoicin' in what thou hast made us, and still mair in what thou art thysel. Tak to thy hurt, and haud them there, these thy twa repentant sinners, and thy ain little ane and theirs, was innocent as thou hast made him. Gie them sic grace to bring him up, that he be none the waur for the wrang they did him afore he was born, and lat the knowledge o' his parents fo haud him safe frae a nithing sic like. And may they baith be the better for their fa, and live a heap the mair to the glory o' their Father by cause o' that slip. And gien ever the ministers should again preach thy word, may it be why the better comprehension, and the mair fervour, and to that end gie him to unearst in the hict and deep and braid and lenti o thy forgiven love. Thy name be glory feed. Amen. Nah, I'll never preach again, whispered James to the suitor, as they rose from their knees. I winna be a thegither sure o' that, returned the suitor. Doubtless ye'll be as the Spirit shaws ye. James made no answer, and neither spoke again that night. The next morning, James sent to the clerk of the synod his resignation of his parish and office. No sooner had Marian, repentant under her husband's terrible rebuke, set herself to resist her rampant pride, than the indwelling goodness swelled up in her like a reviving spring, and she began to be herself again, her old and lovely self. Little Peter, with his beauty and his winsome ways, melted and scattered the last lingering wrack of her fog-like ambition for her son. 20 times in a morning would she drop her work to catch up and caress her grandchild, overwhelming him with endearments, while over the return of his mother, her second ISY, now her daughter indeed, she soon became jubilant. From the first publication of the banns, she had begun cleaning and setting to rights the parlor, meaning to make it over entirely to ISY and James. But the moment ISY discovered her intent, she protested obstinately. It should not, could not, must not be. The very morning after the wedding she was down in the kitchen, and had put the water on the fire for the porridge before her husband was awake. Before her new mother was down, or her father-in-law come in from his last preparations for the harvest, it was already boiling, and the table laid for breakfast. I ken weel, she said to her mother, that I hae no richt to contra ye, but you was glad o' my help whan first I cam to be your servant lass, and what for shouldna things be just the same no? I kenna the WYS o' the place, and that they'll leave me plenty o' time for the bairnie. Ye maun just lat me step again until my ain auld place. And gien onybody comes, it winna tak me a minute to mak missel tidy as becomes the minister's wife, only he says that's to be a hour no, and there'll be no need. With that she broke into a little song, and went on with her work, singing. At breakfast, James made request to his father that he might turn a certain unused loft into a room for ISY and himself and little Peter. His father making no objection, he set about the scheme at once, but was interrupted by the speedy advent of an exceptionally plentiful harvest. The very day the cutting of the oats began, James appeared on the field with the other scythemen, prepared to do his best. When his father came, however, he interfered, and compelled him to take the thing easier, because, unfit by habit and recent illness, it would be even dangerous for him to emulate the others. But what delighted his father even more than his goodwill, was the way he talked with the men and women in the field. Every show of superiority had vanished from his bearing and speech, and he was simply himself, behaving like the others, only with greater courtesy. When the hour for the noonday meal arrived, ISY appeared with her mother-in-law and old Ippy, carrying their food for the laborers, and leading little Peter in her hand. For a while the whole company was enlivened by the child's merriment, after which he was laid with his bottle in the shadow of an overarching stook, and went to sleep, his mother watching him, while she took her first lesson in gathering and binding the sheaves. When he woke, his grandfather sent the whole family home for the rest of the day. "Hoots ISY, my dowdy," he said, when she would fain have continued her work. "Wad ye mak a slave driver o' me, and bring disgrace upo the name o' father?" Then at once she obeyed, and went with her husband, both of them tired indeed, but happier than ever in their lives before. Chapter 26. The next morning James was in the field with the rest long before the sun was up. Day by day he grew stronger in mind and in body, until at length he was not only quite equal to the harvest work, but capable of anything required of a farm servant. His deliverance from the slavery of Sunday prayers and sermons, and his consequent sense of freedom and its delight, greatly favored his growth in health and strength. Before the winter came, however, he had begun to find his heart turning toward the pulpit with a waking desire after utterance. For, almost as soon as his day's work ceased to exhaust him, he had begun to take up the study of the sayings and doings of the Lord of men, full of eagerness to verify the relation in which he stood toward him, and through him, toward that eternal atmosphere in which he lived and moved and had his being, God himself. One day, with a sudden questioning hunger, he rose in haste from his knees, and turned almost trembling to his Greek Testament, to find whether the words of the Master, "If any man will do the will of the Father," meant, "If any man is willing to do the will of the Father." And finding that just what they did mean, he was thenceforward so far at rest as to go on asking and hoping, nor was it then long before he began to feel he had something worth telling, and must tell it to any that would hear. And heartily he betook himself to pray for that Spirit of truth which the Lord had promised to them that asked it of their Father in heaven. He talked with his wife about what he had found. He talked with his father about it. He went to the suitor, and talked with him about it. Now the suitor had for many years made a certain use of his Sundays, by which he now saw he might be of service to James. He went 4 miles into the country to a farm on the other side of Stonecross, to hold there a Sunday school. It was the last farm for a long way in that direction. Beyond it lay an unproductive region, consisting mostly of peat mosses and lone barren hills, where the waters above the firmament were but imperfectly divided from the waters below the firmament. For their roots of the hills coming rather close together, the waters gathered and made marshy places, with here and there a patch of ground on which crops could be raised. There were, however, many more houses, such as they were, than could have been expected from the appearance of the district. In one spot, indeed, not far from the farm I have mentioned, there was a small, thin hamlet. A long way from church or parish school, and without any, nearer than several miles, to minister to the spiritual wants of the people, it was a rather rough and ignorant place, with a good many superstitions, none of them in their nature specially mischievous, except indeed as they blurred the idea of divine care and government, just the country for bogle bays and brownie bays, booties and water kelpies to linger and disport themselves, long after they had elsewhere disappeared. When, therefore, the late minister came seeking his counsel, the suitor proposed, without giving any special reason for it, that he should accompany him the next Sunday afternoon, to his school at Bogey Scrat, and James consenting, the suitor undertook to call for him at Stonecross on his way. "Mr. MacLair," said James, as they walked along the rough parish road together, "I have but just arrived at a point I ought to have reached before even entertaining a thought of opening my mouth upon anything belonging to religion. Perhaps I knew some little things about religion. Certainly I knew nothing of religion, least of all had I made any discovery for myself in religion, and before that, how can a man understand or know anything whatever concerning it? Even now I may be presuming, but now at last, if I may dare to say so, I do seem to have begun to recognize something of the relation between a man and the God who made him, and with the sense of that, as I ventured to hint when I saw you last Friday, there has risen in my mind a desire to communicate to my fellow men something of what I have seen and learned. One thing I dare to hope, that, at the first temptation to show off, I shall be made aware of my danger, and have the grace given me to pull up. And one thing I have resolved upon, that if ever I preach again, I will never again write a sermon. I know I shall make many blunders, and do the thing very badly, but failure itself will help to save me from conceit, will keep me, I hope, from thinking of myself at all, enabling me to leave myself in God's hands, willing to fail if He please. Don't you think, Mr. MacLair, we may even now look to God for what we ought to say, as confidently as if, like the early Christians, we stood accused before the magistrates? "I dive you that, Master James," answered the suitor. "Hide yoursel in God, sir, and ode o that secret place, secret and safe, spake, and fear naething. And never ye mid that spake in doon to your congregation. Look them strocht I the een, and say what at the moment ye think and feel, and dinna hesitate to gie them the best ye hae. Thank you, sir. I think I understand, replied James. If ever I speak again, I should like to begin in your school. Ye saw, this vera nicht genie like, rejoined the suitor. I think ye hae something e'en no yupo your minute ye would like to say to them, but we'll see who ye feel aboot it after I hae said a word to them first. When you have said what you want to say, Mr. MacLair, give me a look, and if I have anything to say, I will respond to your sign. Then you can introduce me, saying what you will. Only dinna spare me, use me after your judgment. The suitor held out his hand to his disciple, and they finished their journey in silence. When they reached the farmhouse, the small gathering was nearly complete. It was mostly of farm laborers, but a few of the congregation worked in a quarry, where serpentine lay under the peat. In this serpentine occurred veins of soapstone, occasionally of such a thickness as to be itself the object of the quarrier. It was used in the making of porcelain, and small quantities were in request for other purposes. When the suitor began, James was a little shocked at first to hear him use his mother tongue as in his ordinary conversation, but any sense of its unsuitableness vanished presently, and James soon began to feel that the vernacular gave his friend additional power of expression, and therewith of persuasion. My friends, I was just thinking, as I came ower the hill, he began, who we wore a made wide different poors, some o' us able to do anything best, and some on either, and that led me to remark that it was the same why the war we live in, some parts o' fit for growing aits, and some bare, and some wheat, or pitatas, and who ilk varying rig had to be turned till its ain best ease. We a ken what a lot o' eases the bonny green and reed mottlet marble can be put till, but it wadna do weel for biggin hooses, specially gene there wore mony streaks o' sapestain intil tea. Still it's no at the sapestain itsel's o' nae ease, for ye ken there's a heap o' eases it can be put till. For ae thing, the tailor taks a bit o' tea to mark where he's to send the shears along the claith, when he's cuttin' o' tea a pair o' breeks, and again they mixed up why the clay they tak for the finer kins o' crockery. But yupo the ither hon there's ae thing it's ease for by some, at canna be considered a richt ease to mak o' tea. There's ae wool tribe in America they tell me at aid a hantle o' tea, and that's a thing I cannot unerstan, for it is them, they say, no guid at us sep maybe it be just to fill in the tomb places I their stamachs, puir reed craters, and hod their ribs own stuck in thegither. And maybe that's just what they ate it for. But they maun be sair hungered afore they tak till the vera dirt. But they're only savage folk, I'm thinkin', at hae hardly begun to be men ava. No, ye see what I'm drivin' at? It's this, that things hae I to be put to their richt eases. But there are guid eases and better eases, and things canna I be put en to their best eases. Only, where they can, it's a shame to put them to ony ither but their best. No, what's the best ease o' a man, what's a man made for? The Carichi's Catechism says to glorify God. And who is he to do that? Just by deein' the wool o' God. For the ae perfect man said he was born intil the world for that ae special purpose, to dee the wool o' him that sent him. A man's for a heap o' eases, but that ae ease covers them a. Wan he's deein' the wool o' God, he's deein' just ae thing. Still there are various wys in which a man can be deein' the wool o' his father in haven, and the great thing for ilkain is to fin ot the best wy he can set aboot deein' that wool. No, here's a man sittin' aside me that I maun help set to the best ease he's fit for, and that is, tellin' ither folk what he kens aboot the God that made him and them, and stirrin' o' them up to dee what he would hae them dee. The fac is, that the man was ance a minister o' the Kirk o' Scotland, but when he was a young man, he fell intil a great foe, a young man's foe. I'm no gain to excuse tea, dinna think it, only I charge ye, be civil till him I your vera thousts, rememberin' who mony things ye hae deen yoursels that ye hae to be ashamed o, though some o' them may never hae come to the licht, for, be sure o' this, he has repented richt sair. Like the prodigal, he grew that ashamed o' what he had deen, that he gied up his kirk, and gied hame to the day's darg upon his father's firm. And that's what he's at the know, thof he be a scholar, and that a ripe ane. And by his repentance he's learned a heap that he didna ken afore, and that he couldna hae learned ony ither wy than by tin and why shame frae the path o' the transgressor. I hae browched him wy me this day, sirs, to tell ye something, he hasna said to me what, that the Lord in his mercy has tell't him. I'll say nae mair, Mr. Bletherwick, will ye please tell's what the Lord has put in it until you're min to say. The suitor sat down, and James got up, white and trembling. For a moment or two he was unable to speak, but overcoming his emotion, and falling at once into the old Scots tongue, he said, My friends, I hae little richt to stand up afore ye and say anything, for, as some o' ye ken, if no afore, at least no frae what my friend the suitor has just been tellin' ye, I was ance a minister o' the kirk, but upon a time I behaved mysel that ill, that, when I cam to my senses, I saw it my duty to withdraw, and mak room for either to tak up my disgraced bishopric, as was said o' Judas the traitor. But no, I seem to hae gotten some mair licht, and to ken some things I didna ken afore, s.c., tin in my back up o' my past sin, and believe in God has forgin me, and is willin' I sud set my hand to his pluchance mair. I hae thoucht to mak a new beginning here in a quiet humble fashion, tellin' ye something o' what I hae begowed, I the mercy o' God, to unerstan a wee for missile. S.a. no, Jean ye'll turn, them o' ye that has brought your bix why ye, to the 7th chapter o' John's Gospel, and the 17th verse, ye'll read why me what the Lord says there to the folk o' Jerusalem. Jean ony man be woolin' to dee his wool, he'll ken whether what I tell him comes frae God, or whether I say tea only o my ain hide. Look at it for yoursels, for that's what it says I the Greek, the wilk is plainer than the English to them that unerstan the auld Greek tongue. Jean onybody be woolin' to dee the wool o' God, he'll ken whether my teachin' comes frae God, or I say tea o missile. From that he went on to tell them that, if they kept trusting in God, and doing what Jesus told them, any mistake they made would but help them the better to understand what God and His Son would have them do. The Lord gave them no promise, he said, of knowing what this or that man ought to do, but only of knowing what the man himself ought to do. And he illustrated this by the rebuke the Lord gave Peter when, leaving inquiry into the will of God that he might do it, he made inquiry into the decree of God concerning his friend that he might know it, seeking wherewithal, not to prophesy, but to foretell. Then he showed them the difference between the meaning of the Greek word, and that of the modern English word prophesy. The little congregation seemed to hang upon his words, and as they were going away, thanked him heartily for thus talking to them. That same night, as James and the suitor were going home together, they were overtaken by an early snowstorm, and losing their way, were in the danger, not a small one, of having to pass the night on the moor. But happily, the farmer's wife, in whose house was their customary assembly, had, as they were taking their leave, made the suitor a present of some onion bulbs, of a sort for which her garden was famous. Exhausted in conflict with the freezing blast, they had lain down, apparently to die before the morning, when the suitor bethought himself of the onions, and obeying their nearer necessity, they ate instead of keeping them to plant. With the result that they were so refreshed, and so heartened for battle with the wind and snow, that at last, in the small hours of the morning, they reached home, weary and nigh frozen. All through the winter, James accompanied the suitor to his Sunday school, sometimes on his father's old gig horse, but oftener on foot. His father would occasionally go also, and then the men of Stonecross began to go, with the Cotar and his wife, so that the little company of them gradually increased to about 30 men and women, and about half as many children. In general, the suitor gave a short opening address, but he always made the minister speak, and thus James Blatherwick, while encountering many hidden experiences, went through his apprenticeship to extempore preaching, and hardly knowing how, grew capable at length of following out a train of thought in his own mind even while he spoke, and that all the surer from the fact that, as it rose, it found immediate utterance. And at the same time it was rendered the more living and potent by the sight of the eager faces of his humble friends fixed upon him, as they drank in, sometimes even anticipated, the things he was saying. He seemed to himself at times almost to see their thoughts taking reality and form to accompany him whither he led them, while the stream of his thought, as it disappeared from his consciousness and memory, seemed to settle in the minds of those who heard him, like seed cast on open soil, some of it, at least, to grow up in resolves, and bring forth fruit. And all the road as the friends returned, now in moonlight, now in darkness and rain, sometimes in wind and snow, they had such things to think of and talk about, that the way never seemed long. Thus dwindled by degrees Blatherwick's self-reflection and self-seeking, and growing divinely conscious, he grew at the same time divinely self-oblivious. Once, upon such a homecoming, as his wife was helping him off with his wet boots, he looked up in her face and said, "To think, ISY, that here am I, a dull, selfish creature, so long desiring only for my self-knowledge and influence, now at last grown able to feel in my heart all the way home, that I took every step, one after the other, only by the strength of God in me, caring for me as my own making father. Can ye what I'm trying to say, ISY, my dear?" "I canna be athegither certain I understan'," answered his wife. "But I'll keep thinkin' aboot it, and maybe I'll come til't." "I can desire no more," answered James. "For until the Lord lat ye see a thing, who can you or I or anybody see the thing that he maun see first? And what is there for us to desire, but to see things as God sees them, and would hae us see them? I used to think the suitor a puir fuel body when he was sayin' the vera things I'm tryin' to say no. I saw nae mair what he was efter than that puir collie there at my feet, maybe no half essay muckle, for wha can tell what he mayna be thinkin', why that far owl loik o' his? Div ye think, Jeems, that ever we'll be able to see inside they doggies, and ken what they're thinkin'? I wouldna wonder what we mayna come till, for ye ken Paul says, a things are yours, and ye are Christ's, and Christ is God's. Wha can tell but the vera hearts o' the doggies may ae day lie bare and open to her hearts, as to the hurt o' him why whom they and we hate to do. But the thouchts o' a doggie maun be a wonder for sicht. And sign to think o' the thouchts o' Christ aboot that doggie. We'll ken them, I dorna we'll do't, some day. I'm sure aboot that nor aboot kennin' the thouchts o' the doggie himsel." Another Sunday night, having come home through a terrible storm of thunder and lightning, he said to ISY, "I hae been feelin' o' the WY hame, as Jean, afore lang, I micht hae to gie a wider testimony. The apostles and the first Christians, ye see, had to bear testimony to the FAC that the man that was hanged and deed up o' the cross, the same was up again out o' the grave, and gangin' aboot the world. No, I canna bear testimony to that, for I wasna at that time aware o' anything, but I micht will be called upon to bear testimony to the FAC that, war ance he lay dead and buried, there he's come alive at last, that is, I the sepulchre o' my hurt. For I hae seen him no, and ken him no, the hoop o' glory in my hurt and my life. Whatever he said ance, that I believe forever." The talks James Blatherwick and the suitor had together were now, according to Mr. Robertson, even wonderful. But it was chiefly the suitor that spoke, while James sat and listened in silence. On one occasion, however, James had spoken out freely, and indeed eloquently, and Mr. Robertson, whom the suitor accompanied to his inn that night, had said to him ere they parted, "Do you see any good and cogent reason, Mr. MacLair, why this man should not resume his pastoral office?" "One thing at least I am sure of," answered the suitor, "that he is far fitter for it than ever he was in his life before." Mr. Robertson repeated this to James the next day, adding, "And I am certain every one who knows you will vote the restoration of your license." "I must speak to ISY about it," answered James with simplicity. "That is quite right, of course," rejoined Mr. Robertson. "You know I tell my wife everything that I am at liberty to tell." "Will not some public recognition of my reinstatement be necessary?" suggested James. "I will have a talk about it with some of the leaders of the synod, and let you know what they say," answered Mr. Robertson. "Of course I am ready," returned Blatherwick, "to make any public confession judged necessary or desirable, but that would involve my wife, and although I know perfectly that she will be ready for anything required of her, it remains not the less my part to do my best to shield her. Of one thing I think you may be sure, that, with our present moderator, your case will be handled with more than delicacy, with tenderness. I must not doubt it, but for myself I would deprecate indulgence. I must have a talk with my wife about it. She is sure to know what will be best. My advice is to leave it all in the hands of the moderator. We have no right to choose, appoint, or apportion our own penalties." James went home and laid the whole matter before his wife. Instead of looking frightened, or even anxious, ISY laid little Peter softly in his crib, threw her arms round James's neck, and cried, "Thank God, my husband, that you have come to this! Don't think to leave me out, I beg of you. I am more than ready to accept my shame. I have always said I was to blame, and not you. It was me that should have known better. You trusted me, and I proved quite unworthy of your confidence. But had ever man a wife to be so proud of as I of you?" Mr. Robertson brought the matter carefully before the synod, but neither James nor ISY ever heard anything more of it, except the announcement of the cordial renewal of James's license. This was soon followed by the offer of a church in the poorest and most populous parish north of the Tweed. "See the loving power at the heart of things, ISY," said James to his wife. "Out of evil he has brought good, the best good, and nothing but good, a good ripened through my sin and selfishness and ambition, bringing upon you as well as me disgrace and suffering. The evil in me had to come out and show itself, before it could be cleared away. Some people nothing but an earthquake will rouse from their dead sleep. I was one of such. God in His mercy brought on the earthquake. It woke me and saved me from death. Ignorant creatures go about asking why God permits evil. We know why. It may be He could with a word cause evil to cease, but would that be to create good? The word might make us good like oxen or harmless sheep, but would that be a goodness worthy of Him who was made in the image of God? If a man cease to be capable of evil, he must cease to be a man. What would the goodness be that could not help being good, that had no choice in the matter, but must be such because it was so made? God chooses to be good, else He would not be God. Man must choose to be good, else he cannot be the Son of God. Herein we see the grand love of the Father of men, that He gives them a share, and that share is necessary as His own, in the making of themselves. Thus, and thus only, that is, by willing the good, can they become partakers of the divine nature. Satan said, "Ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil." God says, "Ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil, and choosing the good." For the sake of this, that we may come to choose the good, all the discipline of the world exists. God is teaching us to know good and evil in some real degree as they are, and not as they seem to the incomplete. So shall we learn to choose the good and refuse the evil. He would make His children see the two things, good and evil, in some measure as they are, and then say whether they will be good children or not. If they fail, and choose the evil, He will take yet harder measures with them. If at last it should prove possible for a created being to see good and evil as they are, and choose the evil, then, and only then, there would, I presume, be nothing left for God but to set His foot upon him and crush him, as we crush a noxious insect. But God is deeper in us than our own life. Yea, God's life is the very center and creative cause of that life which we call ours. Therefore is the life in us stronger than the death, inasmuch as the creating good is stronger than the created evil.